The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. Isa na namang linggong puno ng jaw-dropping plays at nail-biting matches ang ating natunghayan last week sa MPL Philippines Season 12. Bago natin buksan ang Week 5, let's dive headfirst into the heart-pounding action that unfolded in the MPL arena this past week. Naging cheerful ang simula ng ating second round kasama ang bago nating MPL team correspondent of ONIC Philippines na si Sarah. Another week and another set of MPL teams ang bumisita sa MPL Arena. Mas nakilala pa natin ang RRQ Kaito at ang ONIC Arsenals matapos ang Q&A portion ng members of both teams. Nag-stand out naman ang Joshua Garcia ng MDL Philippines na si James Banks of ONIC Arsenals at ang Tony Labrusca ng MDL Philippines na si Mark Tizzi of RRQ Kaito in their smart all-access interviews. Naging star-studded ang MPL Arena noong Day 2 dahil sa pagbisita sa atin ni Chad Kinis at Jake Vargas na nagbigay ng support para sa kanilang favorite MPL-PH teams. Para naman sa last day ng Week 4, natunghayan ulit natin ang mga student leaders at community heroes from MPL battle trips na bumiyahe pa all the way from Batangas. Nagkaroon din tayo ng isang insightful interview with Keith Medrano of Moonton Games and Mario Limos of Spin.PH after their M5 Esports Journalism Workshop with student journalists from different universities. And for the last series of Week 4 ay nakasama natin ang former CEO ng Smart Omega at MPL Malaysia player na si Hito. At ito ang ating top 3 plays of Week 4. Landing in the third spot is Innocent with a guilty outplay against the Hive noong Day 1. Sa gitna ng isang teamfight malapit sa Lord Pit, makaka-free hit si Innocent at tutunawin niya si Pando gamit ang torn apart memory. Susubukan siyang parusahan ni Few at Ogwen pero gamit ang isang mabilis na corrosive strike plus abyss impact combo ay matitake-down niya pa si Few at makakatakas pa siya with a sliver of HP remaining. Ang second spot naman ay makukuha ni Naths kontra Blacklist International noong Day 2. Kukuha ng pick-off ang agent sa top lane at si Irad ang mabibigyan para sa side ng mga Raiders. Agad na magre-responde ang Task Force RSG at hahabulin nila ang mga members ng Blacklist na may mga low HP. Bago pa sila makatakas ay sasalubungin sila ng penalty zone ni Naths kung saan 4 na agents ang mahuhuli niya. With a follow-up from his teammates, Naths will get a double kill at makakakuha ng momentum ang Kingslayers to complete the reverse sweep. The top play of Week 4 will come from the hands of the Orcas matapos ang pagdepensa ni Benny Cutie at Carl TZ laban sa Blacklist International. 2 men down para sa mga Orcas matapos nila makuha ang ika-4 na Lord ng Game 2. Hindi napapansinin ng mga agents ang Lord at susubukan na nilang tapusin ang laro. Mahuhuli nila si Sanford habang makakalipad naman si Benny gamit ang Crossbow of Tang. Gamit ang Rhythm of Joy, gagawa ng isang misdirection play si Carl TZ at makakapag-clear din siya ng minion waves para madelay ang push attempt ng mga agents. Mapipick off siya ng Blacklist International pero mauubusan naman sila ng minions at mabubuhay na din ang ibang members ng Echo. Naging successful ang pag-defend ng mga Orca at dito magsisimula ang kanilang comeback para makumpleto ang sweep laban sa mga agents. At ito ang ating Week 4 standings. Pumunta naman tayo ngayon sa event highlights para sa first week ng second round. Isang bold statement ang binitawan ng ONIC gold laner na si Nets matapos ma-reverse sweep ng kanyang koponan ang RSG Philippines para makuha ang kanilang 5th straight win.
Hintayin nyo kami sa M5.
No at bye naman ang pahayag ng San Duo noong Day 2 matapos nilang talunan ng ONIC Philippines. Echo will end the Sonics 5-match winning streak to extend theirs to 9 matches. Bati na sila! For the last day of Week 4, natunghayan din natin ang isang heartfelt moment between the Gold Standard and the Filipino Sniper. Ito ay matapos yakapin ni Kelra si Oheb. Sweet naman. Kasunod ng pagkapanalo ng barangay laban sa Blacklist. And that's a wrap for Week 4. As we gear up for Week 5, paniguradong makakakita tayo ng mas pinaslakas na bakbakan sa MPL Arena. Kaya naman, don't forget to visit us here at Shooting Gallery Studios Makati to support your favorite MPL-PH teams. Ngayong araw, sabay-sabay nating harapin kung ano pang epic plays ang ating matutunghayan as we open Week 5 of MPL-PH Season 12 Regular Season.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita.
Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Good day, MPL Arena! And welcome to everyone watching from all around the world. I'm Mara Aquino and this is MPL Philippines Season 12. Ngayon, papasok na tayo sa ikalimang linggo ng ating regular season. Patuloy pa rin ang mga nagpapatunay ng ating koponan na sila ay mas lakas Pinas patungo sa M5 World Championship. May mga bagong baon kayang ilalabas ang ating mga koponan para sa linggong ito. May makaresback kaya mula sa mga una nilang pagkatalo? May makaselo na kaya ng kanilang ticket papunta sa playoffs? Yan ang mga tanong na ating sasagutin ngayong linggo. Pero bago ang lahat, alamin muna natin ang mga latest happenings sa MLBB community sa ating Smart All Access kasama sina Manjin Paldas, Antinara at Leo. Insiders, pasok!
Alam nyo na yan, mga insan. Alam nyo na yan. Welcome to week number 5. It's Manjin Paldas, Antinara, and Leo. Kita nyo naman kung sino ang pinakamatangkad sa aming lahat. Ako yon. At ako, kami ang mag-uulat sa inyo ng mga ganap for today. It's week 5, guys. Ramdam nyo ba yung bitin? Ramdam nyo ba yung bitin?
Pareho eh. Ramdam ko yung beaten, ramdam ko yung tension, and ramdam ko yung M5 palapit na.
Ay!
Totoo. And dahil nga na-mention natin kanina no, na malapit na yung wild card, kaya medyo nagmamadali talaga tayo in terms of our regular season and wrapping up this.
Nagmamadali din lahat dumess back dahil sa ating hashtag for the day na MPL-PH S12 rest back. So ilagay niyo yan sa lahat ng mga status nyo kasi nga naman magkaka-rest back ka na dahil after ng week number 4 na yung week 5 ay magmi-meet muli lahat ng nag-meet ng week number 2. Dahil natunghayan naman natin na may mga teams na unti-unting umaangat, rumirest back, at may mga bumababa. Like yung APBR na nagulat tayo at meron ding mga nananalo na. Yung Minana Evos ay nakikita na rin nating lahat.
Maliban sa bawi, naghahanap din ng points ang mga teams. Kasi nabanggit mo, Manjin, yung gitnang yun, yung kung nasaan ngayon ang Blacklist, kung nasaan ngayon ang AP Bren, and Omega, and Minana, yan yung masikip eh. So dito, sila yung mga teams na talagang naghahanap ng rest back in week 5.
Oo, definitely makikita din natin na last week, ang word of the week natin, pasabog.
Pasabog!
Oh, pasabog. So this week, ano naman kaya ang ating word of the day considering na madami pang binitbit yung mga teams natin to be able to perform properly towards the last stretch of the regular season.
Mukhang rest backan nga. Mukhang rest back.
Rest back.
Rest back ang iniisip kong word dyan. Ngayon, malapit na din, guys. Sinabi na ni Leo ang M5. At may mga ilang regions na nagkaroon na ng kanilang mga representatives na dadayo para sa Pilipinas. Nandyan na nga from MENA, ang Bigitron Sons. Babalik si Luna.
Latam yan, latam.
Latam.
Oo.
Alright, o nga pala sa Brazil.
Yes.
Sa Brazil. Yan.
South and Central America.
Yon, iba pala yung MENA, Saudi Arabia pala yon.
Ba't may ganun?
Oo.
M3, di ba?
M3.
Okay.
Ang nanalo dyan yung RRQ Akira.
Yes.
Pero pasok din ang Bigitron Sons at nanalo din ang Ohio Brothers. Nakalaban ng team ni na Basic, ang Abalon. At may bago tayong mga Pinoy na makikita dyan. Sina Milo. At syempre, ang Burmese Ghouls mula sa Myanmar. Burmese Ghouls are back.
Bagong Burmese Ghouls yan. Wala tayong kilala dyan, wala tayong nakita pa o nakabangga bilang world champion. So this is new blood coming from Myanmar.
Oh, definitely exciting, no? Considering na yung Burmese Ghouls yung kinoconsider natin as dark horse noong M2, if I remember correctly. So, yung bago nilang ipapakita ngayon, yung bagong meta ng Myanmar, is something that we definitely need to look out for.
Ay nako, malalaman nyo yan, yung mga kwento ng bawat region. Pag pinakinggan nyo ang Road to M5 podcast ni Naisu at ni Manjin sa Spotify. Malalaman yan kasi nalaman ko din, ang Ohio Brothers, isa sa mga gusto nila mangyari kapag panalo sila ay makapunta sila agad dito sa Pilipinas para makapag-practice. But then again, hindi pa ito natatapos lahat, guys. Kasi meron pa tayong M5 wild card na in-announce na rin kung sino-sino ang mga kalahok. Sino-sino ba yan, guys?
It's going to be a LAN event happening in Malaysia. So parang stopover yan ng mga teams bago sila makapunta sa Pilipinas for the main event. And we now have, Manjin, tinahanap mo, mga galing sa newer regions. We have from Latam, we have one from Nepal, we have one from Mongolia,
Yun.
and we have another from the Mekong region. We have Imperio, third place from Liga Latam. Team Lil Gun winning their qualifier. We have Nightmare Esports, ito yung taga Mekong. And then for Miracle from Nepal.
Oo. May gusto lang akong i-input. Yung jungler ng Team Lilgun, friend ko sa ML, hindi ko alam kung bakit.
Nakakalaro mo.
Nakalaro mo. Naka-RG ko na yata siya before. Tapos good luck ko siya, sabi ko, good luck my idol.
Hello sa mga players at sa mga teams ng Team Lilgan at lahat ng mga kasali sa wildcard. Hindi pa kompleto yung wildcard natin, pero balita ko, November yan magaganap. Sobrang tight ng last quarter ng 2023, guys. Non-stop MLBB. Balita ko, kakatapos lang din ng regular season ng MDL. So talagang tuloy-tuloy tayo. Tuloy-tuloy tayo lahat. Alright, punta tayo sa ating napaka-interesting na MPL Trivia for today.
Yan na.
Yan na.
Exciting.
Exciting. Guys, gusto nyo ba makarinig ng trivia? Trivia. Ito, si Kuya.
Ito, parang may alam
Try mo
din,
na.
parang may alam.
Nag-volunteer. Parang may pinakita kang picture kanina, kuya.
Volunteer. Okay, ano yan? Ano yung trivia mo? Ano yung nakasulat?
Basahin mo, ano yung
When
nasulat?
did Naisu Tuna got buffed? Naisu, 21 years old. Mirko at 21 years old right now. Okay. Si Naisu. Bakit si Naisu ang nandyan sa meme na yan?
Actually po, but long story kasi siya. So, nagsimula yun kay Gideon na stream. So, sino daw yung pinaka-hottest na M5 caster?
Oo, last time pa yun, ha? Last time pa yun.
So, fast forward dun sa week 4. Week 4 ba yun? Between ONIC saka RSG. Pinakita ko yung picture, may pinakita na picture na si Naisu. Na si JC Resebek.
Oo, ayan. Lapit mo yung mic mo. Lapit mo.
JC Resebek.
Then, yung narinig ko sa restream, sabi ni Miracle na parang, ayoko sabihin yung profanity pero F-word siya. Yun, sabi niya is, hindi pa siya bop. So parang, sabi niya, wait na lang daw sa next year.
So nag-a-agree ka na si Naisu ang hottest M5 M4 shotcaster?
Oh, billion times.
Oh, billion.
Million times.
Okay. MPL trivia, guys. Yun.
Yun na.
Si Naisu.
Yun. Alright. Ngayon, isa pa sa ating trivia na bago, bukod sa hottest shotcaster, sino-sino ang main 5 ng Bren na tumalo sa Burmese Ghouls nung M2 Finals? May clue ka ba? Sino-sino yun?
5 yan.
5 yan.
Napanulo nila ito sa Singapore right after the pandemic.
Nandun siya.
Oo.
Okay, Carl TC.
Yes.
Libo. Tama.
2.
TC.
3.
Lapit mo lang mic mo. Yan.
Go.
Sige. Isip ka lang.
Okay, ulitin natin. So,
Ulitin natin. Sige. Lapit mo mic mo, boss. Ako na lang. Yan.
Carl
Go.
TC. Okay, Carl TC, si Ribo, si Plap, sinong Romer? Iniisip ko Romer.
Sige,
Sino
isipin
to?
mo lang.
Si Pew.
Si Pew.
Sino pa?
Romer na lang inisip ko. Romer.
Matangkad yun. Payat.
Ayan, matangkad.
Sa Bren.
May tattoo.
May tato. Nanta-trash talk yun. Oo.
Trash talk.
Oo.
May headband.
May headband. Hala.
SEA Games
Sige,
gold
sige
medalist.
SEA Games.
SEA Games gold medalist yun.
Kaya natin yan. Buong broadcast.
SEA Games gold medalist. Si Pew. Sino ba isa? Nakalimutan ko na.
Sige, bigyan ka namin clue. Letter L.
Letter L.
Oo.
Lasty.
Walang bumulong.
Wala.
Okay. Ayan, dahil dyan, bibigyan ka namin ng bag. Maraming salamat. Ano
Thank
name mo?
you.
Ano name mo?
DG po.
Sige, batiin mo yung mga friends mo.
Mahaba-haba yung
Sige.
kaka-shoutouts ko. Shoutout dun sa mga nagme-messenger dyan. So, hindi ko kailangan kung pang anong group name yon. Second, yung nasa Discord na ang pangalan ay Miracle.
Okay. Shoutout mo si Mirko.
Shoutout kay Mirko.
In English.
Hello, Mirko. If you are here, I know you are casting right now in Indonesia, but not NPL. So, good luck. And, utong to you.
Fan. Okay. Meron tayong Mirko fan. Shoutout to Mirko, our boy. Alright. Okay, next trivia tayo. Sino ba?
Second participant. Parang meron na yata tayo kaninang nagtaas.
Ito.
Ayan na.
Gusto niya sagutin kanina eh.
Halika
Sino
dito.
yung 5 eh. Yan.
Pwede kang makakuha ng MPL merch. Ano ba
Totoo.
trivia natin, Auntie? Ano
Okay.
trivia natin?
For our next question, nabanggit na namin to kanina. Ilan yung players na merong dugong Pinoy sa team na Ohio Brothers?
Nanood ka nung NACT Grand Finals?
NACT.
Pero kilala mo sila?
Ayun lang. Bigyan ka namin clue. Yung isa doon,
Nabibilang mo.
yung isa doon dating BTK.
M3.
Yung isa
Yes.
doon. Isa lang. Bigay ka lang isa. Pwede na.
Sino yun?
Player ng sa BTK na
Dati, di ba?
Dati.
Sino yung Pinoy doon?
Sige, hanggang mamaya tayo.
Lilia. Lilia Hero.
Lilia Nahir.
Lilia Farsa. Sino yun?
Hiso.
Ha?
Ziso po.
Sino po? Taga-TNC po yun, si Jesus. Taga-TNC. Okay lang po. Ang dalawa pong players sa Ohio Brothers, yung isa ay si Zia. Yung pangalawa ay, sana tama pronunciation ko, no? Mielo. Kung mapapanood yung interview, si Mielo yung in-interview nung nanalo sila at sinabi niya, this is Mobazane. This is Mobazane.
Wow!
Magkas ka dyan. Magkas ka, magkas. Hoy, ano sabi mo?
Paano yun?
Paano yun? This is Moba saying.
Si Basic lang po kasi nakilala ko sa BTK.
Si Bay, ay, sayang.
Sayang.
Pero anong pangalan mo?
Actually po,
Mag-shoutout ka muna sa lahat ng friends mo.
shoutout po sa mga friends ko dyan sa Iligan na nanonood po ng Mobile League ngayon sa Season 12.
Yun.
Yan na po. Thank you.
Thank you, boss.
Thank you, Ashley. Congrats.
Grabe, Ashley. Ayan. Thank you. Grabe talaga yung mga audience natin dito sa Mobile League Season 12. Okay. Ano ba today's schedule? Today's schedule, guys. For today, meron tayong tatlong headliner. Ano ba yan?
Okay, starting with the first match of the day, APBR versus ONIC Philippines. Second match, Blacklist International versus MNNE Evos. And third match, Echo versus OMG.
Lahat yan, hanapan ng resback eh. Lahat yan,
Totoo.
must watch. If
Ay.
not for the points, for the storyline.
For the storyline, ang inaabangan ko dyan, ang Echo at saka ang Omega. Nakatingin halos ng karamihan ng mga tao ngayon sa number 1 seed na Echo dahil syempre, may gusto silang i-break na streak. Gusto nilang makuha yung top seed. But Omega, mukhang may switch up. Lahat yan, aabangan natin. Minana versus Blacklist at syempre ngayon, APBR versus ONIC Philippines. Pasa na natin sa ating mga shoutcasters. Shoutcasters, kaya na.
The shadow of the playoffs hangs over the league, with the race getting tighter. Two teams with a different set of expectations placed upon them fight for crucial playoffs points. Welcome back to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. Hope you're ready for some R&R. It's Rockhard, Naisu, and Reptar here to bring you the rematch between APBR and ONIC Philippines. But of course, before anything else, we're just gonna have to talk a little bit about our official telco partner, Smart. They have some really awesome things lined up for you there. And well, Naisu, I think this is your part where you say things.
Well, Smart is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nation widest coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data for speed and coverage from Q1 to Q3 of 2023.
And of course, after all that, you can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
Yeah, and of course, with the new Smart Giga Arena 20, you can power your game and unlock the thrilling world of Giga Arena tournaments for your shot at incredible prizes. So Smart's doing a lot of really awesome things.
Yeah.
GA20 comes with 2 Gig Arena tickets and 100 MB for all sites for only 20 pesos. Yes, 20 pesos, that's it. Valid for 1 day. Of course, load Giga Arena 20 now in the Smart online store.
All right, week 5. Times have flown. How are you, gentlemen? How are we?
We're about to end.
Yeah.
Very close to the
Kinda
end
weird.
here.
Yeah, it is. We're second to the last week already.
Oh man, it just feels so quick. At the same time, we have been just bombarded with so many matches. I'm just struggling to catch up right now.
Welcome back, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
welcome
thank
back,
you.
Rockhard.
Welcome back, Rockhard,
Yeah.
along with everybody else representing the Philippines out there. But you guys missed a lot of action, I feel like, even last week, you know, and now we're at a point where it's kind of, the time is of the essence for some of these teams. I mean, even today, these two teams both have 15 points,
Yeah.
right? They're right there. And yes, later on, I love what Manjin mentioned as well, because we even talked about this before. Is there going to be a team that breaks that streak, you know, of Echo?
All right, Echo streak. They're gunning for that 12 series win streak. Of course, Blacklist International's record sits at 11. APBR, one of the teams fighting out for the first series today, has a win streak of 10 also. So, yeah, Echo, that storyline's also there. But of course, the shadow of the playoffs hangs over the league. But even beyond that is an even bigger shadow called the M5 World Championship. So the pressure is on for all our teams, knowing that the M5 World Championship will be happening in the Philippines. But for this specific matchup, there has been a pleasant surprise for one of these two teams. And his name rhymes with Rem. I literally just changed one letter of it because his name is Gem. Gem has been precious for ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, I feel like he's like the shining light at the end of the tunnel there.
Yeah.
For ONIC, where they're all looking to this guy to really, you know, keep their momentum on. which right now I heard Perks is also coming into the fray. That should be something.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, we actually even heard Navs talk about Gem. The fact that he played that Terizla. Here's the quote right here. The main reason why we lost against ONIC is their Terizla, which was played by Gem. I watched Gem's performance. I tried to imitate his playstyle on Terizla, and I was able to do it. And that's when also we saw Navs with that Navsty set up on the Terizla, right? Getting multiple members of the opponents in that penalty zone.
Yeah, he was on the receiving end of a nasty penalty zone, a series of them from Gem, but then now it was Nas dishing it out against Blacklist International when RSG faced them. And yeah, Gem has been, we haven't been shy about praising this man.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to call him a young man because old dog's got some really great tricks. He did compete in MDL Philippines Season 1. He is now here in MPL Philippines Season 12. The man is in his late 20s, but he is going toe-to-toe with the best of them.
Yeah, he's been a mainstay, and right now, ever since he did get drafted into the main 5, I mean, it felt like ONIC could do no wrong.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they're riding on here. And again, still pretty much in the middle of the pack here. Beautiful stats, I would say, for someone who doesn't get to play that much. 61% KP and averaging up to 5 assists per game. That's something here for Gem. And again, having you hear someone, a player like Naz, international caliber player, say that stuff, he's learning stuff from this guy from MDL.
Yeah.
I mean, that just goes to show where this guy is right now.
Yeah, a player highly touted, not just by Nats, but with the entirety of the league already watching out for Gem as well. When APBR and ONIC faced up against each other in the first round, they actually didn't get to see Gem. It was Cram that they're up against. They were up against a Cram Terizla, but this was before ONIC really hit their stride. It was still APBR on hot off the heels of their victory in Romania under Team Philippines, under Team Seaball. They defeated ONIC-PH 2-0.
And that's what I love about, again, the XP lane and why I've been talking about it for seasons now, especially where we are in the current meta. Things have really allowed players like Gem and like even Navs, right? Navs, we talked about him a lot before, but they're in a perfect place in the meta to have such a high impact through the course of a game from start to finish, honestly. Like, that's really where the XP lane sits right now. And I love that, that the whole, we hit our hidden gem from APBR before. It was a different route, but now they're going to let him play more because I feel like, yes, he came up from the MDL. He's now played for quite a bit of Season 12, and he's put in the work, and his performance speaks for itself, I'd say.
Yeah, anyone who always says that MLBB is just a young man's game, players such as Oh My Venus, as Gem, prove people wrong, man. It's like fine wine. They get better with age. It's experience. You learn how to get crafty with the game, and I think that's one of the things I appreciate about Gem's game. He's crafty, but he can stand toe-to-toe with the best of them.
That's true, just like us, right? I mean, before the game started, we were beating up some kids on ranked games.
In ranked games. We have to be specific about that. In ranked games.
Ranked games. I mean.
We're out there bullying kids in ranked games.
Yeah, in ranked games. So
they surrendered.
at 6 minutes.
At 6 minutes. We felt kind of bad. But I'm sure we're not going to be seeing anything like that here. It's going to be competitive. I'm honestly looking forward to seeing Gem go up against Flap TZ in the EXP lane, right?
That's a huge test for him, right?
Yeah.
Flap TZ, never forget, M2 World Champion.
Yeah.
Right? If you can do some things to Flap that, you can do pretty much anything.
Yeah, Gem versus Flap TZ in the EXP lane. But now let's go on over to the Insider to find out stuff behind the scenes.
Isa sa mga players na nagbigay ng 5 games win streak para sa side ng ONIC Philippines ay ang kanilang naitatagong player na nandito ngayon. Si Gem from ONIC, ang tinatawag na ngayon the Hidden Gem dahil sa kanyang mga galawan sa offlane. From MDL ay naging MPL. Hello, Gem? Hello?
Hello, boss.
Hello. Oh, shy type. Shy type ba to? Shy type? Shy type. Gem, kwento mo naman ang story mo. Nanggaling ka ng MDL, then biglang MPL na. Paano nangyari lahat yon?
So, yun po. Sakto kasi nung last season nila sa ONIC, actually, mag-roster talaga yung sakto ako lang yung naiwan dun sa MDL ko. Kaya, yun, nag-transition ako sa MPL.
Sinong nagsabi sa'yo? Sino dito? Sino dito yung nagsabi sa'yo na ano? Na punta ka, MPL ka. Sino yan? Sino dyan?
Ayan sila, coach.
Sinong coach dyan? Ay, eto? Eto? Ang kilabot? Si Blapsy? Ano sinabi sa'yo ni Blapsy? Ano sinabi niya?
Hindi, ano lang. Talagang gusto nila magbago ng roster talaga doon. Sakto na iwan nga ako. Tapos, yun. Pinaakyat na ako sa MPL.
Ang daming nabibilib sa galawan mo at isa sa mga napabilib mo ay si Nats. Kinomend niya ang yung Tirizla at sinabi niya pa nga na parang intimidated siya sa'yo. Ano ang masasabi mo dun?
Ayun, thank you kay Nats kasi na-recognize niya yung ginawa ko. Tapos, ayun. Actually, magkaibigan kami niya ni Nats eh. Nung sa amateur pa ako, actually, nakakausap ko na talaga si Nats.
Ginagaya ka daw niya eh. Payag ka ba nun? Payag ka nun? Oo.
Hindi, malakas yun.
Malakas.
Malakas yun,
Kanino mo ginagaya yung moves mo?
Sa mga coach ko eh. Sabi nila eh.
Sino specifically?
Si Coach Bam.
Si Coach Bam. Pakita ka. Diyan ka na lang. Yan. Ano yan? Ginagaya ka daw?
Ano yan? Marami kasawang role eh, kaya ginagaya nila ako.
Okay.
Flex ako, flex.
Sige. Guys, si Coach Bam, silver medalist yan ha. Sinasabi ko lang. Last question tayo para kay Coach Jeff. Dahil siya nakasuit ngayon. Alright. Coach Jeff, kapansin-pansin sa ONIC na papalit-palit kayo ng roster, pero nagiging effective yung pagpalit-palit nyo ng roster. Bakit nyo ginagawa to?
Wala eh, magulo yung head coach namin eh, masyadong malalim eh. Baka next week palaro ba si Boss A eh.
Okay, yung head coach, ano pangalan?
Coach Blapsy.
Okay, Blapsy, alam na namin, gets namin, ikaw pala yung magulo, Blapsy. Alright, good luck. Good luck to ONIC. Ang kanilang mga kalaban ay APBR. Gusto nilang ibalik ang kanilang win streak. ONIC, casters, kayo nang bahala.
All right, so that's the reason why they keep swapping their rosters.
We've found the culprit.
Yep.
We know.
Their direct words, our coach is a mess. Wait, no, that seems kind of harsh. That wasn't like the direct translation. But they were kidding around. They were kidding around. Yeah, they were joking around. But hey, it's working out for them. A lot of people, I mean, rightfully so, doubted all those swaps. I mean, we saw it with TNC Pro Team in MPL Philippines Season 11. But ONIC are making it work.
Not only that, but before last week, right? They were on their own win streak, of course.
Yep.
It was the battle of the win streaks.
Yeah.
Right? Echo came out on top. They continue theirs. But yeah, I like that they made that point, with that interview, even with, despite some of the changes they've gone through, it's relatively still successful, right? I mean, look where they are in the standings. It's gone very well for them. And not only that, because we've seen a couple of different iterations of them, and they still make it work when it comes to the actual gameplay. Now, again, this is the second chance they have against APBR. Of course, we'll see if they can make it work this time as well.
Yeah, Roghard, if APBR lose to ONIC here, I think it just goes to show how well ONIC have been doing, and just it really hammers on the point APBR struggles.
Yeah, I mean, APBR struggles. I think they started a while back.
Yeah.
So imagine they were so far ahead in the start of the season, and now they're here. It makes you wonder. Maybe there's some changes that might need to happen in Brent's side.
Yeah.
Because if it's happening for ONIC, the way that they're winning with these swaps, maybe Brent can try something like that. Obviously, it won't happen now.
Yeah.
But maybe for future games, specifically if this match still doesn't work out for Brent Esports, maybe we have to rethink a few strategies.
Yeah, that's what's difficult about APBR. I mean, there are a lot of teams here who have big rosters, so you can say, oh, they're trying to figure things out. These are 5 dudes and Pando. And Pando played that one series against TNC Pro Team, and then they won.
Yeah.
With ONIC, you can say, they're still trying to figure things out, but now they did. So, 2 different teams, different play styles. Let's see what happens. I'm excited for this because it's round 2 of APBR and ONIC. Let's welcome them in.
Expectations were high for the squad heading into the season. Fueled by the energy of the Bees, can they finally taste sweet victory streak again? Hive come alive for APBR! Their 5-series win streak was snapped in a sweep, but they have already solidified themselves as a team to respect. Can the Porcupines pierce the hype today? Sonics all over the world, welcome to the stage. It's ONIC Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Bren and Coach Bluffsy. Welcome to week number 5 of MPL Philippines Season 12.
Bada bing, bada boom, sound effects, sound effect. Here's AP Brand, Super Marco, Kyle Teasy, Few, Flap Teasy, and Ogwin.
I like it, right? Speaking of your sound effects, also the lineup here. So these guys, like we said, this is what we're expecting. This is who we're used to seeing, right? Yes, you guys mentioned that Pando did come in to play one of the series previously, but this is what they want to stick with because, again, you want to be able to solidify your top of the standings if you can, right? You've got 2 weeks left, couple matches left to go. We'll see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, ONIC-PH, Nets, Ryzen, Super Prince, Gem, and hey, you mentioned him earlier, Perxiva Rockhard.
Yeah, Perxiva, man. I think this all started. It all started with this guy for ONIC when he came in. We saw the interview, right? He was just so, I don't know. He looked so energetic, energizing.
Yeah.
He's so fresh. Obviously, it's the name change. He was a player from the previous season, but man, he really did start that trend of bring this guy in. He's gonna do some pretty serious damage, and then it just kept starting from there for ONIC.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad that you mentioned Perxiva in this very close statistical matchup because he's going to be going up against Ogwen here, Rockhard. We know how talented he is as a roamer, but we've already seen how aggressive Perxiva is. You think that aggression of Perxiva is going to be a factor here?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I think that Ogwen can really stand on his own, especially against players like Perxiva, who I think from Ogwen's perspective, I can take this kid.
Yeah.
I can take this guy, no problem. But you have to keep in mind that AP Brand, they're not really in their most comfortable form right now for some reason.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure that out for the meantime, but obviously the stats will still side with Brand because of that beautiful streak they did have.
Yeah, look at that. The turtle control ratio, much higher for AP Brand. A little bit closer when it comes to the Lord control. Let's go back to their last 2 matches here, because I was rewatching their previous losses. AP Brand was swept by RSG, ONIC was swept by Echo. Both of them actually controlled that series, those games, but then were turned around in Lord team fights. Late game Lord team fights, or one turtle fight gone wrong, or one invade attempt for a purple buff. Well, we call it the purple dance now here in the English broadcast. So these 2 teams, I feel like, have to sort of sharpen up their late game decision making in terms of like what fights to look for, because their previous matches showed that's what they are lacking at. That's why they lost.
Yeah, it's always any team going against AP Brand. I know they've kind of had their struggles, but they got to figure out that neutral objective fights and the dances.
All right, let's see what else ONIC and AP Brand has to figure out for the keys to victory, brought to you by Infinix.
Yeah, these are the keys to victory brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. Number 1, of course, outplay ONIC's playmakers. And again, it is Perxiva who is very, very scary when it comes to that Kufra, but there are ways to go around that. And I know AP Brand, knowing Coach Vren, knowing Coach Ducky, they've already briefed this guy Ogwen, and they know what's up. As for ONIC, I feel like it is definitely exploiting AP Brand's struggle in the new meta. We've talked about this previously. AP Brand not looking really good right now, not in their hottest form. I feel like there is just a small amount of adjustment that's happening right now for this young squad. Obviously, they came hot from their win international stages. Right now, this is something that ONIC has to target straight up. And I think Perxiva coming in here is actually one of those ways that they're doing that as well. As for both teams, gold laners be the greatest in the lane. I firmly believe that. Although Super Marco, I believe, I'm not sure, he was one of the first people who also have the possibility of bringing out the Iksha, the new and improved one. This is something that we also have to question. Nets, one of the most consistent gold laners this league has ever seen. right now, these are the things that both of these teams are going to have to leverage coming into this one, since everything right now is the wild, wild west here at MPL Philippines Season 12. That has been your Infinix Keys to Victory here in Rock Hard. Let's go back to the desk.
Wild Wild West as we get ever so closer to the M5 wild card, but I'm thinking way ahead. It just showed up in my head. It worked.
It's going to happen in a bit.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm really glad that that last point was brought up about the gold laners. Naisu, Super Marco versus Nets. Rockhart was super accurate when he mentioned one of the most consistent this season. So consistent that AP Brent's head coach, Ducky, actually praised Nets on social media, saying, wow, what a player this Nets, what a player.
That's a very nice Ducky impression.
That is, you know, because when you get complimented by Coach Ducky, you know that's kind of a big deal, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Nets is very consistent. I feel like a lot of times too, if you're thinking about split push strategies or backdoor strategies, Nets is one of those players that comes to mind because of what he's done in previous seasons. Now, yes, going against Super Marco across from him, both of these guys are obviously solid gold laners, and I think, again, that's why it was such a important key to victory, right? Because if you look at both teams too, they like to play around building up their gold laners in essence by give them the safest early game possible and let them shine later on, and I think that's what they really want to do here.
I want to bring this up because Nets right now is showing exactly what Super Marco was in the previous seasons when he was on that carry win streak. This is exactly what we see in Nets here, obviously with different heroes like the EFL. So that's something that Super Marco has to keep in mind. Man, that's me right there. That should be me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hope that's something that can kind of invigorate this player who is definitely going to be up to a tall order here in terms of goal lane.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that AP Bren are already looking out for Nets. If we're going to think of specific hero picks, I think the Yuzhong and the Drizzler are definitely going to be hot contests here.
Yeah.
We do know that ONIC, when they have the option available for them, like the Edith, Exmorg has somewhat fallen off. There's one more pick in the tip of my tongue here. Benedetta and the Paquito as well. So I think those are the ones we have to watch out for here. As you saw, actually, Gem and Flapteasy, their role here is going to be so important. For Flapteasy, find Nets. For Gem, find Super Marco.
And it's funny because of the recent, it's not so recent anymore, but because of the patch, changing some things here, some of those XP lane picks have popped up as well, like some of the surprises, even before, I think it was last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, we did see Khalid pop up as well.
Yeah.
I feel like, again, at this point in our meta, at this point in our season, you might see some of those surprises still. But at the end of the day, the thing that stands for the XP laners, Flap and of course Gem, is they want to be able to provide their teams, basically, with the pressure that they need on the gold laners. And that's why it's so important, because both of them actually play that role really well. Gem, and so to speak, being a hidden gem, has really shined lately, whereas, again, a lot of people know how amazing and great Flapteasy is.
All right, welcome to the draft, folks. We've talked about the XP laners. We've talked about the gold laners, touched on the roamers. Rockhard here, what do we have to look out for when it comes to Super Friends and Few?
Actually, in the mid lane picks, obviously Mafilda is still something that can still be flexed onto that position 4.
Oh, they took
and,
it out. Oh.
Yeah, that's something. Oh, there you go. Mafilda's out, Terizzle's out. All right.
Yeah.
So, here's something I want to bring up, because I think it was super early for us to say that, I think everyone settled it. It was only 1 week after the big patch happened. So I feel like we're still in that phase where players are still testing out some new picks.
Yeah.
Players are testing out, hey, maybe I can use this, maybe I can use that. I think we're still in the window where something can really come out. So I'm still looking out for that. And one of those things, obviously, I still think Ixcha's still a really, really strong pick. Guys, pick it up. I'm not going to stop putting that out until we see it in full swing here. And that's something that's not going to come out in the first pick. Obviously, first pick is still definitely, I still think Valentina's pretty safe. Faram is still pretty safe as well. Baksha, everyone hates the Baksha, who has been ridiculous, for lack of a better term, in the recent patch. Pre-patch, he was good. He was one of the favorites. After the patch, you just can't go wrong with this pick.
Yeah. Okay, so first pick, Angela for AP Bren right away. You mentioned the Ixia. With the Baksha, Matilda, and especially the Kadita gone, ONIC actually has the room in their draft to pick up an Ixia maybe for the third or a surprise fourth pick, if ever. So, hey, your recommendations to pick it up, they might actually do just that. 2 picks here for ONIC. Fredrin and Valentina both still available.
I'm actually curious why that, like, Angela first pick. I know, you know, we're in this healer meta right now, but I'm still kind of surprised by that was picked up for priority for AP Brent.
You know what's funny? I remember someone told me right after the patch drop, they were watching me play my ranked games. They were like, "Why aren't you picking up the Angela? It's such an easy win." And I tried it out. Yeah, it doesn't. It's just so easy. I don't know. The blank, what do you call that? The flat stats that you get, the shielding, everything because of the new emblem as well. It's just so easy to just stay alive and just keep that heart guard up. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him. This can enable so many things. It can enable lanes to go independent, even with just your Angela roaming up onto the base. So I don't blame him. And I actually do agree that up till now, even until now, Angela's still pretty much easy win.
Yeah, let's watch out. Valentina is available. There it is. Picked up there by AP Brent. And the Yuzong. Okay. So in terms of the main options we discussed, they have been showing up here.
Right.
But the lineup of AP Brent, if they're not careful here, they might actually fall victim to a Lilia, which Super Friends has played with a lot of success recently.
Yeah, definitely not ban-worthy though, right? Still pretty much a pocket pick in certain scenarios.
Yep.
This time around, their mid laner definitely still lacking. They can leave that maybe up to the last picks. Because right now...
Oh yeah, like the surprise. That's true.
Yeah, and there's also possibilities of Eves coming out still very much
we haven't seen her
stable.
In a while.
I feel like it's just out there waiting, you know.
I'm actually okay with her like falling off though, because again, last season we
Gord.
were like, So, and you know, whether it's Gord or not, it looks like it's gonna be the Faramis locked in here for now though.
There
but
it is.
like, remember before when it was all Eve Farsa, Eve Farsa, Eve Farsa, Eve Farsa? Like, I'm glad where we are now. You know what I mean?
A bit more different. I'm also just happy to see more Lilia.
Games can get more scrappy, more in your face because of that, right? Speaking of in your face, that's definitely something that, you know, AP Brent's going to try to avoid here. Their ISO very, very low right now from the draft index, which means that they might just prioritize the late game, as you can see right there. Although, again, the index rarely lies. So that's something you got to keep in mind here. Their burst definitely on the side of ONIC here, and that is absolutely true, especially if you can pull off a beautiful Phantom Stampede.
Yeah, Shadow Stampede.
Shadow Stampede. Yeah, there you go.
I was thinking of Phantom Liberty, but that's completely different.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong alley.
AP Brent, fourth pick here. Okay, so they picked up the Faramis, which, okay, you play into the whole Valentina Faramis thing, but I feel like there might be room for Prexiva's Cho or Kufra here.
You think?
Yeah. And like, we casted that series rock hard when he showed up that Kufra, when he played that Cho against Blacklist International, and he was amazing there.
Yeah, it felt like he could do no wrong.
Yeah.
If he can get in that mode again, that's something that's going to be hard to punish if you're a Valentina, if you're a Yuzhong, and if you're an Angela. So actually, you know what? That's actually pretty good. I wonder if that's going to be bannable here for AP Bren, knowing with the full knowledge, right, that it is a comfort pick for ONIC.
Oh, if they get that, if they do get their hands, let's say, you know, Super Friends on the Faramis, and then we have whether it's a Cho, whether it's the Kufra still open too, something that allows them to find the sets that they need. Because again, when we're talking about, even when we saw the chart, right, of the neutral objective control that AP Bren usually has, the fact that both these teams, like you mentioned, Renmar, were leading in their games previously in the week before, and then they just kind of dropped the ball, right? So you're going to want to be able to set things up, but not only have a good setup potential, but also to cover some of that backside, right? You've already got a Nether Realm in your favor, but of course, AP Bren has that, plus an Angela. So you kind of want to be able to extend those fights. You want to be able to counter into a lot of that healing and sustain that AP Bren's going to have as well. Irithyll is great because it's so mobile. Like, it's such a mobile option that it's a little more on the safe side, right? But still, how do you round things out so that you're winning those neutral fights? And you don't want to go and give 3 turtles to AP Bren, which we've seen a lot of teams do. Like, sometimes they don't even want to fight them.
Yeah. Minotaur actually is available still for ONIC. If it's not going to be the Cho or Kufra for Prexiva.
Yeah.
And they're going to take it away from, oh wait, no, my apologies, right, it's already a Rome Angela and a mid Valen. So it might be a Martis here for AP Bren. later
Yeah.
on as their jungler.
They're gonna have problems, especially in their their early game skirmishing, because Valentina's their only key to take those fights. They need something to be able to control the jungle there, and you're right. Actually, Marius would be great, and these are things that you can also think about. What if we go back to an assassin Kyle Teasy pick, and then you can go kind of full tank on Ogwin?
That
Maybe you can steal the Kufra.
Exactly. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. But then going up against a Faramis and Fredrin already, and we know the Faramis most likely will go to the mid lane. It's so difficult for an assassin to thrive here. They can try. I'm not gonna knock them for trying. It's just gonna be so hard.
Jungle Valen again? Just kidding.
Oh, that's
That's
way
a
back.
stretch.
That's way back.
Yeah, that's way back. There's very few people that do that, but
And she's changed.
there's also very few people that play Arlot nowadays.
Oh yeah.
And that's locked in here for ONIC, which could work out with what they have for the first 4 picks already. But still, a big question,
Marcus
is
Brody?
AP Bren. What do you want to pick up for the gold lane especially?
Yeah.
Gold lane, man. I think you can't go wrong with the Beatrix.
Oh yeah,
still.
you're right. You're right.
So I think Super Marco is still in a pretty good position.
Yeah.
Thinks I can duel up well against an Irithel.
Wow.
Oh wow.
And the Clint comes in. I think I heard a lot of gasps there.
Yeah.
Hey, you did say it was the Wild West earlier.
It is the Wild West, isn't it?
Okay. That's interesting. So Rockhard predicted it way back with the whole Wild West reference, and it was the Wild West.
Weird.
But yeah, that's a pick that they actually got to shine with a few months ago in the offseason. So, and he hurts. Like, if ONIC can't disrupt him, that Clint will farm up or hit his power spike really quickly.
All right, I think Rome is still pretty much going to be a tank here because they
Yeah.
can't really rely all on Ryzen to tank it up. Kufra is just ringing here, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Kufra and the Minotaur, for sure, to
Yeah.
clean it up for ONIC. And I think that these are picks that can. And Lolita's still there. I don't know if anyone's willing to use Lolita, but he's there. Minotaur,
There's a
there you
Minotaur.
go.
All
So things haven't gone topsy-turvy yet. All right.
Not just yet. Okay, interesting
good.
draft decisions by these two. I feel like AP Brand went into the draft, though, a little bit more risky because they showed the Angela right away.
Yeah, it was like first pick. That's what I was surprised too.
Rockhard, do you think that ONIC was able to draft to that really well? Will AP Brand have a hard time here, or will it be the opposite?
The index just shows it. I think this is a good summary of it. They have everything. Oh, sorry, they have a little something for everything.
Yeah.
They got a little bit of something for the early game, a little bit of something for mid and late. But the problem is, again, they might stretch themselves out too thin. That's going to rely so much on Ryzen just ramping up really hard. If Ryzen kind of just goes into that mode where, oh, I can't really tank anything, I'm so squishy, and there's a Martis on the other side as well, that's something that might be a problem.
By the way, watch out for the smart power prediction. At some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowers MPL-S12.
And one lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll.
And stare into the souls and the eyes of the players as they look at you, judge you. I don't know, but they are looking to go away with this series with a victory. It's game 1. ONIC versus AP Bren. And let's see if this whole Angela first pick gambit will work out for APB.
It's super conditional right now where AP Bren's lineup, it looks a little weak, but it's actually really easy to execute. That's the big difference between these two lineups where ONIC is going to have to rely so much on the Minotaur timing of the Minoan Fury as well as, the new and unimproved Final Slash coming in from the Arlot. The new and what's the opposite of improved? The new and
New and unimproved makes
unimproved.
sense.
Yeah, that's the best I can do.
Because it's slower now.
Way slower, right? So, but obviously, Gem has had success with it previously, but it's a big but if all of this hits, and if even one of these skills will miss out, they will lack that disengage. They will lack that engage, and that will mean that they're gonna have to rely on their auto attacks to make this lineup work here for ONIC. But obviously, they're auto attackers. If you're thinking about an auto attacker that's super reliable, Irithel is the one that you want.
Exactly.
So that's why I think it's okay, but at the same time, it has some weaknesses.
Yeah, exactly. It's like with the conditions, if the conditions of the other 4 heroes aren't met, the Irithel is there to back you up. But you can't be so, how do I call this, too dependent on them, because if ever as you mentioned, you still need to buy time for this Irrital.
Yeah.
On the side of AP Brand, though, I feel like their condition. You mentioned something earlier that like pinged in my head, where it's a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, just pull the trigger and here you go.
But that's if they can get the kills. They're up against a Faramis and Mino.
Get the kills for them to ramp up.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So I get that. They're so dependent on getting kills early on for this lineup of AP Brand.
That's the thing, though, too, is the fact that, you know, one thing I always say about Martis whenever he's picked up, and whoever is playing him, that kind of potential to snowball really hard in the early game can happen, especially when you have an Angela paired up with it, right? It kind of makes him, in a way, I don't want to say unkillable, but definitely much harder. And then the way that Decimate works, it's a lot to deal with, right? So you kind of have to be able to manage that, because even if Clint doesn't have the time to ramp up right away, the Martis is still, I feel like, much more of a threat than, for example, the Fredrin, right? In a way of when you get brought really low and you're kind of trying to out-sustain some of these fights because you know that the Valentina is probably going to have the Netherrealm as well, you're going to have a Heart Guard to deal with, then you still have to really watch out for some of that burst potential coming out from the Martis.
See the awesome people here at Shooting Gallery Studios, our crowd. Discussions regarding the conditions are set. Everything is clear. Who's going to walk away and pull off what they need to pull off here. For the game rotations, it's a quick level 2 spike already for a few to get a little bit of the XP from the XP lane of Flap.
Yeah, they're going to have to time this level 4 very early on, because at level 4 is obviously the Fredrin's going to have such a bigger advantage in terms of the team fight. So they're going to need that Ogwen factor. They're going to need that Heart Guard X factor here if they want to get ahead in the first turtle, which, judging from the lineup of AP Bren right now, that's exactly what they want to do. And they're trying to get Ogwen to level 4 as soon as possible for that to happen.
And you see all the boots on the side of AP Bren. Wilderness Blessing and Agility as well, so they want to move around the map fast.
You gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast. Oh,
see, that's already the threat right there that I'm talking about, right? So they're respecting it. Kaltizi was, you know, level 4 as well. So already getting a flicker down from Perkziza here before that turtle, 20 seconds away.
And I want to also add the early pickup of the Warrior boots for a lot of players of ONIC. They know what's up. They know they're going to have to just deal with all the damage coming in from Clint, as well as you know, the Yuzhong and the Martis. All of that is physical, if not true damage. Fuse not going to be that much of a threat in the eyes of ONIC. And on their itemization, they're actually going to have some huge advantages in the early game.
Yeah, also have to watch out for which team's going to start diving the gold lane a little bit more to help out their gold laner, while Gem is in a tough spot as both teams and both junglers are already playing around the first turtle.
Yeah, Few already has the advantage here, and that's exactly why you want to do this against the Faramis. You've got the early activation.
There's the Heart Guard with the Dragon Form already. Going to keep them at bay. Kaltizi are going to secure the turtle. Now going to go for the fight. Perks will fall. Flap TZ getting the first blood. Chasing down Gem. Can't get to him, though. The safety of the turret. They still might be happy at just getting some more resources after that.
One of the reasons why I don't really like this Arlot right now, and at this point you saw it was basically a no factor. Even for a very talented player like Gem, right? He is going to be a non-factor in these early game fights, and if he doesn't get any momentum built up, he's also going to be a non-factor in the later parts of the game.
Yeah, when I saw that Black Dragon form with the Heart Guard, I was like, that's terrifying. What can you do to stop it? Not much.
That's true.
Not much, and like also the part to kind of consider here, especially with this emblem, the focusing mark from Ogwen, like it makes it that much more devastating. Yeah, it's the early game. Yes, it's just a Yuzhong, but you know, when you, especially if he finds the right setup with the Petrify, all of that results into a ton of damage before you even have to worry about Kyle TZ coming in with a Decimate, right? Like that's something that happens, and really for ONIC have to deal with early on. There is a nice final slash though. Flap TZ could be in trouble.
Man.
There's the Heart Guard we were talking about. It's 2 versus 2 for now. Comes down the Appraiser's Wrath. Gem will get that kill. Ogwen not able to keep Flap alive there.
Okay, that final slash was clutch. But in the grand picture of it all, what can ONIC do to convert it?
Yeah, that's a good one, because exactly what we talked about, right? If they let this Arlot just stagnate there, they're not really going to get any value of it.
Yep.
Ryzen, he played up his strength on the early game Frederen, and he played it like a boss there. Even with the hard guard, I think even with Flap TZ's Shaw Essence, he did not stand a chance. But right now, they should have done that maybe a little bit later, in my opinion, where they could get advantage. Oh,
Few going to get dragged with Stampede, picking up the Minoan and Fury. Won't result in anything after that. All this, though, Turtle now spawning.
All right, for second one is up here. A lot of jockeying around the mid position, so there might be some late ultimates coming in. Let's see what happens.
Okay, Dragon Form going to come through from Flap TZ. 4 members of ONIC here. They're going to fight for it. Nets also getting solo killed down below. Kyle TZ going to secure the turtle. They're going to battle it out. Netherrow going to come through on top of the hard guard. They find Perks Viva again. He falls. The rest of the team are running for the hills. Gem still alive for now, but Ryzen will fall. They lose bodies. They lose the turtle.
we're seeing the weakness, right, of the ONIC lineup. Without the airfield normal attacker, all of these sets are just becoming nothing.
Yeah. Okay. And we're seeing the condition that you ticked out there, Rockhard, for APBR. It's just do what you gotta do and do what you can do. And they've done all of that. And the icing at the top of the cake was a solo kill onto nets by the Clint, by Super Marco in the bottom lane, actually committing his flicker to go forward.
Yeah, all of these setups from Perkziva are nothing without the normal attackers. Like we mentioned earlier, it's like they're waiting to just die here.
Yeah. And then we saw their few actually taking away the Minoan Fury as well. This has gone opposite of what ONIC wanted to happen for the early game. And this is APBR fighting objectives really well, like what they're known for.
Again, itemization is on point here for ONIC. That's exactly what you want to do. But they're waiting for the items of Nets here to come in, to kick in, before their comp is going to do any good damage. And that's taking a while here, considering that I think Nets is being overpowered here by Super Marco in the laning phase.
Okay. ONIC has a little bit of time to recover, regenerate just a little bit, but APBR have control of the game. And this dive comp that APBR brought out, now that Super Marco didn't have a problem with the laning phase, actually won it, and he got another tower broken, everything's set up for this Clint already.
Yeah, he's having a great time. You know, like I always like to say, yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
When the Clint comes through. Or is that you? You like to say that too?
Well, I think everyone likes saying yeehaw.
Everyone likes to say yeehaw.
You can't go wrong with saying yeehaw.
Yeehaw, right? But at that time, Super Marco specifically, I always like to say for the gold laners, if they can have that gold lane experience where, you know, even if he didn't get that solo kill there, he's relatively in a good spot because the rest of the team is doing such a great job across the map, right? This is going to be that third turtle going to the hands. Look at the focus, though, on the bottom side. Ogwin going to get caught. Ooh. Worth the trade, he says. Now they trade that third turtle of the game. They do get a turret here, so ONIC Philippines at least finding something once this minion wave marches in, if Nets can get it.
That's pretty smart of ONIC to go for that with the full knowledge that, you know what, APBR's going to go for that turtle.
Oh,
yeah. It's going to be easy for us to take this.
He didn't even get the turret, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very unfortunate actually for ONIC that they didn't get that. But that was the right call. When you're behind so much, hey, here's a tip for the RG folks out there, for the people that we get to play with, because we're also normies. If it's my third turtle and the lead is massive, maybe try ganking the opposite lane instead. Try to push that instead. And that's what ONIC decided to do. It's just sad that they couldn't get the tower.
Yeah, that's usually the weakness, right, of some teams. They become a little bit predictable in that sense where you know they're ahead, they know they're ahead. They're going to go for these objectives right away. They're not going to wait for you. They're not going to set up that many traps. So you can play on the other side of the map here instead and get something for your team at the same time.
It's a consolation prize, though, at this point. Just a little bit of gold, a little bit less deaths, and ONIC will continue to remain playing defensive for the majority of the next few minutes. APBR, all I see now is just an error costing them, or maybe one really great setup by Perkziva and Super Prince combined. But, again, the question is, will they have the damage? Because Nets is still catching up to Super Marco, who's 2 levels ahead of the Irithel.
That's the biggest missing piece of this puzzle right now for ONIC Philippines. You know, you guys talked about it earlier. They just don't have any damage, you know, right now, and that's kind of the unfortunate truth. And with this being such a disparity now in terms of gold and items, it's even more apparent, right? So not only have you given up the 3 turtles, you have no space to work with because you don't have a single turret, which, you know, thinking they would have got that bottom one, but great job for APBR not to let that happen, because what all this results to is, again, the Lord's coming up in 10 seconds. ONIC Philippines not in the best position to even contest that. They might just be better to go ahead, stay on that defensive side, deal with the Lord, giving up the Lord, and then hopefully defend your base, because again, all of this is really relying on Nets to get that third, fourth item on this Irithyll, and then hopefully get a great setup utilizing what you have here.
Yeah, and you see there, Rockhard, ONIC still committing to the same plan. They knew they still couldn't contest it. No way yet.
Yeah, keep in mind though, ONIC, they have the tools to really survive. They've got the OG Netherrealm, and they've also got some pretty good healing coming in for the Minotaur. So if it comes to that, Death Ball, ONIC's Death Ball is definitely going to be at an advantage. It's all up to AP Bren to stop that from happening. It's all up to them to stop the inflow of gold. That's why they're so adamant to make sure that, you know what, let's keep these towers alive as much as we can. You know, make sure that Nets doesn't get the gold that he needs. Just starve out ONIC. That's the game plan of AP Bren right now.
Yeah, can AP Bren seal the deal, though? Again, going into this day, they got swept by RSG. Despite them controlling majority of those games, they weren't able to hold on, and they weren't able to, rather, close it out. Can AP Bren close it out now, though, against ONIC? 10 minutes in, still a massive lead for APB.
They're in a very decisive positioning. They're very, what do you call that? Very aggressive positioning. So
yeah,
maybe that's what's on their mind right now as well.
Like, end it now.
That's the... Like, even with this, right, you can see the gold lane alone, you nearly have the 2,000 gold lead difference, right, in terms of gold lane alone. So that is going to play a part. They're going to have to deal with this. Flap T's going to give it a go. Look at Nets already being forced back there.
Ouch!
Lord's still going to be worked on. Turret going to take some hits, but ultimately, ONIC Philippines going to hold it together for this first Lord push.
All right, temp check, and it's a little bit too hot, you know? Flap TZ got whittled down to maybe 20% in one cycle there. That's not a good sign for Brennan as well.
Yeah, damage is available for ONIC, but the damage on Super Marco, man, with the Resurgence Fury, Endless Battle, and with the Malefic Roar as well. I think that was just like one full first skill.
One combo, yeah.
Yeah, one combo. Along with the enhanced basic attack coming in from Super Marco, it brought Nets down to like 40,
below
like
half,
50%. Yeah, that hurt.
That hurt. And I'm a little bit surprised at the same time that ONIC didn't really pull the trigger there, considering that's exactly where they want to be. They want to be full on together on the lane and maybe have an outlier a bit far away on the other side of the map. And again, it's just ONIC being very, very safe here. Damage received, obviously, Ryzen, Perxiva. They're tanking up so much. With Super Prince's insurance policy of the Netherrealm, they actually can do a pretty good, you know, they can survive a good 10, 20 seconds of just them in the front line just absorbing all that damage.
Yeah.
So Nets has to keep up, man.
Let's see if he can. Let's see if he has already. But at this point, with Kaltizi already TPing his own teammate, and I think that's a good showing of how much in the lead AP Bren are at this point. 12 minutes in. If you're only joining us now, it is a 7,000 gold lead for APB. They've taken all of the major neutral objectives so far in this game. It looks like they're on the way to getting another. ONIC still grasping the straws and trying to find a way to make a comeback here. They're trying to split and open up the map, going for side lane pressures instead.
Yeah, the information is going to be there. Of course, you've got Ogwin spotting them out. They're going to go ahead and just call it back. So they got to deal with this. The minion will get the turret, it looks like, up there on the tier 1. That's down, but Lord secured again for AP Bren. So ONIC Philippines on the defense, right? How long can they do this? I think that's one of the biggest questions. And every time you see a team down this much, nearly 8,000 gold, this is really your only option, you know? Try to buy as much time. If that's, 5 minutes, then so be it. But at least you're still in the game.
You know what's super funny? Because right now, AP Bren's up almost 8K. I'm still worried about them because this has been a trend, right?
Yeah.
This has been the trend of AP Bren. So advantages in the early game, but then they just slip up. Especially with a lineup like ONIC, their late game presence is enormous.
Yeah, with all the sustain they have. But again, the key word here is damage. Already Divine Glaive picked up by Super Prince, but Super Marco's up to a Blade of Despair. So will, at this point, now be the sustain enough? Because that's a lot of damage on the marksman. Ouch! Oh my goodness!
That's it right there. That's Clint Morgan.
Yep.
He put Perks to half.
Oh, man.
Well, they're going to push in it once again, focusing on this top turret. Flap TZ with the hard guard, going to push Nets back the best he can. Turret going to fall here. Lord's still up as well. Bottom went down. They hold on to the mid inhibitor turret. Lord will finally go down. ONIC Philippines holding on to one base turret.
All right. So we're seeing exactly where I think we were talking about here, Gem just being a non-factor in these engages, because even if he can...
Oh
my God!
Super Marco taken out in an instant, and Flap Teasy to follow. You mentioned the late game potential. There it was, Rockhart.
Right on cue. He took that personally. What do you mean, no non-factor? Black. Final slash from out of nowhere. Again, the hidden gem. There's a reason why he was hyped up heading into the series, why he's been touted for his performances in the recent weeks.
Straight into the face of Super Marco and mine as well.
Oh, that is exactly what we were talking about before we even got into this game. Number one was both these teams have experience having these leads for a majority of a game and then it dropping the ball, slipping out of their hands. And ONIC Philippines, that's the first step. That's actually step number 2 towards what they need to do, right? They're getting a little bit more confidence here. They've shrunk the gold lead by about 3,000 gold. And we might actually see them for the next Lord try to contest it there.
Yeah, they are. Rockhart, are they in the scenario to contest now for the next Lord? I think they are.
They're actually pretty good right now as a death ball, but they're going to be a little bit vulnerable. Right now, their base is very exposed. Man, that deserves a super slow-mo right there. Straight into a place where AP Bren can't really react because the hard guard's not available anymore. Gem read into that beautifully.
Wow. And now because of that one play set up by Gem of ONIC, they are now in a position to contest.
There we go.
Still a bit of vulnerability though, as Rockhart mentioned. Let's see what they can pull off here, or will AP Bren still secure this one?
The waves actually look really good for for ONIC at this point, so they have some time. But if AP Bren keeps dancing this, they will have to come back to defend eventually.
Yeah, they're going to have to watch out for this. Lord now, less than half health here. View also holding on to them. Noyan Fury will look to use it as well. You got to keep an eye on both of them. Flap Teasy with the hard guard, going to push ONIC Philippines back the best they can. Still Ryzen trying to hold the front for this Lord dance. Going to go, and Gem goes in with a huge final slash. No! As well. Ryzen gets the Lord, and the fight breaks out. Both Nether Realms being used as well. Perks will fall, and now Kyle falls. One down for AP Bren, multiple down for ONIC Philippines. It's only Ryzen and Super Fritz now back up in the base, but Ryzen will fall.
Yep. ONIC got the Lord, but I think AP Bren is still going to be getting that win on that clash. 3,000 gold, though. The gold difference definitely thinning out, but will ONIC respond in time?
They're just going to push it. Super Fritz, they don't care about Super Fritz. They don't care about the Lord. AP Bren will not let it happen. They take game 1.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Red Dead, but still no redemption for ONIC as APB on the back of their Clint Morgan getting that game 1.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw!
Nice catch. I like it. I
got you.
Clint Morgan.
All right.
Dude.
So we're seeing definitely not the cleanest game.
Yeah.
I think that actually could have actually broke out either way. Depending on whether or not Super Marco survived, which for the most part he actually was off screen.
Yeah.
So I can't really gauge what he was happening to this guy. But yeah, Bren, they knew what they had to do. They knew that, I love that ONIC waited for the timer of the hard guard, and they were trying to wait it out.
Yeah.
Flap was flying out, waiting for the hard guard to come out, but eventually Flap T still found the engagement that we were looking for here for AP Bren. And again, the most important thing was Super Marco was alive.
Yeah. Super Marco staying alive.
Yeehaw!
He was actually taken out of the fight by Gem. He was getting chased by that Arlot, but somehow he was able to withstand it long enough. And kudos to the rest of APB, specifically Few. He landed massive shadow strikes there. Like, the reason why we saw it was, okay, they used the ultimate of the Faramis. They got not Cult Alter. Netherrealm, thank you. And then suddenly, they're back to non-ghost form. They got bursted down so quickly by Few.
Yeah, that's what I noticed too. That like, you think we were having that discussion before the Lord fight broke out. They're probably going to contest this. Like, they're relatively in a decent position. And then you saw the team fight, how it unfolded. And it completely, with what you said with Few, it completely took out the Netherrealm, basically, right? I mean, it was gone in an instant, and then you just saw body after body after body drop from ONIC Philippines. So it was very. I still feel like maybe it was the right choice to actually contest that.
Yes, it
was.
was.
But the choreography of the fight just wasn't in their favor once it unfolded.
Yeah, we saw some toes got stepped on there.
Yeah. And it also looked like ONIC might have gotten a little bit caught off guard by the fact that AP Bren decided to turn and fight the heroes instead. But it's up to Rockhart now to explain that game number 1. Rockhart, say something smart.
Can I say something just a little bit below average? But, thank you so much for that. Here is the analysis for game number 1. And it was fun to watch. No, not gonna lie, I mean, we all know who came out on top there, but for me, it was still very much a coin toss. MVP for that one, I think, still definitely gonna be Few. Like you guys mentioned, it was so crucial. His catches on that one, these stats I don't even care about the stats right now. I care about exactly what Few did in those clutch moments. And another, again, a living example of where age just doesn't really make that much of a difference as long as you know what you're doing. And that's why we still win, and that's why you can still beat up kids in the ranked games. That's exactly what you're going to expect from Few here, and that's exactly why I think that Few is... that Valentina pick was so crucial just to ensure that even though the Faramis is going to get picked up, it was still going to be a bit of a fair fight. As you can see, in the early game, obviously Few wouldn't be able to do that much. And even with the hard guard on Ogwen, I think there was still some shining moments that Ryzen could have actually just gone straight into the jungle. But these were all very much controlled by AP Bren. Their control around the mid and their objective control in this game was phenomenal. Up until the very end where it wasn't. Just because, ONIC was actually hitting their power spikes a little bit earlier than we thought they would. And they were getting to a point where Nets is becoming a very formidable, normal attacker here. And again, Gem with these small moments of brilliance that you can't really put to numbers that results into the fight just breaking out even. Even after this one, I was looking for Super Marco. Oh my god, he's alive. Right there, he's getting hunted down by Gem. I didn't know if he was going to live or not, but Ogun made sure of that. And after that one, after that Lord, it didn't matter where the Lord went. It was just going to be AP Bren winning that out with the massive numbers advantage. The bodies just are going to have the advantage here, even if Super Prince does survive, which he doesn't here, with the help, that's courtesy of Flap TZ. It was still going to be AP Bren coming out on top, no matter where the Retribution landed, no matter who got that Lord. And the tower takes, I think this was exactly why we were talking about here in the early game, where AP Bren made sure that Nets was starved for gold all game long. It was so crucial for that tower count to be as low as possible. He doesn't get the global gold. He doesn't get that global objective gold as well coming in from the turtle, from the Lord. Means that the win condition here for ONIC on making sure that Nets was super fed super early did not happen. It came to a point where it was 15 minutes before, we could call a fight that could go in favor of ONIC. And that's exactly where AP Bren, I think, shines, right? Their early game to mid-game control, they know where, or they know when their opponent is going to be very, very strong. And they played into that as much as they could by winning out these lanes, win out these objectives. It was a very characteristic Bren game for me, to be honest. Yep, monster gold stolen. It was also Kyle TZ making sure that Ryzen was in control. I mentioned that Ryzen was one of the heroes here in this game, or one of the players here in this game that could have broken out. And he was pretty much 100% in the team fights. And Kyle TZ was very instrumental to make sure that he wasn't, out of the leash. He wasn't unleashed by ONIC here. And that's also a reason why ONIC can't really go forward too much. Ryzen was just not as fed as we thought he should be, considering that almost most of the goal was coming into him as well as to Nets. So, yeah, I think that Nets just came in a little bit too late here, and most of the fights were won by AP Bren. And that's exactly why I think we can still talk about how Bren just won that through just pure macro.
I think we can also look at it as the point of, I remember one of our discussion points was that the gold lane matchup would be so crucial Nets just lost in the gold lane against Super Marco.
Yeah, number one was, obviously, I talked about that, right?
Yeah.
They lost out on the gold lane, the global gold from the turret, even lost out on the matchup.
It was tough too because right before that game-ending team fight happened, Nets, like you mentioned, he came in a little bit too late because he had just picked up the Malefic Roar, I think it was, and the Wind of Nature right before that fight. So it's like if they could have maybe bought, 3 to 5 minutes, I feel like they would have been in a better position because we were already seeing things fall into place, especially with Gem on that R-lot. But, unfortunately, it was a little bit too late for them. AP Bren wasn't going to let the ball slip out of their hands that time.
Yeah, well, folks, that was game number 1. But, of course, MDL Philippines actually just ended their regular season. So if you want to watch out for them, here's how. Nice and how.
You can like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines for Facebook. It's facebook.com/MDLPH.official. And for YouTube, it's @official MDL Philippines. Can't wait for their playoffs.
Yeah, man, it's been great. They've been doing a lot heading up to it. And, of course, we've also seen them guest here in the MPL. Watch out for the MPL-PH playoffs. Hey, I think we have something here with Infinix as well.
Yes, this is also brought to you by the official sponsor of MPL Season 12, Infinix Mobile. Featuring their newly launched ultra clear smartphone camera, the Infinix 030 series with 4K, 60 FPS, and 50 megapixel front camera. That is amazing for a front camera, of course. Get ready to capture your own stories. So thank you once again to Infinix.
Yes, we're up to 4K now. I'm just at 720p and 1080p.
Wow, imagine phones 4K.
Yeah, that's
4.
wild.
That is
wild, bro.
That's technology.
Yeah. It's wild how times have changed. No, it suddenly just hit me, dude. You know how you have those moments where you realize, wow, I'm old.
Yeah, everyone's recording 4K now.
Yeah, I remember when we were all just trying to get really good video quality in our flip phones,
Yeah, and I remember when people first heard of 4K and they're like, I'm not going to mess with it because it takes up so much space and you have to deal with this and that. Only certain phones or cameras can do that. Yeah, now you can have it in the palm of your hand.
Yeah, if you want to capture some really awesome memories when the World Championship comes here in the Philippines, get yourself an Infinix phone. And then at the same time, you can play a lot of Mobile Legends bang with it. When you meet up with the global MLBB community and you've got people from all over the world coming here to play. So, yeah, go ahead and make sure you get that. Story of the game, though, or the series, is that ONIC are now going to be heading into a game number 2 against an AP Bren that look like they've sharpened up the things or the qualities that made them one of the most feared teams heading into the season. We're seeing more of that again, and this time, Rockhard actually being able to close out the game.
Finally, right?
Yeah.
I think if you're an AP Bren fan, you can finally breathe. Oh my gosh, they're back. They're a little bit. They're getting there. Obviously, it wasn't as dominant as we expected AP Bren to be coming into this season. I know everyone was, we were coming into week 1, and AP Bren came out from huge victories.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh my god, they're going to clean up house.
Yeah.
But no, it's been super duper close. And this is exactly the form I was expecting AP Bren to be in, especially coming after their international victories.
It's funny that you mentioned, too, because I was kind of wondering myself, what was going on with AP Bren? Why did it seem like, yes, again, before this Game 1 win, they were tied points-wise with ONIC Philippines, right, 15-15. But still, relatively, I would say, before the season started, a lot of people were putting Bren probably at the top of the standings alongside Echo, right? And then you see them kind of go through this struggle throughout so far, right, the majority of the regular season. And again, like we talked about, they don't have this, 10-man roster where they can just change things in and out if they want to.
Yeah.
And that was part of the strategy, right, of especially the coaching staff, Coach Ducky and Bren out there, and what their game plan was, right? They wanted to build this roster, this team with the synergy that they have and that they've shown now locally and, internationally as well. And the proof is there. But that's something that can be said is because when you're kind of limited on what you can switch around and you have these obstacles in front of you through the regular season, you just have to figure it out, and I feel like this is one of those things where people are like, man, what's going on with AP Bren? They have these crazy leads. They're very good objectively, especially in the early portion of the game. But why is it? Why is it now multiple times throughout the season they've let the ball go and dropped games with an amazing lead? And this at least showcases maybe they solved that, right? We'll have to see if they can do it again. Again, this is just one game out of the series.
All right, so that's AP Bren. For ONIC, though, Rockhard, their first picks were Irthel, Fredrin, Faramis on the red side. We still don't know. They might switch sides here. What does ONIC now need to do to force a game number 3?
If they're gonna do this, I hope they don't telegraph it, because I knew it was gonna happen. Those first 3 picks, just add more tanks, exactly what they did, right?
Yeah.
I feel like if they're gonna do something like this, make sure that Bren doesn't know up until the very end.
Yeah.
Where if you're gonna pick up an airfill here, maybe an airfill would have been pretty obvious, but maybe slot in slot 4.
Yeah.
And then just add the element of surprise. ONIC knows how to draft. They just don't know how to draft in a surprising way. I've never been super surprised by an ONIC draft.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've never been like, whoa, did they just do that? No. Even their enemies are thinking that way.
Yeah.
So that's me for ONIC. I hope they can do that. They start working that into their draft. You know what I mean?
It feels like the only time we actually got that from ONIC this season was when they started picking up the Lilia more.
Oh, the Lilia. Yeah, I wasn't here.
Yeah. Oh. It's all right. It's all right. You were getting accolades for our country.
Previous.
You were
Yeah,
representing the
previous one.
country.
You were representing the country. Filipino esports athlete rock hard there, by the way. We're not messing around here. That's legit. Go to their pages and see what happened to them.
That is weird. Anyway, thank you so much.
It's an honor.
It's an honor. Thank you.
So yeah, that while all that was happening, yeah, I don't remember ONIC, previously before that week. I don't remember ONIC surprising me at all in the draft.
Oh yeah,
And
that's true. That's true.
And that's something that I think they should keep integrating into their draft if they want to get these Ws.
Okay, so if ever for ONIC, pick your gold laners, maybe in the second phase. The Faramis early on,
Surprises.
though, again, the Valentina was open. They could have picked that alongside the Fredrin in their first 2 picks. They ended up giving it to APB. And even though they were up against an Angela and Valentina, they didn't really give a lot of difficulty for the side of AP Bren because, I mean, they have a little bit of sustain, the control ability. We know how annoying Angela it is to invade up against an Angela.
Yeah.
So, hey, that Angela Gambit by AP Bren, rush first pick, actually worked out for them.
Paid off.
It paid off.
Yeah.
To be fair, again, it's so hard to do any wrong if you're an Angela pick right now. It feels like it come up against anything.
And I feel like AP Brand also supplemented it very well. Paired up with the Yuzong, so good. Welcome to the draft. Game number 2, and now they're switching sides.
There you go. Finally, ONIC respecting that, adding to the ban counter here of the Angela. And that's exactly what I thought they would do, because right now they're going to have to make it hard for Ogwin to work. And I feel like Ogwin just had such an easy game here. I didn't see him pulling any, he didn't pull any muscles coming into this one.
Yeah.
Didn't have to, right? Again, that game was very dominant for the majority of it, if not 90%, I would say, right? There was some fight back from ONIC Philippines, but maybe this is how they can start it better off this time for them, right? Especially, I'm interested in what do they feel like is worth that first priority pick here now that they're on the blue side.
What are going to be good options here available for them?
I mean, Valentina and Faramis are still something very high priority for the first two
Matilda?
picks. But there's the Matilda. Oh yeah, didn't get banned out. Beautiful.
Yeah. Great first pickup there. This opens up the Baksha, though, for AP Bren, if ever.
Yeah, it's an easy Kaltizi hero.
Yeah. There, Baksha Valentina, as expected for AP Bren. Now for ONIC, fast pickings going up around here.
That's right. We're not even breathing yet.
Very quick.
Matilda's great.
Matilda's great. Plug and play, right? Plug and play in almost any lineup right now.
Yeah.
That's a Matilda.
It's still, to be honest, it still throws me off a little bit with Matilda, like how long she's circling eagles. Like, it just,
Right?
you know,
I
like,
still don't know when.
It's such a deterrent. You're just seeing her going, "Caw-caw,"
Yeah.
and it's still going.
and she's
Still
still
going.
going.
How long is this going to go?
Yeah.
There's, okay, good answer though.
Yep,
They pick up
open
the
export. And Martis, just to make sure that you kind of can capitalize onto that aggressiveness that is allowed by a Matilda.
All right, so AP Bren here. What will their gold laner be? Will they lean towards Claude? Will they lean towards Brody? Again, the Matrix is still going to be an option if they want to go for it.
That,
But they, whoa! Okay, that's surprising.
See, so that's why Rockhart's point again. You don't have that reaction yet to basically ONIC Philippines just yet, right? There isn't these big surprises just yet. But I will say that even as we look at the draft index here, ONIC Philippines, I like the first phase better now for them than the previous game.
I agree. This is actually better as well for AP Bren because of the fact that you can't really throw these R-lots anymore willy-nilly because you can't beat a Uranus just like that.
Yeah.
It's going to take a lot of effort to beat this Uranus down.
Not much you can do. I've experienced that firsthand. I was like, oh, I'm up against Uranus. I think I can pick R-Lock here. Nope. Was not fun.
Yeah,
It was memorable in all the wrong ways.
it's gonna be just tough times ahead here, from what I can see for ONIC here, at least in the very early stages of the game, up to the mid. But at the same time, you know what? Their index just shows that their team fight is kind of on par, and they've got better burst. They can have more possibilities to burst them down. But then again, that is a Uranus. I gotta keep going back to Uranus.
Yeah, and we know when it comes to this hero, you are considering two things. One, the fact that he's one of the most, even though he's not known as a split-pushing kind of hero, the fact that he can literally just stay in lane and just keep pushing minions, he's just an absolute unit, exactly. And along with that now too, Rockhart, is that, bro, when everyone in ONIC is diving, Flapty is just going to be looking for the opposing marksman. That's why the bans on these specific marksmen are so good.
Yeah, actually banning out these marksmen just make sure that no matter who this is, it's going to be so hard for them to actually meet it up. They might actually be forcing the Irifel again.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm reading right now, because they need maybe one solid tank in
Yeah. Oh. Whoa, okay. Rafaela, is that going to be, it's either Bruno or, oh no, they took out the Bruno. Could be a
Bruno's
Beatrix.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bea. Or the Clint. Nah, maybe no. Maybe not. They need more
it's a bit
sustain, damage dealing. They need someone to break towers from the long range. They just don't have that right now.
I mean, not only that, but AP Bren's lineup just alone. Let's say even, you know, your Valentina is going to go ahead and take the Circle Eagle, right? Copies the Matilda. There's so much mobility over here for AP Bren that you want to be able to handle that. You want to be able to deal with that.
All right. Piece of trivia for you. When playing against AP Bren this season, most teams ban Kyle Teasy's heroes. 4 out of 5 most banned heroes against AP Bren are Kyle Teasy. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while, Farsa, and there's a Claude for ONIC.
Iksha. It's a lineup. It's a beautiful lineup for an Iksha. Because there's so many people that can keep you alive, so many people to front for you.
But there's so much dive and poke.
And that's Irifel. All right.
Again, mobility. I think that's the name of the lineup
Look
for
at
AP
that.
Bren here.
It's a red side. It's the same story from the previous game. It's a lineup made for an Irifel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But just not picked up in that first phase.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
saved.
It's now a little bit more like, can we slot in the Irithel? Now we can.
Now we can.
All right, here comes the index. A bit more rounded out here, but AP Bren still lacking in the burst as the last one, but looks good on the team fight, early to mid, and sustain damage.
This is the highest level analysis I can put for ONIC. They have a fun lineup. I can have some fun here.
Oh, they do, yes.
Yeah, so they can be a bit more creative, obviously, because of the Matilda as well. And they can do some crazy stuff. And more sustainable. X-Borg, great for the laning. Martis, great for that early to mid. And again, the late game is my only question mark here, I guess, for ONIC. But other than that, this is just, they're going to have fun.
Yep. ONIC's fun here, I feel like. If they can find a way and AP Bren aren't careful with taking care of their side lanes, it's very split pushable. You have a lineup here that's built for team fighting when you think about it, but one key piece in the Claude that can always threaten the macro game.
Ah, yeah, the Claude. Oh, beautiful. But my mind always keeps going to that Farsa who's flying around on the guiding wind.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I was thinking about.
Do that. You
That's
can
why
do that.
That's why I said it's fun.
Fun, yeah.
It's
Who's
fun
gonna
and
fly
it's,
with you?
it's like just dual airlines, basically. I mean, at this point, right? So, in a way,
People
you know,
flying around.
Yeah, as I was saying, like AP Bren was quite mobile themselves, but in essence, so is ONIC Philippines. You know, so it's I feel like with this lineup specifically for both of them, it's going to be a lot of like this kind of push and pull between both teams, like seeing who can get what out of each other before they actually utilize all their mobility, all their healing if they have, and kind of go from there.
Yeah, Ryzen already pushed out. Emblems here, a lot of agility on the side of ONIC Rockhard.
Yeah, they want to go fast because they're Onyx and they love Sonic.
That's true.
That's from an interview. That's exactly what they say.
Oh yeah, that was.
Oh.
That's why we thought they were hedgehogs, but
That's
they're
right.
actually porcupines.
It's weird.
Yeah, it is. You know
So-
what I want to see?
What?
I want to see Gem while spinning around in the last Insanity flying using the guiding wind. That would be
there it is.
terrifying.
That would be. I actually never saw that.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that yet for some reason.
Let's see if it's possible. By the way, mid and roam go Vroom. Most used tier 2 talent in patch 1.6.20 with a use rate of 31.30%. It is commonly used by mid laners and roamers. That is Wilderness Blessing for you.
Yeah, you can do that here. Just don't do that on your ranked games, because if you do that on your ranked games, you just don't have damage.
I like it.
I like it. I still do.
I use it on my guard.
No, I mean the ones that I play against. Or they don't have damage for some reason. They,
in the mid?
oh, look at that.
There's some damage right there. They're going to be in trouble. Already getting that flicker out. No kills just yet. Ryzen, though, working on that turtle here. AP Bren. It's going to come down to a show off. Kyle Teasy securing it under the nose of Ryzen. Already going to force that last Insanity out as well. AP Bren takes the first turtle.
He's so menacing, right? Flapteasy just walking straight to your face right before the retribution battle happens. It's like, yeah, go ahead, try. It's so scary.
Yeah, that was a flex. I'm not sure if our mics picked it up, but there were a bunch of oohs in the crowd once the Retri battle was won by Kyle Teasy. Because it looked like he literally was just standing there and said, Retri, mine.
It's so easy. I feel like this is a lineup that enables that so much as well. And there's only so much that Perk Ziva can do. He can only just keep people alive. He can't really stop the dive from happening.
Yeah, again, at this point, you know, because this has been the trend so often when teams play against AP Bren, you want to be able to go ahead and secure that turtle. And I know that's what Ryzen wanted to do, right? But because of the poke potential as well from AP Bren, it kind of gave them that favor to just do that for that first turtle. So, you know, luckily, no one has gone down just yet. So if they can keep it together, lead into the next objective if that's what they're looking for. Again, they have the tools to find a pick-off as well, but ONIC Philippines might be a little bit playing on the safe side for now.
And right now there's a lot of action around the middle portion of the map that seems like AP Bren, they're not in a rush to actually try and stop Nets. They're confident in their ability to be able to secure the turtles and then build their lead from there, but I still feel like they have to respect it. It is still a Claude that potentially could be the biggest problem of AP Bren by around the 9th, 11th minute mark.
Also a huge comfort hero for Nets. Way before all of this started, he played that Claude to a T. So, yeah, timers definitely are active for both teams. Like, who's going to pick it up first? Because Irifel, I think compared to Claude, can kind of ramp up faster, especially in the laning phase where Irifel can output so much more damage.
Okay, big fight potentially coming up as Flapteasy is cutting up top. There's Perks. Whoa!
Okay, gonna go in with that circling eagle. Fuel gonna use that last insanity that he took. Won't be able to find anything just yet. Has to flicker around, but the response from Gem. Gonna chase him down. Few falls here. First blood for Gem. ONIC Philippines on the run as well. Oakland, the one to fall here. 2 down for AP Bren, but they're looking to clap back. They find Gem, take him out. It's a 2-for-2 trade. No one taking the turtle just yet. Both junglers still up.
That looks so good, but ONIC actually exhausted so many things for them to get to the point where they can chase. So it looked good, but they didn't really get the results that they wanted.
Yeah, they committed a lot without knowing where Super Marco exactly was. It allowed him to use his ultimate and just push, and now this is what we were talking about. Nets will be split pushing up top while AP Bren get objectives.
See if they can find Super Marco here. Could be in trouble. Circle heal again. Couple hits away. Still gonna be up. Good heal though. Comes through. Ogwin now on the run. Feathered airstrike popping as well. No one going down for AP Bren. They might keep the pressure here in the bottom side. ONIC though happy with that top turret. Kyle Teasy going to keep them at bay. Some of the other members still rotating, but they call it off for now.
It was one of those moments where you know everyone was looking at a specific place on the screen. The HP bars of the Irifel.
Wow.
That was funny.
A massive holy healing coming in from Ogwin. Clutch. And good thing Super Marco also changed the direction where he was walking. So you saw him like right at the edge of that feather there. So he was like, no, I'm out of here. It's a good thing that he was able to get away, but that was a great call by Super Fritz to try and take him down with a feathered airstrike. Just couldn't reach that Irithel, of course. And now, still, what we were talking about. The threat of ONIC's macro game here with the Claude and the split pushing that they're known for, especially in this season, has to be something that Flapteasy on this Uranus has to do with a little bit better. But so far, all the situations have called for Flap to be with AP Bren.
The big bonus here is that, wait, hold up. I think they won the fight, but yeah. See what I'm talking about there. Just a little little bit.
That's what I was saying earlier, guys. I was like, you know, it's going to be the battle of push and pull, right, from both teams. Like, they're going to do that. They're going to try to heal through it, kind of extend some of these team fights the best they can. But ultimately, those big impact resources of ultimates will be down, and then it kind of comes down to how they play around that.
So as I was talking about earlier, the biggest advantage that Nets has compared to game number 1, he doesn't need to face Super Marco head-on.
Yeah.
He can just go up on other lanes and farm.
Oh, they want to go head-on here, but nothing. You know, again, utilizing that. We'll see if there's a response. So far, none. But the Turtle's going to be up. Feathered Airstrike comes down. Few holding on to the Circling Eagle as well. Nets fall. Again, like the game before. It's a solo kill off camera. And that's going to be the third Turtle as well, going in the hands of AP Bren.
That is massive. Super Marco is just flexing on Nets right now. 2 games where we saw Nets lose a 1v1 in a very crucial moment. Although he could have gotten some help by Kyle Teasy, but now it looked like it was just Super Marco. All Marco.
Man, Super Marco can do no wrong in this series so far, from what I can tell.
Oh, they stole it too.
Oh, that's just insult to injury right
man,
there.
AP Bren is now just running along with it. And it's good to see that they picked up the pace because now they're respecting the macro and minion management of ONIC, something they've really shined with and why they've had the success that they've had because of how well they're managing the rest of the map during objective fights. But AP Bren keep flexing on them during the objective fights that those macro pushes, those split pushes, aren't really amounting to much now. The pressure's still there, but AP Bren's just winning fights so much more.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to maybe one major mistake here for AP Bren because right now, they got a grip at the game, especially with Flap Teasy running around the map unchecked, left, right, and center. You just don't know when a wild Uranus is going to come at you.
Yeah, that's the job he's doing it. Oh, the stun!
Baptism going to come through. Gem also has immortality, so it's going to be fine. Nothing happened here just yet. I mean, at this point in the game, too, AP Bren will find things if they can. If not, it's better that they just wait for the Lord, right? They obviously are starting to garner themselves a little bit of an advantage as well in terms of gold, so they'll play around it. Few also holding on to that Circling Eagle himself.
Wow. Ogun did a really good thing there, just a little bit. He actually cut the minion wave and disrupted its flow just so that the minion waves in the bottom are pushed a little bit more forward. It's a small thing, but that looked really good for Ogun.
Yeah, right now Ogwin is definitely going to have to just patrol a lot more, a lot better. And as long as he can do that, there's no one that actually can take him by surprise. That's the fun thing about Ogwin on the Rafaela right now. No one can like go straight to his face then stun him nonstop, right? So the Rafaela is basically untouchable. And it's becoming so hard for ONIC to engage on him, as you can see, with especially with Flap on the sides. Just, I don't know what to deal with right now if you're ONIC.
You see Flap, he's always just constantly looking at the top side and wherever Nets is split pushing. Now let's see, it's 4v4, but Nets might be on the way here to help out ONIC.
Want to force it.
Oh, this is going to be tough. Again, Feathered Airstrike going to come down. Few using that Circling Eagle himself. They're looking to cut them off here. Still going to ignore the Lord for a little bit longer. Now Kyle Teasy forcing him back. Flap Teasy still holding Nets at the mid lane. Lord
Super
went
Marco.
through. Yep, a little reset. Super Marco there, going to push it. Still forcing the members of ONIC Philippines back here. Now Lord, less than half health. Nets, not even a part of the fight, decided to go ahead and push up from the top side. They're going to go for it. Kyle Teasy trying to get Gem. His immortality is going to be popped here. And the Lord, it looks like it's going to be secured by Kyle Teasy. Nets getting that tier 2 turret down, but his team is now dealing with it as Gem fell.
What a play there by ONIC, but AP Bren again still just flexing on them in the objective team fights. This Nets is split pushing, he's breaking towers, but it's not that big of a threat. You saw there, Rockhard. At one point, Flap was just like, yeah, I can just give this up.
And no, again, this Uranus pick is just so smart. I have to bring it up. You don't feel it, but he's just controlling the map all by himself.
Yes.
He's controlling all of these lanes, and there's very little that ONIC can do.
Yeah, he's basically like like I said, he's a unit, right? He's a super powered minion at this point. Gonna push him back here. He's too menacing. Super Marco grabbing a kill. 4-0-1 now, having a massive game on this Irithyll as they get ready to push in with the Lord on the top side.
Good effort from from Nets there, but yeah, it didn't really result to much, didn't it?
Yeah. threatening to end is AP Bren. Ultimate still available. No Feathered Airstrike for Super Prince. Here comes the Lord and here comes APB. They're still not pulling away.
Gem going to have to force it back here. Feathered Airstrike trying to keep them at bay. They hold on to the turret, though. It's a couple hits away.
Yep.
But ONIC holding on.
It's important that they already popped the boom booms, because if you pop the boom booms, it's going to make your pushes so much easier. I think even the bottom side was, if I remember correctly. No, items-wise, you can see that Nets is still struggling to catch up here. He's going to lock in that Wind of Nature soon, so maybe that's going to give him the confidence that they need to actually fight in a straight-up battle, because it feels like they're just pulling and pulling and pulling non-stop without any results going to ONIC, and AP Bren just winning out these clashes.
Oh, that's so true. Nets, one of the biggest problems he has on him right now is if he finally does decide to join in the fights and ONIC say, you know what, I think we need a little bit more of your damage. He has 2 Blade Armors to go up against. There's a Blade Armor on Kyle TZ, a Blade Armor on Flap TZ as well. So the beefy boys of Bren have itemized really well against the Claude.
They're going to find Perziva here, pushing him back. All this for that orange buff. You can see how decisive, though, AP Bren's rotation can be if they want to. And that's something to deal with. So both buffs looking to be stolen here from the hands of ONIC Philippines.
AP Bren also just having such an easy time avoiding these last insanities, avoiding the feathered airstrikes. It feels like it's second nature to them now.
Yeah, I think the movement speed of the Holy Healing from the Rafaela helps a lot as well.
Yeah, for sure.
And Few, it's just like, yeah, I know every time you see me, you want to use a feathered airstrike, so I have my dash just ready.
And Super Friends having a hard time just making things happen. Oh, I said it. Now it's gonna happen. No,
what's gonna happen?
It's not. No, the moment you call something out, you know, Super Friends is probably not gonna.
And then he gets the Lord.
And then he gets the Lord with the last
If he gets
hit.
it here, I will be scared. Can you please predict me winning $1 million?
Let's call that later on.
All right.
Yeah.
Actually, not just for me. For all of our viewers out there, $1 million, always good. But who will find the $1 million play here? This Lord is crucial for ONIC to contest, but AP Bren are not giving them any room.
Flap Teasy just doing what you do on a Uranus, keeping him at bay. So Lord's still going to be worked on. Kyle Teasy holding it into place. Ryzen trying to wait for his own angle here. Feathered Airstrike going to come through from the Super Prince. They know they don't have that now. So AP Bren playing with that advantage. They're still keeping things at bay. Keep an eye also on Super Marco getting in position here on the Zerathil.
Wow, questionable feathered airstrike, but let's see, it might be able to come back just in time because AP Bren are in no rush to get this Lord.
Well, I think they should, because right now Super Friends should have that back up soon.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know what AP Bren's waiting for here.
Well, I think this is the go. Super Marco going to jump in, pushing him back a little bit further. Perziva and a Gem trying to be that front line. Ryzen as well. Lord now still less than half health, being held by Kyle Teasy. They just keep healing. Ogwin going to have to flicker out. They're still going for it. Lord being held.
Wow.
Perziva looking on the side. This is a very extensive Lord fight.
Oh,
Gem, immortality
that's
going to be popped. And they're going to be careful with that. Few going to poke as well. They're getting almost everything out of here. Still, the spacing is in favor of Marco. Going to jump in, forcing them completely on the retreat. Few goes in as well, takes a ride. Kyle Teasy going to get the Lord. And AP Bren, in a very long Lord dance, pushes ONIC Philippines on the defense once again.
Wow. ONIC could not find any room, and you felt it every time Nets would see either Flap or Kyle before Kyle started pulling the Lord away. He can't even get close or whittle down because of all these blade armors, these 2 blade armors on the side of AP Bren.
What actually amazed me was the moment that Super Marco just decided to walk straight to them.
Yeah.
Without anyone in front. It's like, they know when they can go and they know when they can't. And that's just amazing if you think about it, because the macro mindset that's coming into these players where, all right, there's no threat in front of me. I can just walk to their faces and flex on them.
Yep.
That's amazing.
And we go back to the Uranus pick that we mentioned here. It is the biggest boon or the biggest problem for ONIC right now. The Flap is a unit.
See if they can defend this. They're already losing their base turret on the top side. Holding on the best they can. AP Bren waiting for the next wave to push in here. We'll see if they press this situation. ONIC Philippines going to have to approach this very carefully. They're going for it. Flapsy's going to be forced out here. Perksiva not going to be able to find the connection he was looking for as well, but they hold on to the mid turret.
I feel like we've had so many fights, but it's only 2-5.
Yeah.
The kill score.
That's the power of, honestly, the Uranus and also the Rafaela.
That's true.
Like, the sustain is there. Another airstrike going to come through. A couple members quite low, but still looking for the follow-up. Few somehow still alive. Perksiva going to go ahead and use a circling eagle. Can't find what they're looking for just yet. Last Insanity comes down as well. Super Marco unleashing. No one going down yet, as Rockhart said. A lot of action, but no bodies dropping just yet. Still going to be putting the pressure on the bottom side. There goes Nets with the Blazing Duet. Can't find a kill just yet either. But ONIC Philippines holds on.
They're thick. They're too thick.
All of them are too thick.
It's just pokes on pokes.
It's the Matilda Rafaela difference, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
No one's just going down.
It's Matilda, Rafaela, you have a Uranus on one side, Blade Armors on the other, the Claude can't go in at all, Super Princess, Feathered Airstrike is barely felt by AP Bren. AP Bren are just out-poking ONIC right now.
I think Naisu put it best. It's just a push and pull.
Yeah.
Honestly, they're just pulling at each other.
Yeah, as soon as I saw the lineups, I was like, man, this is going to just be one of those matches, right? Back and forth, a whole lot of action, but no one dying, basically, you know? So especially when you start to get to this point in the game, we're almost at that 20-minute mark, where we know a lot of the, obviously, the immortalities come into play, and then eventually you have the Wind of Natures and Winter Truncheon, so it gets even more. But I will say, at least for Nets, he's done a great job climbing back up in the damage department on terms of against him, right, with Super Marco. So we'll see if they can actually convert it. If not, maybe we see him just keep pushing the split push that he's known for. We'll see if he can pull it off here.
Yeah.
But it will get increasing more difficult, especially as these Lords get taken here by AP Bren.
The only positive I can think of is that ONIC has higher ceiling to increase their strength because of items.
Yeah.
They have more. If they catch up, they're going to catch up to 6 items, right? It's going to be a more even matchup. But right now,
oh, they're going to press this one. Flap TZ going to heal back up. Using that Consecration. Still on it quite low as well. They've got to be careful how they approach this. Few going to jump in. He has the circling eagle. Oh! Members! Super Marco now to capitalize off it. Gets the double. Gem there as well. He's the next one. Flickers out. Triple kill for Super Marco. A great setup from Few. And now this looks like it could be it. AP Bren just running it down mid. Looking to end the series in a sweep. They've got one cannon minion. They're focusing on the crystal. Going out in style. Trying to get another kill. They're trying to hold on, but that's not going to be enough as AP Bren sweeps ONIC Philippines.
No redemption. Definitely none, because it is a sweep yet again for AP Bren. This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Few sets up Super Marco with a triple kill.
yeah, two straight MVPs for sure. He's a match MVP in my book. The captain himself, man, the idol of the kids. He's showing up, and he's showing how it's done.
And a good show of sportsmanship between our two squads. If it's not gonna be Few, it'll make sense if it'll also be Super Marco. Maybe even Flap.
Even Flap, yeah.
Right, it's such a low-key pick, but it's affect every team fight in the entire game. You're looking at the Uranus and like, how are we gonna deal with that? Our Claude is barely scratching him, and when he does scratch him, he just gets healed and he has a Consecration.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, he's literally just like a super, like he's the commander of the minions. You know, when they're super buffed from the Lord? Like, that's what Uranus is. Yeah. He's literally like the chief minion, right? And you mentioned it earlier in the game, it's around the mid-game even, Renmar, like, him alone, Uranus alone, is controlling, like, these lanes. And that's all you have to do. You have to just park him in a lane. And it usually handles a lot of even the pressure that Nets was trying to put on across the map, right? Trying to push, split push, do the whole maybe possible backdoor thing. But not only that, just the fact that you have Uranus, he has his own great sustainability. But then you pair it in with Ogwin on the Rafaela. Man, that's why we're seeing some crazy action-packed team fights, but no one actually dying.
Yeah. It's like, Poke, you're good. We're good too.
Welcome
go
to the
again?
support meta.
Yeah, welcome to support meta. That's what the Flask of the Oasis has done to our wonderful and beautiful game. But hey, we're not complaining. It's just really funny to see.
It's really funny.
It's just like, oh, they're all 50%. Okay, they no one dying?
Yeah.
And there's stuff like that. And another interesting approach there by AP Bren was that you saw ONIC how always they had to worry about Flap TZ or Flap TZ and then just Super Marco. Because Super Marco was really holding on to his ultimate really well.
Yeah, I mean, all of them were, actually. Super Marco, even at the very end, he was the last one to go in. He would usually just wait on a bush for everyone to use their ults and go in. It seemed like AP Brent had a solid game plan for Super Marco, and he was very much informed.
That's why it worked out so well, right? Because I do think that this was apparent that AP Brand had a little more sustainability, obviously, right? Especially to the fact that they have the Rafaela and then the mobility there. And that's why we saw Super Marco shine so much, because he held on to the trigger finger very well. And then when it got to the point where, okay, we're still sustaining, but look at ONIC Philippines, they're like pretty low. Maybe Super Marco, now's your time to shine. And that's kind of what he did. He just jumped in with a heavy crossbow, popped the sprint, unleashed.
Yeah, and that may be one of the key differences here. AP Brand had a really great trigger finger, good holding on to the abilities, but ONIC, it seemed like sometimes they were just forcing their ultimates to try and find something.
Yeah, and once those ultimates were popped, there was just no way for them to, to fight afterwards, post-fact. And also a big factor to me that there was barely any crowd control that Super Marco had to be scared of, aside from the Circling Eagle.
Yeah.
Which is, he's already not scared of Super Friends because, the feathered airstrikes just not, even if they hit, don't really make as hard of a mark as I remember. I feel like the Farce I remember from way back then is so different from the Farce I remember now because of the healing meta, because of the shielding that's provided by all these heroes.
Exactly. One of the things that you pack up in your hero lineup when you're up against burst is just heal. That's one of the reasons why teams don't like picking up the Novaria knowing that there's a Uranus up against them. Because even if you hit someone, or at least most likely you'll hit the Uranus, he'll just heal through it. Why, even though it's a healing meta, the Novaria, even though she still has a respectable slot in our meta, it takes a very special kind of performance to make her work. That's what teams have to consider. And why Farsa, I think she's still gonna be an option, but now even more so we're shown and reminded as to why we have barely seen her.
Yeah, and again, why so many times throughout the games, even not just here in our region, but across the board, you see so many of those bans going towards these support heroes, right?
Yeah.
Because realistically, these type of team fights can be frustrating. Like for a team like ONIC Philippines, like you are literally trying to lay down the artillery, right, so to speak, or try to fight and get to an angle where you can actually contest some of these lords. But then what ends up happening is it all just feels kind of pointless, right?
Yeah.
Like you're literally throwing everything you have at him, but by the end of it all, the health bars just go back up, right? So again, a lot of teams just solve it by banning those heroes out.
All right, again, congratulations to AP Brand. We're now going to go on over to them along with Mara Aquino on stage for their winner's interview.
Thank you, casters. All right, let me hear it from you guys. AP? AP Brand, congratulations. Nasa solo number 2 spot na kayo dahil sa sweep na ginawa nyo. You're at 18 points. Solo number 2, just right above RSG na 17 points. Now, if you may comment ka before, sinabi mo na kaya nag-dip yung performance ng brand prior to this day, nahirapan kayo mag-adjust sa meta. But now, na-sweep niyo yung kalaban nyo, you guys are doing amazing. What changed?
Siguro yung mindset din namin sa laro. Kasi nung mga last time, parang sobrang gigil lagi namin manalo eh. Kasi nga, galing din kami low streak. Parang mas focus kami sa manalo kaysa ayusin yung laro namin.
Paano nyo binago yung mindset nyo? Anong nangyari nung mga wala pang games, nung Monday to Thursday? Anong nangyari sa team?
Binago namin yung mindset namin na wag lagi manggigil sa kalaban. Lalo na pag lamang kami. Kasi doon kami lagi na mababawian eh. Kahit lamang na lamang kami, tapos pagdating ng 10K lead, biglang may mamamatay sa amin. Ganun.
Pero may magaling support na kayo ngayon ha. Oh, Gwen! Dati nagdidigi ka. Support ngayon. Nakikita ka namin mag-Angela, mag-Rafaela. How long did it take for you to master that? Master Ogwin?
After, siguro lose streak namin. Embrace ko na yung healing meta. Embrace ko na yung healing meta.
Oh, enjoy mo naman.
Medyo.
Medyo. Anong masasabi mo sa performance mo?
Okay naman po.
Okay naman. Eh, by the way, ang alam ko meron tayong ano dito ah. May birthday boy tayo dito ah. Super Marco, happy birthday! Wait guys, can we... Isang mabilis lang. Okay, isang mabilis. Happy birthday! Everybody! Happy birthday, Super Marco! Eh, by the way, meron kang pinost mga a week ago. Sabi mo, guys, punta kayo ng MPL Arena. Magsasalita ako ng madami. Okay, dahil birthday mo, ano ang birthday wish mo?
Ang birthday wish ko ay long live sa family ko tapos makapag-upper bracket kami this season.
Oh, mag-upper. Parang very, very, very doable naman. Nagko-comment si Flav. Ano yung comment mo? May reaction ka dito eh.
Ano daw po? Gusto niya raw po kumaldag kasi birthday niya.
Oh, ikaw yung magpapagawa sa kanya. Tulungan mo ako. Ikaw yung papagawa. Kailangan ata ng tulong. Flap, ikaw din. Gawin mo. Together.
Yung ganun.
Okay, yung ganun. Alright, 1, 2, 3, go.
Hindi, sabihin mo, happy birthday to me.
Okay, sabihin daw happy birthday to me.
Hindi, kayo mo muna. Happy birthday to me.
1, 2, 3, go.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! And now it's time to announce the match MVP. Let me hear some names. Sinisigaw niya si Marco. Sino? Louder! Okay, tingnan natin kung tama ka.
Super Marco.
Tingnan natin kung tama si Flap. Let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Super Marco! Super Marco, sabi mo nga magsasalita ka ng marami pag pumunta dito sa MPL. Ano pa dapat ang i-expect natin mula sa brand? Ngayon, number 2 na kayo. Ito ba yung matagalin ng hinihintay? Ito ba yung goal nyo? What can you say about what else we can see about AP brand?
Tuloy-tuloy na panalo kasi panalo kami ngayon eh. Bali, may momentum kami sa linggo. Tapos sunod-sunod na yun.
Okay, now, anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon, sa lahat ng kumanta ng happy birthday sa'yo?
Salamat sa mga bumati tsaka sa mapupunta tsaka sa mga sumuporta sa amin.
Alright, once again, one more time. Let's all say it together. Happy birthday, Super Marco! Happy birthday! Palakpakan natin sila Super Marco and AP Brand. You may now take your bow. And take your walk. O, bow muna. O, bow muna. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Oh, it's gonna be a great celebration for AP Brand tonight. With that sweep, nakakuha sila ng 18 points and they are now at solo and number 2. We're gonna break down that game for you, so we're gonna go back to our casters. Paso.
Oh, Gwen looking like he was excited to celebrate Super Marco's birthday there.
He's ready to go to the gym.
You're ready to go to the gym, forgetting to bow with the team before doing the walk-off. But hey, congratulations to AP Brennan. They mentioned it. Few mentioned they fixed their mindset. Sometimes we'd have a massive lead, we'd mess up, we're always a bit too eager to end it, but now they stuck to it. Now let's go on over to the analysis with Rockhart to explain how AP Bren won that Game 2 against ONIC.
The analysis here is going to be very straightforward because I think Captain himself analyzed it quite well already. Apparently, it was all about mindset. The way that Brent played today, it did feel like it wasn't just a huge swift change-up in their mindset where they know they got the lead, they know they got the advantage. Why are we drilling down too much on the kills? And in the end, it did not really. They didn't need those kills, right? 7-1 right now is going to be the score line for Super Marco, who did not die in this game. If you notice, And I think he really did deserve that, considering that for 2 games straight, he showed up on that lane with solo kills of his own and really showed Bren what he was made of. Right now, ONIC, I feel like they were very small moments where brilliance could have actually struck. And I was looking forward to those. Obviously, everyone's eyes are on Gem when he was chasing up on the few here. And again, you have to keep thinking about the problems that movement actually did present. It was actually expending too much of their resources just to get these kills in order. And I think ONIC also at the very end realized that, guys, we also don't need kills. Let's just play to our core comps advantage, where their comps advantage was actually just also nets. And the problem with that is Super Marco obviously had Nets' number already. And it was very apparent up until the very end here, where you would notice that AP Bren just Super Marco just walking straight up. He was not afraid of any crowd controls. He was also not afraid of any major retaliation. And here, that beautiful, super clippable moment there from the captain, knowing that the captain is capable of these things means that he can basically do whatever he wants and he can basically do no wrong. It was up till the very end there where I would think they did not need the Lord, and they obviously knew they didn't. And AP Bren just banking onto what Super Marco could do and making sure that ONIC knew what he was capable of. Overall, this is the kill map that we have, where the kills happened, and most of them actually happened with Super Marco helping out after the Lord fights. He would actually come in last after people have already used their ultimates, where he knew he was going to be safest. Obviously, aside from that solo kill that happened up on top side. But yeah, Super Marco had a beautiful macro mindset in this game, and he had the utmost trust in his teammates, making sure that everyone knew what he was going to do, and he was calling it, and the team was ready to catch him if ever it didn't work out. Good thing about AP Bren here is everything they did basically worked out. It worked out in their favor. They were able to make a lineup that had, there was a battering ram lineup, where all they had to do was keep the Irifel alive and your job was finished. And they also had the Uranus advantage, where the chief minion was able to basically dictate where the pushes were going to happen. So no matter what Nets did on that Claude, no matter where he went, he was going to be answered immediately by this Uranus. Again, all of that, because of all of this happening, Kaltizi was able to do the job well. Ogwen, Few, they were able to basically just play out what their heroes were going to do without the need for any of these kills, without the need for the gold influx. And AP Bren basically just flexed on ONIC in this one. Now the biggest problem that they might have faced here might have been Super Friends or Gem coming out with a crazy last insanity. But if you notice, even up until the very, very end, Super Friends' feathered airstrike just felt like literal feathers hitting you. It was so soft. Even Super Marco had no problems dodging them. And I think it's already second nature for players of AP Bren, because of the veteran nature of these players, to just dodge these skills. Dodge the feather airstrike and dodge the last insanity without any problems whatsoever. And all of these being said and done, a very easy to activate lineup, a very easy to initiate lineup here for AP Bren meant that it was not, they basically they didn't break a sweat here in this game.
All right. That was the series. ONIC versus AP Bren. Again, no redemption for ONIC. Swept yet again by APB. And let's see if AP Bren can continue this momentum as they put in their interview. Next matchup we've got going to be a hot one and a crucial one for the determination of the standings. Blacklist International versus a MNNE EVOS that are finding a good amount of momentum as well.
Yeah. I was going to say, they last week, from what we saw from them, they found some momentum. They need, now I know a lot of people are hoping for Blacklist International as well, but MNNE, if they want to stay in contention for the playoffs, I believe they do need to obviously win this series as well. So it's getting dicey.
Yeah.
We're coming up at the last week, second to last week, and people, you got to keep in mind, MNNE is also trying to just not get swept here. But Blacklist, they're very crucial as well on the points.
Yeah, let's see who's going to win that matchup. That'll be in just a bit. Again, it's R&R, Rockhard, Naisu, and Reptar. We'll be back for the second series of the day, MPL Season 12. Don't go anywhere.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
I'm Ayon Usi po. IGN ko Ayon. Mid laner ng Blacklist International.
I'm Kim De La Cruz. IGN ko po Kim Poy. Roamer ng Blacklist International.
Ako nga po pala si Andro Peora. IGN ko po Andorio, ang jungler po ng Smart Omega.
Ako nga pala si Ezekiel Cavilan. IGN ko Spidey. Ang role ko ay jungler. Ang team name ko ay Smart Omega.
Ako si Brian Miles Santos. IGN ko is Spider Miles. Ang role ko naman is Roamer.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin bitaw na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Welcome back to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino, and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. Dalawang koponan na ang pinagbuklod ng isang stratehiya ang magpapatunay na tayo ay mas Pinas lakas. The red-hot White Tigers are looking to continue their dominance with their new reinforced lineup. Can their own take on the Ube strategy work against the very team that introduced this game-changing meta to the entire world? MPL Arena. This is Blacklist International versus Minana Evos. Oras na para sa bakbakan. Casters, pasok!
One team has had their code read. The other is starting to read and understand the code of the current meta today. One wants to really secure their playoff slot, the other finally wanting to get back into the playoffs. This is Blacklist International versus Minana Evos. It's a Reptar, Leo, and Midnight, and it's us, the We Bear Bros.
Yep.
How are you guys, gentlemen?
At your service, we're bringing this, I'd say, storied matchup. There's a lot on the line here, more than people think, more than just the points.
Yeah, you know, Minana Evos, again, as you've said, they are trying to bounce back from the history of not getting into playoffs, and they are on the road to do so. While Blacklist International, they've found themselves in a very, very difficult position. And in the story, in the history of the franchise, this might be just the lowest point.
Yeah, watch out. And if you want to continue watching, MPL Season 12 is also live on Smart's live stream app. Watch your favorite MPL teams battle it out and don't miss on any of the epic power plays. Download the Smart live stream app, now available on your device's official app store. By the way, we also have some tickets available for you if you want to join us here in the arena.
Before we head on to the match, let's share with everybody, you listening right now, you can watch and experience MPL Philippines Season 12 action live and on site. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to slashevent.com/e/MPL-S12 for more details. That's slashevent.com/e/.
All right, so now because of the changes in Week 3, we find ourselves in the healing meta again. We know Blacklist International, that was, maybe still is, their meta. That's what they were known for. That's what put them on the map. That's the code being followed by the world. But now they're up against someone here who has claimed this is my meta too. Spider Miles now going into the MPL verse. Will it be a canon event?
Isn't that the Miles Morales meme? Like,
yeah.
Spider sense to his face.
Oh, that's it.
That's
He has said it.
Yeah.
They've said it. This is our meta now. That's why we're playing Spider Miles.
Yeah, and you know, if you can recall, like week 3, with the meta just changed, they were able to kind of capitalize with Minana Evos' lineup, like understand how it works. It looked like they were playing Ube, even with Brusco AR, but it felt like last week it became more well-rounded when they put Spider Miles in, because historically he has played those support roles. He has been flexible with his prior teams, and now coming into Minana Evos, I think they found the right recipe to kind of pull off this amazing gameplay for Minana Evos, because they just understand the meta so well.
Yep, this young man, Brian Miles Santos, played 21 games in Season 1 of the MDL, now currently having played 8 games in Season 12 of the MPL. I've been looking for him for weeks, man, even before the whole big utility support hero patch. I was like, where's Spider-Mouse, man? Again, we all love Brusco. Brusco's amazing. Done work for Minana. But Spider-Mouse, bro, look at him.
Yeah, he just looks different, right? In terms of hero pool, you see Brusco AR rocking those Lolitas, those Groks, but Spider-Mouse is different. He's built for the current meta. He's rocking those Rafaelas, those Faramis, Digis, and it's a benefit of having a support player play in the position 5 role. He understands perfectly well these support heroes.
Yeah, and he will be the key here for Minana EVOS if they want to make a run similar to their MDL Philippines Season 1 run when they were the next play Tiger Cubs. With Spider Miles leading the charge and just saying, I'm going to go non-stop healing, they went on an insane run, almost making it to the MPL-PH playoffs. Now here in S12, it looks like they're channeling and tapping into that spirit again. They swept Omega last week. They defeated TNC Pro Team, avenging their initial sweep against them 2-1. Minana EVOS, can they do it and continue it against Blacklist? Because the first time we saw Spider Miles was against Blacklist, and they took a game away from them.
Crazy, right? Because you're looking at historical matches, and week 4, it feels like it's Spider Miles, weekend. Like every single tournament that he's been in, come week number 4, adjustments are made. He's able to perform well with his teammates, getting all victories on MDL-PH Season 1, and now getting all victories in week 4 of Season 12. And I feel like that's gotta be not just a hidden story. It's also the understanding of how this player works. And I know Miles personally, he is the type of player to kind of like review games all together with his teammates and come into weeks wherein you have an ample size of matches to watch. He's gonna be able to give input to his teammates. Gonna be able to acclimate to the current meta, apply those techniques towards himself. And I feel like, again, the difference of having Miles in this roster is you add that variety and spice with Minana EVOS' lineup.
And this is coming from a team that is on the up and up. Again, a lot of good things happening for Minana EVOS right now. They figured out this 1 and 4 roster. Again, it's the Archives, Tiger Cubs plus Doming. And then they beat the teams that they've been looking to beat last week. And they're facing off against Blacklist International, who is struggling right now. Just again, for all those watching, if you didn't catch last week, Blacklist won not but a single game. Not a single series rather. They won a game, but the series, again, between Dorky and Horse and Dorky, it was not looking good if you were an agent.
Yeah, last week they were swept by Echo, Blacklist International, then lost to RSG 2-1, and then were swept again by Omega. So yeah, Blacklist are going to go into this recalibrated, and I think it boils down to also the factor of teams now also really understand how to play against this version of Blacklist. After 3 weeks of, they've suffered some losses, but they look comfortable in their own skin. They were fighting now, especially I feel like we saw it when they went up against RSG Philippines. Teams have read into them and understand how they like to play.
Yep, so what is the new evolution? Where is Horse to go, right? A good thing is they figured it out in the group stage, in the regular season. Bad thing is, how much further can they grow? These are relative veterans, right? Compare them to Dorky. Horse has a lot of years under them already.
I mean, the thing is, Blacklist, they are in a spot where they have to understand the current meta, even though it's ironic because this is supposed to be the Ube playstyle. Do keep in mind, V-Wise is not here, and they still have to kind of embrace the Blacklist gameplay. But I feel like at this point, it's no longer the case because you don't have the usual Gorge, you don't have the usual Eves on this lineup. It's mostly just, I would say, personally speaking, it's mostly just Edward performing well on the EXP. But in terms of overall gameplay, Blacklist is kind of having a hard time trying to embrace this current patch.
Yeah, and they're going to be up against a team that have embraced this kind of play style that almost gave them success in their first season in MDL-PH, and now they are hungry to prove that with a young squad such as theirs, the pressure on their shoulders to finally bring the EVOS brand name in the Philippines out of the gutter and into the playoffs, to finally make a run there. There's a lot on Blacklist shoulders going up against Minana EVOS. But to know more about our upcoming match, let's throw it over to our insider for more info.
Mukhang may gana naman ang mga audience natin sa MPL Arena para panoorin ang Blacklist International versus Minana EVOS na parehas gustong makakuha ng puntos para umangat sa ating standings. But speaking of standings, merong kinonfirm ngayon ng ating league operations mula sa Moonton, Philippines na kailangan nating isolve. Kuya, let's do the math. Alright. So, kung tayo ay magmamat today, kahit anong mangyari sa laban ng Minana at sa laban ng Blacklist International, ang possible na makuha ng matatalo sa laban na to ay pwedeng 22 to 23. So, Sino yun? May sumigaw. Alright. Ibig sabihin, kung merong matalo sa laban na to, ganyan ang pwedeng magiging puntos na max points. Ibig sabihin, hindi na nun maaabutan ang kupunan ng mga Orcas. Ibig sabihin, magiging playoff secured na ang Echo. Kahit sino ang manalo sa laban na to, ang Echo, tanggalin na nga natin to. Ayaw mabalo. Permanent pala, boss, permanent. Kaya tayo nasisisi online sa production eh. Permanent pala. Ang gusto ko lang sabihin, ba't pa tayo nagmat? Kahit anong mangyari sa laban na to, papasok ang Echo sa playoffs. So congratulations to Echo Philippines. Hihintayin na lang nila ang result ng laban na to. But still, congratulations. Still, good luck, have fun to Blacklist International and sa Minana Evos. Boss, hindi na perma-ink. Okay na. Okay tayo. Okay. Good tayo. Bato na daw natin sa ating mga casters. Go, guys.
All right, so that was pretty much just Manjin Faldas explaining to us that no matter what happens in this game, Echo will be securing the playoff slot, actually. So, congratulations in advance to Echo for being able to secure their playoff slot.
I now have a memory anchored to the fact that Echo is going to be in the playoffs. That's it. Like, it's secondary, to be fair. The dominance of our M4 World Champions and defending champions, no. Permanent marker, yes.
Yeah, it may have been just a gig, but it sure looks like a permanent thing. Because after this, again, nothing is going to change the fact that Echo will head to playoffs. And some people will feel like it might have been too early. It's week 5, and we only have 1 week left. It's no longer a 8-week regular season. It's just six weeks. So it's kind of like understandable that Echo, with their dominant performance, not losing any series at all, is able to go through that playoff spot. But again, what's most important here is these two teams in front of us, Minana Evos and Blacklist International, are also trying to vie for that playoff spot. Because Minana, they are still fighting for that playoff spot since season, time immemorial.
Yeah.
But Blacklist International, it's a difficult and different spot to be in because now you are fighting for a playoff spot. That is not something that I would say when I talk about Blacklist International.
So with Echo taking that spot, right, regardless where it is, 1, 4, 5, 6, does that make the bottom of the qualifiers for the playoffs tighter, right?
Yep.
Does it make it harder for Minana, Omega, and TNC to even fight for it? Because that's one slot for sure, regardless.
Yeah, if ever Minana Evos, if ever they get to secure 3 points here, if ever they sweep Blacklist, here's what happens. They climb all the way to 5th place because they beat Blacklist in the head-to-head. They'll be tied with them with 13 points. Omega will be behind with 12 points at 7th in the standings. So a sweep victory here by Minana Evos makes the bottom portion to middle portion of our bracket so much more intense. 2 points still will make it intense, but 3 points will really make it spicy.
It puts more pressure to the bottom two, for sure.
Yeah.
Because again, you already have that top spot blocked off by the Orcas. And again, whoever wins in this series, especially if you get 2-0, that's gonna change like a lot of the the group standings. And I feel like, again, the pressure is not all about just winning. It's all about making a statement of we can still climb towards that playoff contention because the group is just, it's so tight. Like, points really do matter. Like, 1 point is just gonna let you jump off by two spots on the upper part of the groupings because, again, you're fighting for at least top 6 here. At the very least, top 6.
Yeah, and if you really want to aim this for the skies, all teams, and even APBR mentioned earlier, we want to run for that upper bracket slot. We know how grueling and gruesome that first round can be in the playoffs, especially so now when you potentially think about the teams. If it's Echo and APBR really in the upper bracket slot, you have RSG, ONIC, Blacklist. Right now, as it stands, Omega. If ever there's a threat, potentially Minana Evos. very it's hard to really predict which one of those are going to advance into the upper bracket. So I feel like now upper bracket really is the goal for the teams.
And here's the thing. If you're in the upper bracket, you are 2 best-of-5s away from M5.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That is true.
That's 2 upper bracket best-of-5 matches to the World Championship.
I mean, assuming you don't
Is my
lose
math
the
right?
first one.
Yeah.
Is my math right?
Assuming you don't lose the first one.
You're in
No,
the-
yeah,
you're
that's right.
already-
You are
Potentially,
two matches away from
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's
Can you believe that?
That's how close things are. The shadow of the playoffs and the M5 World Championships looms over the Philippines and the rest of the world. In Malaysia, a groundbreaking development where we won't be seeing Todak even compete for the grand finals after a very long time in MY.
I'm not over it.
Yeah, it's crazy. Congratulations, by the way, to Coach Arcadian, of course, everyone else in Red Giants advancing forward alongside Homeboys, SMG, and there is one more team that at the tip of my head, I had it with me earlier.
I think it was
but
RSG.
It slipped
No?
right now. RSG MY
Yeah,
there,
RSG
thank
MY.
you. And of course, all the qualifiers, not just for the M5 itself, but of course, the wildcard stage is going to be happening.
yeah.
We are gearing up for one of the biggest, if not the biggest, world championship. But before that, we have to talk about the MPL-PH playoffs first, and 2 teams who really want to get into it.
Teams have learned how to read the code, and that led to a tough week for Loot Street. But the agents are hungry to prove that they remain unbroken. Truly top tier, it's Blacklist International! The Tigers have said that this is their meta. They found the lineup that they want to roll with, that they are shining with. Can they finally break the playoffs code? Oras na para sa Minana Evos! And their coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Bitoy AR. MPL Arena, it's time to fire up for our second series of the day!
It's time to fire up Blacklist International. Oh, Heb, Sensui, Yue, Edward, and Renegade.
Horus has had a rough week last week. After debuting with Dorky, they had to pick up the scraps and say, you know what, Barangay, all right, we'll do better week 5. And here is the start of that doing better, right? They got to regroup and they got to focus. If anything, I got a lot on the shoulders of both Edward and... Wait, give me a second. No.
Yep. That's yours.
They got a little shuffle up going on.
That's your boy.
What's going on? Why might this be?
I mean, I kind of like this. I'm a huge UF fan, and I feel like Blacklist International, they feel the need to change. But on the other hand, the opposition, Minana Evos, they don't feel the need to change. They just had a good week with his starting lineup, and Doming AR, Kingson AR, Lancy AR, Lord Jam AR, Spider-Man's AR. I gotta say, man, they have this insane chemistry between them. They understand team fights, they understand peeling, they understand objectives, and they understand perfectly well how Doming likes to play the game. I watched the games last week, and it feels like Doming AR has gotta be one of the most consistent goal laners in the current regular season, and it's amplified with the 4 players that they have on the squad, especially when they yielded in Spider-Man's AR.
I thought you were going to say one of the most consistent Claudes.
Yeah.
Straight up Claude,
Yeah,
dude.
that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's a Claude laner.
Yeah, that's a Claude laner. I like that. And that's something that the Blacklist International squad has to watch out for here. Going up against MNNE EVOS, the Claude, the potential split pushes, playing around the map. Blacklist, they love playing those objectives, what we saw against Omega. And thank you as well to a wonderful little analysis shared to us by Oh My Venus NYs, talking about Blacklist struggles in terms of the chemistry between Haji and Renegade, and specifically calling for shots in terms of taking care of the map and taking care of the objective team fights for Blacklist International. They said, okay, we're going to do something different today.
Something tells me the MVP machine's playstyle might have been only good up to a certain point with the Hitman.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. You don't switch out the Hitman, you switch out Haji. So now it's the Magic Man coming in. I like it. Both lineups now have a 4+1 configuration.
Yep. Here's the thing. Yue and Haji, they're neck and neck when it comes to skill and technical prowess. But again, as you've said, I think the problem was Haji at some point was it just not like compatible with Renegade, especially when you switch around like so much with Renegade Zero Pull. And I feel like Yue is going to become a good addition here, considering that now Renegade is going to be the one who does the adjusting, because Yue is going to stick to that playstyle that we saw in Season 11.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be now Renegade taking over the captain role, if I'm not mistaken, because they've been vocal before with Haji being the captain. Now with Haji out, that takes the reins of leadership into the hands of Renegade.
He is co-captain.
Co-captain.
That is as written, and that is what I know. Given that I am the official, unofficial Renegade, the Hitman spokesperson.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you for the statement there. The ambassador.
The unofficial, official ambassador.
Unofficial, official ambassador
Yes.
to
I like it.
The Hitman Renegade.
Yep.
That's
we're
Leo.
trying to get the chapter put up here in Makati.
Okay.
Yeah. We have a whopping 2 members, so anyone
Who's
wants
the
to
other
sign
one?
up. Huh?
Who's the other one?
Can it be me?
It was him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
All right. I'm sure there are other conditions we need to discuss here. So coming up, it's going to be midnight with the keys to victory.
It's going to be a hot bout between Blacklist International and MNNE EVOS. And for them to be able to win in this upcoming match, you need to follow the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. Now, for Blacklist International, they need to be able to trust in Sensui's instincts. Time and time again, we've seen the jungler of Blacklist International capable of stealing so many objectives away from other teams, and it has been the fundamental truth of Blacklist gameplay. Whatever you do, whatever they are in, whatever situation they are in, even if it's a dire late game situation, Sensui is going to be able to contest the objectives from the enemies, and they need to be able to provide the support and trust for Sensui to be able to unleash his instincts onto the land of dawn. Now, for MNNE EVOS, they need to be able to react to Spider-Miles' AR senses. Again, we've seen his playstyle last week when he was able to play a flawless Matilda game, especially up against Omega. And this is the change that MNNE EVOS brought in with his new roster. They understand well, and they understand the support position better when Spider-Miles is playing that role, considering that he is a support player before, now rocking on in the roam role for MNNE EVOS. They're going to be able to execute team fights really, really well. Now, for both sides, need to expect and prepare for extended team fights, especially with Blacklist's peel strategy for OHEB, and of course MNNE EVOS delaying tactics for them to be able to unleash the split push coming out from Dumbing AR. Those are the Infinix keys to victory, brought to us again by Infinix.
Okay, so it's Sensui instincts versus Spider-Miles senses.
Instincts versus senses.
Spider senses Miles. No, never
Spider
mind.
senses Miles.
AR. Never mind.
AR. You know what? I think we
AR
can say
senses.
Spider senses. It's Spider senses. His name is Spider-Miles. He has the senses as well. So it's one. That's what we're going to be watching out for here. So yeah, I'm glad that we also brought up the condition team fighting prowess of Sensui, and that's a fancy way of saying he steals a lot of lords.
Yeah.
He steals a lot of turtles. But I think, again, as we mentioned earlier, one of the things teams have been doing, especially what Omega did against Blacklist International, is they realize, hey, they put a lot of effort into these turtles and objectives. What if we play the map more?
Yeah.
And again, with Claude in the hands of Domeng, that's a big factor.
Yeah, I like that you pointed it out, because the thing with MNNE EVOS is that they're not afraid to rock this Claude, even though
Busian.
he kind of Busian, he kind of got nerfed to the ground. Claude still does is still the only marksman that is able to do what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at Irithel, the Brunos, the Brody, they want to team fight, they want to take objectives with your teammates. this is basically anti-Ube. Because Claude likes to play with himself, likes to play by himself. And I feel like Doming AR, he understands the hero just so well.
Yes.
And Minana Evos is able to play around that fact that they're not fighting with their gold lane.
Yeah, just to build on that, if Doming AR wants to push turrets, and that's second nature to him, Claude wants to double lane, and he's the only marksman that's able to do it reliably. You can try it with other marksmen. Again, put Wilderness Blessing on a Beatrix for all I care, but it's not going to do what a Claude does.
All right, then that poses the next question here for Minana Evos, as he's dodging bullets and firing also, is if you are really known for your playstyle of doing your version of Ube with your utility healing, will there be enough room in that kind of playstyle to actually execute a split push?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you gotta answer it up with either a prepared plan or it's through the draft. Because Blacklist International, I think at this point, you have to respect the Claude. Even though, again, most teams, even me, thinks of the Claude as a dead hero. If you are able to play the hero so well, you don't really care. It's kind of like the same idea why Blacklist was so successful with S12. Even though the heal were at sometimes nerfed, they don't really care because they just understand why the hero works. And that's true with Minana Evo. So I feel like they have to give some respects to either picking up the Claude themselves on Oheb or ban it out.
Okay, so it's the healers banned out by Blacklist International. I never thought I'd say that sentence. Minana Evos, what's your first pick gonna be?
Dear Lord, how much do you hate when Spider Mouse gets his signatures? They open up with a Valentina.
Yeah.
Solid pickup. No, they're not going to bite the bullet here. I mean, all puns intended. They're not going to go for the Claude, not pick one.
Yep. But you have to think that Minana Evos, they got the upper hand already, securing that Valentina away from Yue.
And at the same time, Minana Evos, they can honestly still S this. There is still room in the draft later on for them to play it. Let's see if Blacklist International will read into it. No, Minana.
Oh, Minana. Oh, that's true.
Yeah, Spider Miles, that's one of the picks that they utilize.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but
it is him.
It is him. But with the Terizla and Fredrin, might be a little bit too difficult. Those beefy boys enjoy when a lot of people clump up together.
This is just a free Claude game, man. Like, if you're Minana Evos, you're confident enough at this point to just pick up a Claude. You're up against a Terizla and Fredrin. It tells you one thing. No catch.
Yeah. You go Claude Baksha, you go Claude Martis.
Claude Akai.
All of these are good picks.
Oh, I like the Claude Akai, honestly.
Yeah. Or maybe get the Claude now and get an XP laner, maybe a Yuzong or the Thams for Lord JMAR. It's a good matchup.
All right, the fact that there's so many junglers left means maybe they can leave it for the second phase. It doesn't matter.
That's true.
The Martis and the Akai are still out there.
Because you're forcing 2 bans from Blacklist.
Yeah. Minana Evos might even play the Barats. Whose choice is that?
Oh, I like this.
Minotaur. All right. Baksha. Okay, why do you like it?
Here's the thing. Fredrin and Terizla both wants to close the gap. And you're up against a Minotaur that can just turn team fight around you and can also heal the heroes that are being targeted by Blacklist International. And you're also up against a Baksha. That will just soak up most of the damage dealt by Blacklist International. It feels like, again, Minana Evos will try to run a Claude strategy in second phase if Blacklist does not respect it. However, if Blacklist bans it out, it sets up for a good Irithel game for Minana Evos.
Man, I don't know what Coach Bitoy and Coach DJ are on right now, but they've done so well to cancel what Blacklist is doing, like a tweet from 2013, man. It's amazing.
Blacklist, what are you going to be picking up? Okay, they pick up the Novaria.
I don't like this.
Okay. All right, so...
You can fight the Novaria with the Baksha, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, Novaria works well if you are up against catch heroes. Up against a Minotaur, Baksha, Valentina. They don't care. Get vision on me. Sure.
Hit me.
We're in front of you.
Yeah.
We're in front of you, right? Hit me.
Leo actually hit me just now. Drafted.
Don't take it literally, though.
Not literally, but...
Got it, thank you.
Okay, so, of course, with the Novaria, a lot of vision and info provided. The DPS for Minana is a little bit higher because of, well, we all know how Baksha works.
Yep. Damage is definitely higher, I would say, coming out from Blacklist International, especially with the Novaria scaling. I heard the Claude ban, by the way, so that's good. That's good for Blacklist International. Isolated team fights are also better for Blacklist International, considering that they don't have to deal with the Claude. But again, it sets up for a good Irithel game for Minana Evo, so they still have to worry about that aspect of Minana Evos' route because you can flex Baksha, Minotaur, and Valentina in so many ways, wherein you can either get a Brody, get a Bruno. These heroes are just hard to deal with, especially with the Baksha rolling around, soaking up 50% of the damage output of your team.
Yeah, okay. So Blacklist also read one of the things you mentioned earlier, Midnight. This could be a Claude game. They take it out. Should they ban out another marksman still?
Bruno, I'd say Bruno.
Take it out?
Either you try to play against it, because both Redden and Terizla cannot sustain the damage output of the Bruno. Oh, interesting.
So they ban out the two of the lesser evils, right? You get out the Ixia, we'll deal with the Bruno. Or we pick up the Bruno too. I think a Bruno's solid in this lineup.
I mean, if you have a Terizla, you don't really care much about the Ixia, because you're always a threat. But against a Bruno, you have to think about how you close the gap, how far he is away from team fights, and how much balls is he landing on your face.
Then maybe they pick it here.
Right.
Oh, maybe they steal it. Right,
Yeah,
you're right.
Pick it up for themselves. You do need that great amount of damage to deal with already. 2 beefy boys, which I'm sure will translate into 3. So this is going to be a lineup that's very frontline heavy for Minana Evos.
Yeah.
As you mentioned earlier, Midnight, Minana Evos likes to peel for their gold laner domain.
I like the idea of Leo proposing that Blacklist steals Bruno, but I feel like that's a bait. If you take Bruno here, it's an easy Yuzong and Idithil or Brody pick up for Minana Evos.
Ah, okay.
I guess you make your bed, you live with it, but
you pick your poison, right?
Yeah, pick your poison.
So they went with the Brody. That's a much safer option.
Okay.
But now you're still up against an Idithil and maybe still a Yuzong.
Yeah, Irithel and Yuzong, honestly, to me, sound like very good picks for Minana Evos.
Never mind, sorry. Idithil and Khalid sounds wonderful.
Khalid instead. Okay, personally, I'm one of those people who, if you have someone you want to cash in the back line, like let's say a Brody, it needs to be a less mobile mid laner.
Yeah, I agree.
The Khalid trying to cash a Novaria is so difficult. we saw it in Nation earlier in MPL-MY.
Yeah. But what I like with Khalid here is that the insta jump and the insta burst, Blacklist does not have the same sustain as Minana Evos.
Oh yeah, just so you have something to deal with. Okay, Khalid, Yuzong, both very good options to see what they go for. And it's the Toms that you mentioned way back as their pick.
They read into it. They're both expecting really long team fights. And the Blacklist are investing in the vision. Minana Evos win the re-engage, but here's the ultimate re-engage tool, why not? Is this, did I see that right? Is this the debut of Diggy?
Yep. It's the expert wingman.
5 weeks? It took 5 weeks for Diggy to show up and it's gonna be played by the Hitman? Wake me up, am I dreaming?
You're not dreaming. Here, I'm gonna pinch you.
What?
He did that right after I pinched him. That was kind of disturbing. Draft index.
All right, team fight is definitely much favorable for Minana Evos still. Although you remove the Minoan Fury aspect, one problem the Blacklist is going to face here is that the Fredrin and the Terizla is not going to be happy early game because you're up against Baksha, Minotaur, and also a Valentina with potentially a scaling Idithil that just snowballs early game. Because the thing is, you're not going to be able to stop Idithil from getting early game control when you have a Diggy.
And these are one of these scenarios where now this puts a lot of pressure onto Renegade and Yue to actually land and be effective with their abilities.
Yep.
And deal the damage. All these predictions. Blacklist International still favored to win here. 67% to Minana Evos, 33%. But there is something that I've been hearing about more lately though. Something about Diggy and being close to like an insta-win for pros when it comes to their, how do I call this? Their scrim results.
Oh.
Dude, Diggy is an absolute response, man.
Yeah, he's
Diggy
a menace.
Is the solution that Batman was talking about from the movie Dawn of Justice.
Yeah.
If there's a 1% chance, it's the Diggy. We have to take it as an absolute.
I like the way how you put it.
that was the line.
I like the way how you put it. Like, Diggy is not a pick, he's a solution. And in this game, I really like the idea behind it because you are up against a Minotaur, you remove that team fight aspect later on, but again, can you get past the early game timing of Minana Evos?
All right, let's see how this Diggy and Novaria combination will work against this lineup that Minana Evos brought out immediately. They're already respecting Doming AR's abilities in lane.
All right, Minana Evos, it's kind of interesting that Spider Miles didn't go with the gold lane first. He tried to secure more of the mid lane control over securing the early game for for doming AR. He did get punished though, but he has a tenacity emblem, so Idrithel can survive the lane much better against a Brody and Diggy. And again, as you said, they have to hit a lot of things here, like the bombs. It's not enough that you're threatening the position of Gold Lane, because Idrithel will always be able to take minions, especially with with her second skill. She's not going to be zoned out in the lane per se up against a Brody.
Yeah, well, when you think of team fighting, yeah, of course, it's obvious the time's journey of the Diggy, but it feels like this Diggy pickup is now even more so just to make sure OHEB can scale comfortably. Not just for the team fighting, it's more for OHEB.
It's like kind of like a comforting hero for Blacklist International, so that OHEB comes online in a safe manner.
By the way, agility is actually the most used Tier 1 talent, even in patch 1.6.20, use rate of 49.10%. As expected, XP laners, mid laners, and roamers, they need it.
So just to put that into context, folks, when you see a talent lineup for an emblem build, 50-50, almost, right? There's a chance that it has agility.
Yeah. Because 4% is just too much, right? 4% in early game, especially now if you pair up with a Wilderness Blessing. Oh, hold on.
Oh, here we go. Penalty zone answered back with one. Sensui falls, Lancey gets a kill, and another falls for Blacklist. Spider-Mouse scores, and that's a man up for Minana Evos as they go straight for the turtle.
This is what we mean when we said, like, Fredin is not going to have a fantastic time in the early game. Both Fredin and the Turizla, they just lose against Valentina and Baksha.
Yeah, okay, so there's a bit of an invade here by Lord JM. Actually, ended up peeling a little bit for Sensui. But yeah, Minana Evos, their well-timed collapse onto the members of Blacklist International. Just so good, just like the 455% damage rebate you can get in game.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist International, they kind of had no choice, especially with that team fight, because...
Oh, no. Reverse time, plus a stun, answered back. Spider-Mouse pulled him over. There's a torn-apart memory, not enough.
All right, I was saying earlier that the choice that Blacklist made to not commit with the Diggy on the team fight, because instead of going with that choice, Renegade just stay gold lane. And I think that's a safer bet, because you'd want, again, OHEB to be comfortable against this Idrithel, but you have to pay the price, right? So Sensui and Edward know for the fact that they will be facing up against 4 heroes of Minana Evos, which is good for Minana Evos' side, but this also means that Blacklist International is playing for their timing. They're playing to scale towards that mid-game where their lineup is so strong that they're able to deal with the Minoan's Fury. But the question is, how much can Minana Evos get in this early game time where Blacklist is not able to deal with the heroes that they have?
Yeah, and you see Doming also acknowledging that as well, just playing for the last hits and being very careful with his laning speed. But he finds OHEB. That's a lot of damage.
And it looks like they're going to oblige. Oh, Renegade didn't pull the trigger. Here comes Kaizen. Spots out Sensui in that bush. Pushing him back. No engage quite wet. Oh, early push on the Poisons there.
I was so sure that Renegade will use Flicker there for the reverse time, but they didn't feel like fighting. They're still there.
Oh, Lancey! Lancey very low. Sensui's going to get him here. That's 1 for 1. Blacklist on the board.
Okay, it looks like Lancey was just caught off guard there. You cannot give situations or kills like that to Blacklist International. Lancey needs to watch out a little bit more on the mid.
Early invades coming out from Blacklist. Actually, not really invade, but soft committing on the invade just to make sure that the Minana Evos is forced to react to whatever Sensui is doing. Surprisingly, both of the junglers are in the same level. Although Kaizen does hold more XP, it does put more advantage towards the side of Minana Evos when it comes to contesting these objectives. 5 more seconds, Kaizen is going to have the advantage.
Here we go.
Level.
Lord at a third of its health. Lord JM looking for that wide bush. Penalty zone coming in. Oh! Stolen one, but speaking of, Sensui gets the turtle. Blacklist scores 1 at 5 minutes in.
We know about the senses of Spider-Miles, but we talked about the instincts of Sensui. But this time it looked like Blacklist International. I think one of the main differences there, Midnight, you pointed out earlier, this time they committed to Renegade and the Diggy.
Yeah, and the thing is, the senses, yes, it's there. Like, Spider-Miles knows when to pull the trigger, but you're up against a Diggy. Like, the Retribution Castle is not going to work, because when you cast Minoan's Fury, the time's journey is always going to be there. So there's no stopping Sensui from unleashing those instincts and getting the objective steal away from Minana Evos.
What do we say about Diggy being a solution, man? He's an eminent threat.
I mean, at this point, he is part of the solution.
Flicker spent in by the Hitman. He's going to get cracked like an egg. As now they're left here to fight for their own. OHEB with the torn apart memory, taking down the Minoan Fury machine. And there's an ult coming in from Sensui. He's about to get popped, but unless he gets down Kaizen first. So far, 2 for 2. Violence up top.
Oh, wow. Doming and Oheb are just positioning very well. Oheb did get caught, but he did have the flicker, which he conserved and still was able to free hit. But it ended up becoming a trade for these two teams. And again, the Diggy is back, and it is an imminent threat.
Oh,
my
bodies.
goodness!
About to get bursted down. Is there enough?
Oh!
One more!
Rabbit! Oh, the heel!
Survives. Motivational roar, and here comes Clancy with the punish. Renegade goes.
Clutch!
Yeah, it's clutch. You know, there's no other word to describe that play but clutch. Blacklist International, they abused the fact that Diggy is going to respawn, and Oheb went for the aggressive play. Even though it looked like Doming AR was the one who was pulling the triggers versus the Brody, they knew perfectly well that the damage is not going to be enough because they also had the shields from the Times Journey. And Doming AR living with 1 HP and the heal. Clutch saving the Irithel there, especially from the bombs of the Diggy.
Bottom lane, Lord Jam and Edward. We're just smacking each other there. So we head into the last turtle of the game. By the way, key pickups. Kazan already has the anti-Kiraz. Sensui already has the Radiant Armor.
Yep.
Looking for the pull. Turtles currently at neutral. Astral Echo thrown out by the Magic Man.
Oh my
Blacklist with a small advantage now.
Jam.
Turtle getting pulled in. Watch it.
Oh.
1v1. That's a win off camera. Minoan Fury answered by a top. Helping Sensui score another one. Last turtle goes over to Black.
Even with the adjustments, man, like Spider Miles, he's committing to Minoan's Fury earlier than he's supposed to because he is baiting out the Times Journey. And even with that, Sensui is able to secure the objective from Minana Evos. By the way, Lord JMAR solo kills Agent Zero on the bottom lane.
Yeah. Lord JM, we've given this Tom's pick flack earlier in the season, but now he looks comfortable against Edward.
Here we go, another engage coming in. Oh, putting a few beads on him, pulling the trigger. Down goes Spider Miles, and Kaizen looking low, a fifth of his health left. Oh, Blacklist happy with that pickoff.
Yeah. Minana Evos not able to capitalize on the early game lead that they're supposed to have, especially with their set of heroes. But Blacklist International now are fully aware that this is where they should fight. This is their timing. The Brody is strong in mid game, and they have that burst damage that they need, and they're also able to protect Oheb in this situations where Minana Evos is just going inside and baiting out the Times Journey. Because again, you don't have to worry about the Minoan's Fury with Renegade being in a team fight. You have that reset factor in the form of the Times Journey.
Yeah, I feel like Minana Evos need to respect and play around it more in terms of before actually fully committing into the objectives or the fights. They need to force it out somehow.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. An answer coming in from the east. The flank from both Sensui and Kaizen. They disengage. Oh, wow, this is the first time we're actually seeing Blacklist Wonton crossing the river.
And wow, the XP lane has just really embodied the idea of it originally as being a dead lane.
Yeah.
It's just two guys slapping each other there in the bottom, while Blacklist and Minana have turned their focus to the center and the top portion of our map.
It is a dead lane, however, it benefits Blacklist more because Minana Evos is not able to capitalize on the fact that they have Thams that can force team fights versus Blacklist International. Because again, they don't have backline. This XP lane of Minana should have been the gap closer over the gold laner of Blacklist International, but now they are playing the dead lane. It is up against a Terizla, but it doesn't change the fact that Blacklist International can fight 4v4. Because again, you have to consider the fact that the Diggy is there, and the presence of the Diggy alone shuts down a team fight of Minana Evos.
Yeah. And despite this being a 5v4, it looks like Minana wants to contest. Minana wants to hold on to it. Lord currently a neutral, less than half health. Blacklist just chipping away at it. Kaizen looking for an angle from the north. And they let go. Oh, wow, Blacklist changes their priorities.
Classic Blacklist reset, man. They know the Lord dance really, really well.
Okay, and right now Minana Evos is struggling. The lack of that major dive into the back as Lancey takes a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It's coming back to bite them right now. Let's see who gets this.
Bound to be a 5v5 penalty zone coming in from Agent Zero. A Spider Miles gets zeroed himself. They're looking for one more. Lord JM gets popped by the Magic Man point blank. And the Lord is all but gone. Scored for Blacklist.
If you ever ask how to do Lord dance, ask Blacklist International. The Lord turn was there. They saw the right man, and the right man was Spider Miles.
Oh! Bombing AR popped. Black is hot by Oheb. And now... is that a steal? Is that a steal? No, it's fine.
Yeah,
fine. Kaizen got it.
Yeah. Again, Blacklist International, they understand Lord Dance really, really well and when to turn that jump from Edward signifies that when they saw the beefy man of Minana Evos, the Minotaur, they turned. It looked like they didn't care about the Lord. Even if it's half HP, low HP, we don't care. When I see the target, we go at him. And the target was the Minotaur. You don't let him cast Minoan's Fury and force out the Time's Journey. We go on him. Because when we go on him, he gets poked. He's not gonna be able to fight for the next Lord Dance. And Blacklist just one T-fight off of that.
Slight advantage here for Blacklist. 4,000 an item. Maybe an item and a half. Oh, they're gonna get caught out.
Echoes on Echoes.
Oh!
You can hear it as Oheb gets a few stacks and pops Lancey. And now underneath tier 1, they push in hard as Kaizen goes.
Oh, wow.
It's just Doming and Lord JM left. Blacklist International gets sweet. Revenge, they're back on the board taking game 1.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And hey, we mentioned it. Pros have been talking. In their scrims, Diggy almost auto win.
Bro, it's Blacklist, man.
This new lineup, it's looking rosy.
Yeah, it's still a Diggy, you know. It's still a sustained hero. It's a signature of Blacklist International, and I cannot believe that Reddick could have pulled it off.
He's the Eggman.
The Eggman.
The Eggman. He's the Eggman.
Sonics are proud. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Well, it really felt like after the nice start, it kind of looked like Minana Evos couldn't adjust to the Diggy anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
It looked like they struggled. By the way, you can catch MPLI on November 15 to 19 to witness a top 4 MPL-PH teams compete in the only tournament in which a PH team has yet to dominate. That's history, folks. It really is the trend there. Get ready to party for MLBP's anniversary celebration on October 7th. The 5th anniversary Encore Selection Chess and the 7th anniversary achievement from unlocking the annual Fun Data are up for grabs.
This chat, happy 7th anniversary on MLBB to claim even more rewards. And guess what? All heroes will be free for a limited time. Round up your friends and have a blast together.
All right. So, what was that thing that you had there on your mind, Leo, that you were about to bring up?
I like this lineup because even with Renegade on a non-traditional Hitman hero, yes, he played the Eggman, you have fit the mold. So this lineup, Rosie, it hit diff, and it hit well.
Yeah, hit well, and it looks like Minana Evos once things were much better for Blacklist International to fight. Again, just couldn't adjust and had a rough time too. It's like Minana Evos went into this with a clear plan of what they wanted to do, but then once something different came along, it's like they couldn't adjust.
Exactly. That lineup that Minana Evos drafted, it was too honest.
Yeah.
It was so clear, all right? It's black and white. It's what the meta is all about. It's like elephant pants from the early 2000s. Everybody's rocking it, but all it took was one Diggy.
Yeah, one Diggy to crack the hopes of Minana Evos to get that game number 1, but it's not done yet. But let's talk about what happened in that first game with Midnight with the analysis.
This is again classic Blacklist International and understanding the timing of their lineup really well and breaking the early game tempo and momentum that Minana Evos could have amassed. Now in game number 1, we saw a lot of interesting stuff. The attempt of Spider-Miles to kind of dull the instincts of Sensui, but with the backup of the Diggy coming off of Blacklist International, they were able to secure more objectives once again with Sensui playing the jungle objective taker for Blacklist International. But the man of the hour is none other than Oheb, the gold laner of Blacklist. The Brody is able to maximize the early game time to farm up, get his items up, and fight in the mid game. This is what I was what I meant when I said that Blacklist understood their timing really well. They were playing for the mid game timing of the Brody, and he did not disappoint. He knew perfectly well that he had to balance the early aggression and the passive aggression that he's supposed to get, because he needs to be able to farm up these items. The Blade of Heptases in the early game was so crucial because it is what allowed Blacklist International to fight with a Brody in the mid game, dealing so much physical damage over Minana Evos. And this clip, this particular example, is Blacklist International fully understanding that they have to pay the price at some point. Minana Evos is going to win the first objective take, but after that, it was all Blacklist International. There were some good fights for Minana Evos. They were still allowed to kind of push their aggressive even further, especially with the higher damage output that they have. But Blacklist, again, they were just playing for gold lane. It feels like Blacklist were peeling for the gold lane in the entirety of the early game. Because guess what? Sensui, he had to deal with a lot of stuff when it comes to contesting the objectives from Minana EVOS. But come the time when they can actually fight into Minana EVOS, they understand that they have to take down the Minotaur first before they can actually break the team fight for Minana EVOS. And that crucial play from Oheb with the flicker and the catch on the Irithel is what secured this kind of like a snowball victory for Blacklist International. And constantly we see Blacklist diving the backlines of Minana EVOS, not allowing Minana EVOS to kind of like recover and group up and shut down the timing, the mid-game timing of Blacklist. Now we're gonna see the kill map of Oheb here, particularly mostly on the top lane, because this is where the gold lane was positioned for the majority of this game, and this is where you're gonna start seeing the pattern of the gold lane. He did not rotate towards the opposite side of the map, didn't even contest the first turtle, because again, Blacklist, they were fighting for mid game. They were buying time essentially against Minana EVOS, because they're not allowing Doming AR to have the game that he wanted, to have the early game snowball effect that Minana EVOS were looking into. And also, that's also because of the fact that, again, the team fight were just too much stronger on the side of Minana EVOS that he had to give it on their side. Blacklist International, they understand that. They still contested some of the objectives, but it's mostly just to force reactions from Minana EVOS to make sure that they commit on taking these objectives while Oheb was farming on the earlier parts of the game. Now, Minana EVOS, considering that lead that they had, I want to point out that, again, the loss of the XP laner, the Thams, the pick of Minana EVOS, kind of shut their early game down because they didn't have that XP laner that could punish the gold lane of Blacklist International. They didn't have that dive onto Oheb. They only had Spider Miles AR to initiate against Blacklist International, and the beauty of it was Blacklist responded. They respected the last pick of the initiation prowess of Minana EVOS with their last pick, the Diggy that came up with Renegade, especially with the cooldown boots, able to always save his teammates with the Time's Journey, effectively removing the teamfight factor of Minana EVOS. And with that, Oheb was just able to output so much damage for Blacklist International, able to amass so much gold and resource on their side and get his timings right. When the mid-game came, Blacklist International, they never stopped. They didn't let any breathing room for Minana EVOS come through, especially with Edward playing so aggressive on the Teresa, even using the flickers just to catch the right targets. Even though he got solo killed by Lord JMAR, it's fine. As long as he's able to do what he wants to do and what he needs to do, he's going to be able to shut down a lot of the heroes on the side of Minana EVOS. And we saw that when he jumped in on Spider Miles on the Minotaur. And that was the start of Blacklist International controlling the mid-game tempo of this game and taking it away from Minana EVOS. A really crucial pickoff coming out from the XP laner of Blacklist International. But overall, fantastic gameplay and fantastic macro decisions on both sides. But Blacklist International, again, they were the better team when it came to the mid-game, because of the fact that they sacrificed early game to be able to play with the Brody and Oheb in the mid-game to win the team fights.
Thank you, Midnight. On the money there, the mid-game power spike was what Blacklist really wanted to play for, and they ticked their conditions. We mentioned earlier, and I saw a comment, oh my Venus, smiling from afar that the Diggy's back. Coach Ducky's somewhere, probably worried for the future. Show your support for your favorite FPL teams by purchasing their limited edition team notification effects for only 58 diamonds. And of course, so many things going on in-game as well. You can purchase the weekly diamond pass and enjoy a diamond rebate of 455%. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days.
And you shouldn't even worry about missing out on these rewards. Just log into the game every day, and Layla's box, it's her savings box. It'll automatically save them for you, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, by the way, aside from that, item rewards worth over 280 diamonds are waiting for you. The offer is just too good to miss, so don't miss it, because you just have to claim it. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now.
Now. There's so many things
do it now.
Going on in game, and of course, yeah, we're celebrating our 7th anniversary. It's been quite a ride, but so far this series has been a ride as well. Now that we see Diggy and that he is back, that little owl,
the Eggman,
we now have to consider, how will this change the picture of the drafting, the orders, the sequencing, the banning, because Diggy's back.
I'd say just ban it phase 1.
Just ban it already?
Just ban it phase 1, because most roamers these days, and again, the good roamers like Minotaur, Matilda, some would even say Edith. They all come in first phase. So just get it out of there.
Well, here's the thing. I would consider letting the Diggy through if Minana Evos just picked Claude first phase. Because, like, I understand the priority on the Baxia. I understand the Minotaur pick as well. It's just so good versus Fredrin and the Trizla. But you could have saved for a better hero later on. But I do understand why they did it, because they're scared that Spider Miles just may just lose out on the hero pool.
Okay, Robert Neil de Guzman.
All right, what is it then?
My national athlete friend, give me a little something here. Is the Claude still worth it if there's no late game to play for? Because Blacklist ended this 11-30. Is that still worth it?
The thing is, I think the only reason they did that, because again, the hero pool of Spider Miles was being threatened. If it wasn't the case, you could have argued for a different scenario here, where Minana Evos, they are happy with what Blacklist wants, because Blacklist in game number 1 they were playing for mid game. If you are playing against a team that wants mid game, that doesn't want to anything to happen in the early game, as a Claude, you're gonna be happy with that.
Yeah. Okay. So those possibilities on the table right now when it comes to Diggy and how Minana Evos would sequence their drafting in terms of their priority picks. I also feel like as much as he did an amazing job in the EXP lane against Edward, I think now I feel like Minana Evos can't just go for lane dueling. They have to look at the bigger picture in terms of their XP lane
That's
pick.
true. That's true.
I felt like if they had something like a Yuzong, and even though I didn't like the Khalid, he could have been the guy, especially when it came to the third turtle and even the first lord, to actually force out that time's journey to make life easier for Minana Evos.
We were discussing it earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like Minana Evos, they needed somebody that can jump on Blacklist International and that can also benefit from the early game aspect that their lineup has.
Yeah.
Even though the Thams enjoys early games like that, they didn't have any hero that can punish like a Paquito, that can just go mid lane, punch the support with 2 skills, force him to recall, that would just delay the entire momentum of Blacklist International. Because Thams constantly fought against the Trizla. And if you were Edward that game, you're happy. Because at the very least, mid lane, gold lane, nothing's happening.
Yeah, even the laps would have been good.
Yeah, the laps
right?
would have been fantastic
Anything
too.
that can just honestly cut right through and ruin what Blacklist was doing. But again, they made their choice. That was their decision. They were like, all right, we're going to lock out Agent Zero. And I think, you know what's scary?
What?
It looks like Blacklist International expected that. They were like, all right, you know what, Edward?
Ooh, that's interesting.
It's up to you. We'll play the macro without you, and then we'll just regroup. And they did.
Yeah, just be there, do your job. You're going to take some hits, but eventually it'll come back and it's going to work out. And it did work out for Blacklist International. And I want to go back to something that you mentioned earlier, Leo. The lineup of Minana Evos and their approach was very honest.
Yeah.
It was very clear what they wanted to do, and Blacklist response and their counter for it was clear. One little owl that goes hoot hoot, and the entire philosophy of Minana Evos, their draft, got broken.
And what's scary is, yes, it's one thing to be honest with your approach. Even their solutions were too honest.
Yeah.
There was very little give. You know how that is? Like, when you meet someone new, what if you knew everything about them? What is the use of dating?
Yeah,
Right?
that's true. That's true.
It's very... I don't know why we went there, but...
It's very one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Especially when they picked out the Minotaur.
That's the word.
Blacklist International, for sure, knew that all the game, the entire game of Minana Evos would revolve around objectives and then Irithel. That's it. And when the time came, like the first turtle, we saw Blacklist International with full intent contested it with both the Fredrin and the Trizla going in. And I think they even expected, okay, we might lose this turtle, but at the very least, Diggy is gonna stay with the gold lane. I'm not gonna waste my time forcing out 50-50 against Minana Evos, because my time's journey might fail. Because even if you say that, okay, I'll stop the box shop. I'll stop Spider Miles from using Minon's Fury. There's no guarantee that Tsutsui will get the first turtle. Although, second time around, it's different. Because now you're also playing into the timing of Blacklist International, wherein they have damage. You also have the controls coming out from the Fredrin, and he's now sustainable enough to kind of fight in the front lines. And I think that's what made the difference here. Blacklist understood, first team fight, don't care. I don't care about the objective. Make sure that OHEB gets farmed. Second time around, we have damage, we have sustain, we fight 50-50. If we win, we snowball.
All right, so gentlemen, I feel like with all the points that we've made, the discussion we've had right now, it looked like Minana Evos did not see that Diggy coming. Maybe didn't even consider it Maybe that's a thought in the back of head. And again, these are big maybes. But usually, again, if you're going to draft like that, if they drafted like that and expected the Diggy to come out, they would have played against it. You mentioned it earlier, Midnight, that if ever this is the case, Manana Evos went into this with a much clearer plan and acknowledgement of what Blacklist can throw out. But it looked like after that initial first 5 minutes where Manana Evos looked very comfortable, they were contesting. It wasn't completely going their way, but it still wasn't completely lost. It was still very competitive. Well, it looks like they were really just shocked and awed by a Diggy. So, now going into game number 2, how are we going to adjust things? What new picks, what we might see? Will it be a better priority for Manana Evos for, not Domeng, what's his name again? Lord JM's pick.
I'd say that's where it's gonna come from, right? Like I need some Terizlas, I need some Yuzongs, I need jumps on him.
Maybe both. Maybe both, you know, give your side laner something solid. And right now, given the direction of our discussion, I'd say the whole trade, you receive Claude, I receive Diggy seems okay. Maybe we can go that direction. Because if you can also bolster Lord JM, we might see game 3.
Depending on some certain picks as we head into the second game draft right now, there was a pick that was brought up earlier in the last series that actually changed the game and gave a lot of difficulty for ONIC against APBR. I wonder if any of these two teams are even considering your Uranus pickup. Considering that the Claude is such a big possibility in this game.
I mean, on the hands of either Lord JM and Edward, I don't know. It feels like awkward seeing Edward on a Uranus because this guy makes a lot of plays. And I do understand that the concept of Uranus is very, very different with a lot of the XP laners. I just feel like at this point, Blacklist International needs a playmaker on Edward. And that is what we saw in game number 1, right? Like we saw the jump from Edward with the Terizna on the front line. Maybe it could come out from Manana Evos. Because it is something that they really are in need of. Like a hero that changes up the dynamics of the team fight. Now that the same pattern has been utilized by both sides. Like first pick Valentina, Fredrin, and then Teresa by Blacklist International. You go with the Baksha and Claude this time around still for Manana Evos.
Okay, so with that said, Baksha, Claude, Valentina, your mid and your insurance policy is set. I think this is better for Manana, and maybe now they'll learn if the Diggy doesn't come up here, last pick, first phase, just ban it out too, so you kind of win.
You know what's scary though is that if Manana Evos gets Baksha here, I think Blacklist International would still consider picking up the Bruno, just to have enough punish on the Claude lane.
Or they go Nova.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, they go Martiz. Okay, that's right. I like this. I like this. This stops the Bruno pick.
Martiz is solid. It also kind of messes up with the Fredrin, like in a way that is different from the way Baksha does it.
So a little bit better rounding out heading into the second phase here for Manana Evos. So we don't see the Lord JM pick just yet. That's one of the picks that we really do have to watch out for. What's going to be the play here for Blacklist International for their third?
Nova? Is it Nova?
Nova or secure Brody, because I think that's going to be banned out considering that Manana Evos had their hands on the gold lane now. These two bans will most likely be gold laners against OHEB. So I think you have to secure the gold laner now, unless you are willing to play other routes. Like if Brody and Bruno gets banned out, you must be willing to play both Irithel or Iksha.
Oh, all right.
I was actually also thinking about the Iksha, and now with them picking up the Nova again.
This is where we started. This is it's a deja vu, man. They're just iterating. It's like, all right, play whatever you want. We're going to stick to this.
Yeah. Clear plan for Blacklist International. Again, expect that Manana Evos would most likely ban out the gold laners of OHEB. Brody and Bruno must go for Manana Evos because they already have the Claude, and these two heroes are just so damn strong in the early game. Now looking at the index, wave clear is, of course, really, really strong on the side of Manana Evos, especially with the Claude. But one thing that is for certain, Vision is again on the side of Blacklist International. But that is something that Manana Evos has answers to, because again, they have a Claude.
To see how well this Claude is going to go for Manana Evos and how well Blacklist International will respond to it. We talked about it the entire series so far that this is the pick for Domeng and the potential poison pick that favors Manana Evos. Heading to the second phase, we still need an XP laner and a roamer for Manana Evos. While for Blacklist International, again, still could be a roamer Novaria, but it most likely will go into the mid. So a roamer and an gold laner for Blacklist.
Yeah, we need a more impactful XP laner. And oh, come on. Coach MTB is
get it.
onto them. Yep, it's like, yo, they're thinking about it. They know that in game 1, even if Lord James was winning 1v1 against Edward, we gotta watch out.
Man, there you go.
Oh, wow. They also took out the Kali. They really just don't want to give dive.
Perfect bans for both sides. Yuzong,
Buried
Brody,
him twice.
Khalid. Most likely the Bruno or the Ixia. They will have to play with the Aether because Claude does win out the matchup versus the Aether.
And there's the
If they
Ixia.
ban out the Ixia.
Perfect.
Question is, will Blacklist risk it for the biscuit? Like pick up the Bruno here.
So Bruno's
and
the biscuit.
maybe get a defensive hero on Renegade. Maybe pick up the Minotaur. Oh, what if they pick up the Minotaur here and they pick up Bruno last?
Either's okay.
Either's okay.
Either's okay.
But you're giving the Valentina a free.
Yeah,
That's the only risk. That's the only downside. But I kind of still like it though.
I'd rather see Blacklist pick up their gold laner now and leverage the fact that we still don't know if this will be a mid or a rogue Nova.
That's right.
No, I was scared with the Beatrix pick.
All right, take it easy. Here we go.
There you go.
Very familiar looking photograph here, posted up by Hall of Legends inductee, Akosi Doggy. There it is. There's a Bruno. All right, so
there's a Bruno.
They don't mind.
Yep.
It is what it is. It's the lesser of two evils instead of revealing the Minotaur first.
Wow, we've almost predicted the draft as a table.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, it is kind of like Telegraph, right? Like these two teams, they understand what they want in game number 1. Adjustments on game number 2 are made. Now the question is, do you still take the Minotaur? Because I think it's still a good choice.
Will this be Mino Bene for Lord GM?
Mino Bene? Mino
Or
Lapo.
Lapo.
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah, the Laps.
Oh!
The Laps.
Florin!
And the Florin.
The flow and the laps. Okay. I'm with it. I kind of like how Minana Evos is approaching this. I mean, it could go very wrong if they don't get the snowball that they're looking for when they do hit their power spike. But this is a roamer for sure. We need a roamer here.
Can't they just go Diggy again?
No, call me crazy. I want to Cho. I want to Cho from Blacklist International.
Oh, yeah, because a Cho would be great, actually.
Yeah, they don't need peel. Because the fact of the matter is, Minana Evos, they will jump on the Bruno, but they don't have that sure escape. And I feel like Chase is going to become a factor here, especially with the Novaria slow and the catch coming up from the Drizla. That the only thing that Blacklist needs is a hard lockdown, especially up against the Claude.
Will it be the Cho? Oh,
never mind.
That's not a
They
Cho.
go
That's a
Minotaur.
Minotaur. Okay.
I want a Cho though. But yeah, again, it does fall to the same idea that we've discussed before, when they take Bruno and Minotaur. It's still predicted by the table. But I would have loved to see me some Cho.
That would have been the out of left field pick. That's still kind of valid.
Yep. And now, as we look at the draft index on your screens right now, with the Florin and Lapu Lapu rounding off the draft of Minana Evos and the Bruno Minotaur rounding out the draft of Blacklist International. What are the early game conditions you have to watch out for, Midnight?
I mean, early game conditions, crowd control coming out from Blacklist International. This time around, they're the aggressors. They are the ones who are going to take the early to mid objectives, even though we saw that there is a slight favor on the side of Minana Evos. Again, this is a Claude. It's kind of a deceptive stats, because Claude will always just farm in the early game and play to scale on the late game. So there is that -1 factor that Minana Evos will have to suffer in the early game, while you have 5 players on the side of Blacklist International that will be able to play with each other in the early to mid.
We head into game number 2. Will this be a sweep for Blacklist International? Now playing a little bit more of an aggressive early game lineup that can set the tempo. Or just like in their first round matchup, will Minana Evos be able to force game number 3? Here we go.
Before things get a little too hot, heavy, and hectic, I just gotta note, throughout this series, 2 games in, both of the teams have been doing their best to actually stick to the metagame and the fundamentals. There have been no gears grinded, as per Midnight.
Thank you.
No gear grinding.
Them.
Thanks to God.
Yeah.
Thank you, God.
Yeah.
Thank heavens.
There's
Thank
no
heavens.
gear grinding, more like gear oiling up, because they brought back Diggy.
Yeah.
That's true. I like all the picks. Maybe it kind of like oiled a little bit when I saw the Tams. But yeah, more or less, it's a very fundamental approach.
Yeah, neither of them did something wrong. It's just the other did it better.
Yeah. I mean, they did suffer the downsides of playing the Thams game number 1. But this time around, both drafts very well-rounded.
Yeah, see their agilities. 4 of them from MNNE. EVOS, Kaizen. Actually, I'm not sure who was able to get
A lot of firmness,
that.
though.
Yeah, a lot of firmness. So it's like, even though Blacklist, yes, they can set the tempo with their aggression, they know they don't need speed for it. They just need a little bit more defense to actually be aggressive.
Yeah.
So they go firmness.
Especially with the heroes that they have, like the Fredrin, the Terizla, these guys. Noteworthy to mention also is they're also up against a Martis, which kind of limits the potential of the hero when you rock the firmness, because the early game damage is going to be negligible, honestly.
You see there, the top 3 career most picked heroes of Agent Zero himself. 46 picks for the Benedetta, 41 for the Paquito, and because of what happened in the past, and of course MPL Philippines Season 9, 23 on the Esmeralda.
Yeah, the never-ending love story between Esmeralda and Uranus.
The eternal battle.
The eternal battle. I kind of miss it. No, I don't.
Yeah, no,
Where nobody truly wins.
Don't bring it back. Like, X-Lane has changed so much over the past years, wherein you're no longer a dead lane hero. You're the gap closer.
Yep. The X Factor, and now they bear down under the Hitman. Renegade here, very low, taken out by a Decimate. Kaizen draws first blood. Astral Echo's thrown out by the Magic Man, Yue. Forced out an early Minone Fury, answered by Edward. Agent Zero pops the penalty zone. In they go, Bravest Fighter coming in. It's the Turtle with a big old bonk, and now they turn on him. Down goes Oheb, off camera. Doming wins the 1v1, and MNNE Evos aren't done. They cross straight into the purple, and they let go.
Wow, Sensui still instinctual with those retributions.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of mistakes were committed there by Blacklist International, but again, Sensui with the instincts, but they lost the Bruno top lane.
Man, that was a solo kill by Doming.
And you're losing up against a Claude. Now you open up the window where MNNE Evos would be able to play the mid game without having to worry about the Claude.
Yeah, and at the same time, that now means Blacklist International might need to put a little bit more focus topside to sort of balance out what happened there in that 1v1 loss of Oheb against Doming.
That's a crucial death by Renegade, honestly. Like, the first death of the Minotaur, he overstepped his boundaries. They didn't see where the Valentina was, and he got punished also by Kaizen with the with the Decimate, yeah. He was only level 3.
And it really looked like MNNE Evos actually didn't pull the trigger right away for that play. It's like, wait, okay, is this just Renegade? All right, let's go pounce on him. It's like they weren't too over-eager to pick him off. They really just made sure first that it was just Renegade and he wouldn't be able to get away.
And in an early moment like that, in a big turtle contest, the first one, you couldn't trade. There was no right trade to do.
That's massive.
Oh, big Astral Echoes here. Taunt coming in from Sensui, trying to pull Kaizen in. Blazing the Wet by Doming. Puts Oheb here at a third of his health. Blacklist backing off.
What a sidestep from Doming. He prevented the stomp from Renegade, because it would have cancelled the Blazing Duet. But the Blazing Duet was enough to clear the minion wave. Do keep in mind that the Blazing Duet does not get any more bonus damage on clearing the minion wave. So it was important for Doming to do that, to stop this 5-man group up from Blacklist International. However, it was the right thing to do for Blacklist. Like, they needed to group up, utilize the presence of the Bruno. But again, MNNE Evos is just doing a fantastic job of controlling this gold lane.
Still a very close game. Second turtle has been started now by Blacklist International. Will they be able to finish the job here, or will MNNE Evos heavily contest?
Lancey here. Go ahead and stealing away the Minone Fury so he can pull the trigger on that if he wants to. Too late, he already did. Astral Echo thrown out. Turtle at about half health. Blacklist with the pull. Amazing positioning. Sensui with the taunt.
Lancey.
Watch Lord JM. Big Minone Fury thrown out. Lancey pulls the trigger finally. And Lord JM comes in. Steals away the turtle. Second one goes over to MNNE Evos. They got shields. They got damage. And they're going to try to punish Agent Zero. Edward, the only one left drawn between Blacklist and the rest of them. No one falls. MNNE Evos up by a 700 gold lead.
Ooh, that was a big Bravest Fighter flicker play by Lord JMAR.
Yeah.
Stunned Sensui and took Turtle at the same time.
Yeah, what that looked like was MNNE Evos not properly layering their crowd control abilities, but then Lord JM going, oh, fine, I'll do it myself. And I'll get the turtle too.
Stop all the shenanigans. I'm gonna do it myself.
Lord
I have all the
JM.
stones.
Yeah.
Just mechanics.
Just mechanics. That's what the JM stands for. I like that.
I like it.
And already a Bloodlust axe picked up by his Lapu Lapu. JM showing why he is one of the most focused players on the side of MNNE Evos. So a lot of people have been singing his praises. Let's see how MNNE Evos will continue now this momentum, as it is still a very close game. Great songs and pipes there by Leo.
Yep. Speaking about great songs and pipes, great mechanics and understanding as well by Doming AR. He's dominating the Bruno lane, and considering that this is a Claude versus a Bruno matchup, it's supposed to be the other way around. Not this Claude being allowed to double lane 4 minutes in, just pushing out with the resources, the gold that he's able to get. He is now close to getting the items that he needs to be able to fight in the mid game. Do keep in mind that with a Claude, you only need just the Trinity, the DHS, the Golden Staff, and then maybe the Corrosion side. Or maybe in this game, get the Wind of Nature to be able to fight into OHIP.
Ooh, Wind of Nature first. Interesting choice there, but it does make sense. A little bit more damage output. Magic.
Pull the trigger. Doming AR comes in with a blazing duet.
Oh my goodness, Doming.
Just hides underneath his tier 1 and the rest of Blacklist. Close call.
Yeah, and he went into that knowing that he was just about to build his golden staff.
Yeah, and
he clicked it while he was in the middle of the ult.
Yeah, exactly.
He bought it.
And here's the thing. He does that. It looks stupid at times, but he does that so that Blacklist needs to recall. They need to reset. Because if you don't have HP on OHIP, he's not going to be able to push.
Here we go. Last turtle of the game up, and there's a pull coming in. Oh, MNNE Evos lets it get reset. Edward at less than half health. Minoan Fury from both sides. And here comes the penalty zone coming in. Kaizen very low. Kaizen, a third of his health coming in. Where's the damage? Mortal coil through. Flicker from Edward! And the big old bonks, and Sui scores a kill. Blacks International, a man up. 4v5 here. Lord James spent his bravest fighter already. Turtle at less than half health here. Oh, it looks like the Turtle is going to be black. Lancy goes down. OHIP gets the kill. Sensui scores.
Blacklist International with a massive win, converting it. This time, though, it feels like Lord JM might be regretting using the bravest fighter early on into the Turtle dance.
I mean, Blacklist International again. This is just them understanding how to play objectives and dances around the Lords and the Turtles. And also the downside of having a Florin, right? Because Blacklist International, when they saw MNNE Evos trying to go for the contest, they immediately went onto the front lines. Whoever is at the front, they deal damage to that target. And that forces out a lot of things from MNNE Evos, like the stolen Minoan Fury from Lancy AR. Because at that point, they didn't have any gold laner to back up, for them to be able to back up. So they needed to kind of like fight into Blacklist International. But Blacklist, they were just poking. They were just poking the front liners of MNNE Evos, and Kaizen was at the front lines that is soaking up the damage from Blacklist International. And what that meant is that their jungler is losing health, meaning in the long run you're not going to be able to contest the Turtle any longer.
MNNE Evos needs to work on the layering of abilities and timing of it, especially during the objective fights. That Astral Recall is a problem right now. MNNE Evos are trying to open up the map with their claws, but it's getting covered by Edward as Blacklist now finally have set up OHIP very well. We're now pushing alongside the team, breaking towers.
So this is what I was talking about earlier. I mean, it's not even a Diggy on the other side, but consider this. Where is the Claude going to go if the map gets shrunken so quickly that even double laning, even split pushing is too dangerous, especially since there's a Novari on the other end.
Yep, that's one of the downsides, right? Like, if you are playing that Claude, you're meant to play to scale. But Blacklist International, right now, they're just choking the resources from suffocating MNNE Evos even. And I do think that the Florin does make sense when it comes to covering team fights with the heals, but they don't have that same ability where Blacklist is able to just, out-zone MNNE Evos away from these objectives. That is the power of what the Minotaur brings into the table here for Blacklist International.
Yeah, Bruno hurts. A lot of damage right now coming out of OHIP's feet. MNNE Evos down almost 3K against Blacklist International. This Lord now up. MNNE Evos trying to find positioning, but Blacklist again. You mentioned at midnight, they're getting zoned out by Blacklist. MNNE Evos still trying to find an opening.
Blacklist with the pulse, and Sui holding on to this Lord. As we dance, Lord Jam keeps eyes on and keeps tabs.
Dome.
The northern side of this pit in control from MNNE Evos, but they're taking way too much damage. You feel it. 2K ahead. Blacks International just forcing the advantage, pushing them away. Lord here at a 10th of his health. Oh, just one more. Sensui scores, and now they collapse. In Fury here by Renegade. Oh, and they just reset. They regroup. What a beautiful dance.
Yeah. Simple mission for Blacklist International. Zone, poke damage, poke the right targets, use everything on Kaizen when the Lord HP is low. Get Lord. That's it.
Yeah, they made that look relatively easy. MNNE Evos could not find an opening at all. The moment he got even close to Retribution range, it looked like he was on a trampoline getting knocked off twice.
Lord JM.
Oh, Man! That's nasty.
They hurt.
And they have to back off. That's already a Malefic Roar in the Bruno.
Yeah, they have a lot of insane poke damage coming out from Blacklist International.
Oh,
two balls, mind you, 2 balls.
That's right. One of the Astral Nature, the other a football. And now they're going on, knocking through MNNE EVO's door. All 3 waves getting synced, top, mid, and bottom.
Yeah, that does not. Oh, again! You and I can feel the person in the crowd who usually yell it right now. You
Oh, here we go.
Oh, again!
Top goes down. MNNE EVO's still facing a half-healthed Lord. They melt it down in quick fashion, but just the same, Blacklist happy with the results. Approaching 5K. Yue just throwing out meteors, comets, the thing that ended the dinosaurs. MNNE EVO's face.
Oh, again! Over and over, Yue!
I hope we have stats for this, like the accuracy of the hits coming out from Yue.
No.
If he hits another one, I'm going to lose. Oh my God!
He kind of did though, and now this turret stands.
It's like he's the moon from Majora's Mask.
But
again!
Barely. Yue, stop! Coming in, penalty zone. Here comes Agent Zero. Lands the AR, goes out of there. That turret falls.
Oh,
and here comes the answer back from Lord JM, the bravest fighter. And Renegade answers back with a Minoan Fury. He's angry. And now Yue, threatened. Kaizen falls. Oheb barely alive. Down goes Lord JM. It's a 2 for none. MNNE EVO's overextended in their own base.
All right, 5v3, Blacklist. Still going to try to find a way to end this right here, right now. Can they? Will they?
2 waves though, it's hard to deal with this kind of wave, but with a Claude, they are able to do this in 2E.
Especially with just 3 heroes left. Doming Air coming in with the blazing duet.
Cancel.
But it might be too late. Just 2 defenders here. MNNE EVO's holding on for dear life.
Oh!
So he takes down Doming. It's just Spider Miles left. Blacklist, they can smell it. Victory is imminent as the agents roar and make some noise here in the shooting gallery. Here comes the wave. Blacks International taking their time. Fully in control, Mortal Coil clearing the waves. MNNE EVO's still here.
Great control by Kaizen and the members of MNNE EVO to stop the waves from coming in.
Sensui gets taken out with a Decimate. Look at the base. Ain't no minions.
One more wave,
pushing
one more
it out.
wave, one
They're
more
pushing
wave.
it out. There's the wave from the north. And that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, Blacks International back to 1 as they won series against MNNE EVO's.
The Tigers get swept. The code may have been read, but it is still unbroken. Blacklist International gets the series on the back of a balls-to-the-wall performance by their Eve, by their Bruno, by the entire squad. That winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance.
Very big win for Blacklist International. Again, the fundamental approach, the timings, the lore dances, the objective takes, the suffocation that MNNE EVO's felt versus the agents. This is how well the code is built, and Blacklist International is still running the same strategy, different gameplay, different roster, but overall, same ways of winning.
I'm liking Rosie, man.
Yeah.
I'm liking Rosie, the killer instinct, and just the constant pressure that Yue puts in. I know now why they call him the Magic Man. It's because you see her HP bar, and now you don't.
Renegade, Oheb, Sensui, Edward, Yue. That was a Rosie performance. Any other thoughts, Midnight?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Yue, and the way he played in this game was just fantastic. Even though I didn't like Gavaria game number 1, game number 2 was hella different. Again, as you mentioned, Leo, every time he sees HP bar, it feels like he's raging. Why are you full HP? I'm a poke you.
You shouldn't be. Let's bring it down to 50 right away.
Okay.
60 right away.
This 50 next.
Yeah, now that's correct. That was one of the most impressive Novaria sequences I've seen. And
crazy sequence.
Going back now, trying to remember it, it is Yue. I believe it was during MSC or late to MPL Philippines Season 11 that they started checking on the Novaria as well, because Yue was just landing Astral Recall after Astral Recall.
It was MSC.
MSC,
Yeah,
there
It
we
was
go.
in Cambodia,
Both of them,
where
both
it
of
was by his hand. ONIC Indonesia suffered their first 2 major losses in a tournament like that. Imagine that, ONIC Indonesia is going straight, and when they met Blacklist, let me score 2, why not?
Yeah, here's the Novaria Yue. And no other way to put it than now he's got to see the clear thing for MNNE Evos, got to improve on their objective team fighting. Now, from the official insurer of MPL Season 12, we bring you the one for gamers life insurance plan. Hey, that's great. That's a first with MOBB and game rewards.
Your expert wingman is here to protect you in the epic adventure called life. Whatever build you choose, visit shop.fwd.com. That's shop.fwd.com.ph for more details.
Wow, that's the first insurance plan partnership that we've ever had. Very thankful for FWD Life Insurance for being our expert wingman for the season as Leo does his little dance.
I don't know what that was.
Yeah.
Can you do it again?
One more time.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. We'll make him do it again.
Yeah!
There you go.
There we go. And it looked like that's what the
can't say no to
Navaria...
you, dude.
I felt like that's what the Navaria was like. Every time she'd be like, she'd toss out the astral recall, right? And then she'd float around. Then when she gets it back, she'll just toss it
The
out.
charge up, right?
Yeah, the charge up is actually just her doing that.
And it just throws it out,
Yeah, just throw it
out of the air.
It's a broken hero, just no cooldowns. But that's what it seemed like, right? At some point, you're like, does your astral meteor not have a cooldown? What's going on? Your astral recall just...
It's funny watching it, but imagine MNNE Evos, how it felt.
Yeah.
Like, dude, can you stop?
Painful.
Like every 5 seconds, balls running into your base, and you also have to deal with the balls coming out from
Agonizing.
Bruno, right?
Yeah.
And now there's a flying ball heading
Miserable.
straight towards your base.
Yeah, it's like the call
Spare
there
inducing.
would be, hey guys, sorry, I'm gonna go back. Hey guys, sorry, I'm gonna go back. Hey guys, sorry, I'm gonna go back.
Terrifying.
Retreat,
Over and over again.
retreat, constant cough, retreat.
Retreat. Wow, what a game by you and that Navarro, of course, by Blacklist. And yeah, we talked about it, MNNE Evos. It looked like they were a bit scrambled sometimes in their objective team fighting. The ultimate of the Lapu-Lapu coming out a little bit too early. Lancey with the stolen ultimate from the Minotaur coming out a little bit too early. Seems like there are some moments that really look like, why are you using your abilities so early on in the fight? Because if you layered all of it in just one big go, that actually would make the Fredrin struggle.
And that's the problem with MNNE Evos tonight specifically. Just tonight.
Just
in
tonight.
their games here, they all did well individually.
Yeah.
But I failed to see the thread across all 5 members.
Yeah, and which is surprising coming from the week they had last week. They look really good together, playing together. But now it looked like, I don't know, all of them wanted to be a hero in the moments where they shouldn't try to be individualistic.
I agree.
Right? Just play your role, man. Be part of the book.
Yeah,
the army.
Yeah. It kind of looks like MNNE Evos put a lot of pressure on themselves, knowing that, hey guys, we're on a roll right now. Yeah, we can continue this. Let's see how they're going to be adjusting to it, though. But of course, in a moment, we'll be joining Mara Aquino on stage with the members of Blacklist International, finally snapping their week 4 3-series losing streak. It was a struggle for them, and there were a lot of questions about Blacklist International. And I feel like they got to take one of the specific conditions, not myself, but even on my Venus in the video, in the clip going around that they mentioned, and a lot of the agents as well. I saw the comments. Decisiveness and objective team fighting.
Yeah,
the shot calling and the focus.
By the way, happy birthday to Wise.
Happy birthday,
Oh,
Wise.
happy birthday, Wise.
Wise's birthday.
Today or was that yesterday?
Today.
Today. Happy birthday,
How crazy
Wise.
is that? It's
With
Super
Super
Marco's
Marco,
birthday and Wise's birthday.
All right, so let's go on over to the stage right now. I think we're going to end up saying happy birthday again for Wise. We'll see. Here's Blacklist.
Thank you, casters. All right, everybody, Blacklist. You know it. Now, kailangan natin i-commend ang performance at ang debut ni Yue with this lineup. Yue, great job. Congratulations. Palakpakan natin si Yue. Kasi kung basketball to, ikaw ay isang Stephen Curry. Lahat ng astral recall mo, laging may tinatamaan. How happy were you with your performance with this lineup?
Masaya kasi napakita namin yung pinapractice namin araw-araw.
Actually, what was the decision behind having Yue in? Kay Coach Master the Basics.
Ano po kasi, puro kami talo last week. So sabi ng mga insan, i-mekos-mekos daw namin yung lineup.
Mekos-mekos! I-mekos-mekos! Wow! Talaga nagsa-social media ka, ha? Alam na alam yan. By the way, since now you have the mic, usually nakikita natin yung Blacklist International na nag-uube. Kayo actually ang nagpakilala sa mga support heroes. Pero ngayon, it's a different type of Blacklist. Hindi na siya ube ngayon. Is this the revamp, more improved? What is this new Blacklist?
Siguro best term yung revamp or buff. Kasi lahat ng teams ngayon nag-i-improve, lahat nag-a-adapt sa ube. So kailangan pa rin namin gumawa ng next level para at least makasabay din kami or mas lumamang kami sa kanila.
Very nice. At talagang full of surprises ngayon ang Blacklist International. And now, actually, first time ko nakitang magdigi si Renny J. Talagang lumalawak ang kanyang hero pool. Ikaw pa rin ang nangunguna ngayon. At dahil sa'yo, Oheb, yung Brody mo nung game 1, walang patay at all. Okay, now if you were to rate Renny J sa kanyang digi, sa inyong duo, how would you rate him?
Ano yan? 10 out of 10 yan. Protektado ako dyan.
10 out of 10, protektado. Guys, palakpakan natin si Renny J kasi palawak ng palawak ang kanyang hero pool. At it's no longer true dun sa nagsabi sa kanya na konti lang ang kanyang hero pool. Once again, let's give Renny J a round of applause. And now it's time to announce the match MVP. Let me hear some names. Parang rinig ko yung yung galing Indonesia. And now, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Oheb! Oheb! Ngayon, nasa number 4 na ang Blacklist International. You guys are now number 4. You're working your way up with this buffed, revamped Blacklist. Ano ang masasabi mo dito? How hard did you guys have to work for this new identity of Blacklist, and what else can we expect?
Siguro, nung mga natalo kami nung nakaraan na talaga naging MLS life na lang kami talaga. Nag-focus kami sobra tsaka nag-practice yun. Siguro magpe-pay off naman lahat siguro ng mga practice namin this week. Tsaka marami pa silang aabangan sa mga lineup namin na ilalabas.
And so far, it's been paying off. Now, what do you have to say sa mga talagang todo cheer para sa Blacklist International every single game?
Thank you sa inyong lahat. Tuwang-tuwa si Yui lagi. Salamat sa inyong lahat sa suporta.
Look at that support. Ikaw nga, do you wanna say something to them? Kasi alam mo, todo sigaw sila. Naalala ko tuloy, Indonesia ba yun? Yung talagang, Yue! MS Cambodia. Cambodia pala yun. Kayo na pa nila sinisigaw yung pangalan mo. Anong mensahe mo sa kanila?
Thank you sa laging pag-support at supportan nyo pa kami sa mga darating namin na laban.
There you have it, everybody. Give it up for Blacklist International. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. At syempre, meron silang buff ngayon with Trike in the house, giving full support to Blacklist International. Ayon nga kay Coach Master the Basics, ito na ang buff, revamp version ng Blacklist International. And it looks like they're on their way up right now in 4th place. Hihimayin natin ang ating laban, balikan na natin ating casters. Pasok!
From Mekas to Pocus. As Oheb said it, they just said, hey, we just focus on our game, made ML our life, and the next thing you know, bam, we're improving. And they started off this week after a rough week 4 with a win sweep against MNNE Evos. And yeah, we see there, they look lighter, this Blacklist International. Even though the tough week they had, it seems like they weren't overly focused on the pressure of finally being able to win again.
I kind of missed Yue on stage. I can't believe we went, a month and change without Yue in the main lineup. And now that he's here, I would not have it any other way.
Yeah, and
I love you, Haji, but...
And I love you too, Midnight, because now it's your turn for your analysis. Say something smart, bro.
Well, thanks for the love, Renmar, but I gotta say that Blacklist International, they did really recalibrate how they play their game against MNNE Evos, considering the fact that even the Claude was overly pressured in this game number 2. It was just because of the fact that Blacklist International understand timings and objective really, really well, and the amount of peel that they have on Oheb was just too much. And a version of that peel came from the Novaria of Yue, not because that he is protecting the gold laner, but he is just deleting or sweeping the pressure away from MNNE Evos just by depleting the HP of the heroes that might just want to go into the front lines. The amount of times that we saw Blacklist International apply the pressure themselves with the frontliners and of course the damage output coming out from Yue and the vision that we talked about during the drafting stage proved to be fatal for MNNE EVOS, because even though they were keen on standing in the front lines, again, the slows, the damage, and the amount of spells that hit MNNE EVOS was just too overwhelming for them to deal with. And when Blacklist International grouped up, they were able to get the objectives, the towers, and their resources away from MNNE EVOS, and they suffocated the net worth of the Claude. And it came to a point where OHEB was out farming the Claude still, even though the Claude was able to double lane earlier compared to OHEB. And again, the way that Blacklist International treats this objective team fights, the turns on the junglers, the pokes on the front line, and when the late game came, Yue was just a damage machine, like with the amount of astral recalls that hit MNNE EVOS, preventing them from taking any team fights at all from Blacklist International is what spelled the doom here for MNNE EVOS. Essentially, MNNE EVOS, they were not allowed to play the team fights that they want. They were not allowed to engage on the terms that they want to set because of the pokes coming out from Blacklist International, specifically from Yue with these astral recalls and also the vision that they get from the astral echo. MNNE EVOS were just playing to react to whatever Blacklist International wants to do on the map, especially when Blacklist came to the base of MNNE EVOS after all the towers have been pushed on their side. Now we're going to see the kill map for Yue in this game. Mostly it's on the base because this is where MNNE EVOS constantly died after the damage has been ready for Blacklist International. And again, this is just not essentially killing heroes, but mostly the pokes coming out from the Navarre, because this is what she does. This is what fulfilling your role means, and the amount of kills that he has gotten were mostly assists because they have the heroes that are able to close out these skirmishes that they initiate on, especially with the amount of jumps that they have on Edward, on Renegade with the Minotaur, and the damage output of OHEB that could close out these pokes coming out from Yue is really the detrimental factor here for MNNE EVOS. And I like the fact that OHEB rocked the Tenacity here instead of the... actually, he was rocking the Fatal here to amplify the damage output of the Bruno, specifically on the early to the mid-game parts of the game, wherein they are able to put more pressure against MNNE EVOS. Because again, if you look at the side of MNNE EVOS, they are playing to scale. They are playing to get those resources, those farm onto the Claude. In a way, Blacklist, what they wanted to do in this game was get their items up, fight early to mid, and establish control, especially with Renegade and Edward being the heavy frontliners for Blacklist International, punishing the Loreen pick of MNNE EVOS. Because guess what? Frontliners, it's hard for MNNE EVOS to do that because you are only rocking Mardis and a Lapu Lapu, and that is also similar to game number 1, wherein we question the amount of sustain and the tankiness that you have up against the Bruno in the mid game. And it's not just the Bruno, it's also the fact that you also have to soak up the damage output coming out from Yue, and you're seeing here that he actually dealt most of the damage here for the side of Blacklist International, and all that Blacklist needed to do was follow up and get the closing kills on the heroes on the side of MNNE EVOS. After all the resource taking, the tower pushes, and the objective takes from Blacklist International, they just need to control more of these heroes by poking and dealing the damage needed to be able to threaten the HPs of MNNE EVOS, such that they are not able to fight in any shape or form because they're not healthy enough to actually take on Blacklist International, especially with the engages that they have on Renegade and Edward, both on the jumps coming off of Blacklist International. And after that, it was just objective gaming from Blacklist and closing out game number 2.
Thank you, Midnight. Fantastic as always. And now, can't believe it, we're already going to be wrapping up the day. We've had 2 sweeps, and I feel like there's been a interesting shift in the air when it comes to how teams play now.
This is my suggested Yue hand sign.
How is that Yue?
Wise, bro.
Whoa,
they're just wise.
Okay, got it.
From H-God to Yue.
I actually saw it like in the trailer. Like Hesu was actually doing this for himself also.
No way.
Yeah, he was.
Really?
Yeah, in one of the player interviews feature we have during the commercial breaks, it's like he was doing this.
He was there first, bro. He was there first.
All right, go back to the drawing board. Scratch it, agents. This is not Haji anymore.
Wait, it could work. It could work, man. It could work. I mean, we only saw it once. We don't see Hesu doing it a
I
lot.
respect the Kaldag King. Let him have it.
All right. We'll see it. But And I'm sure a lot of people are excited for the last matchup of the day.
Oh, yeah.
It's a team looking to break the streak set in MPL Philippines Season 8 of 11 series, going up against a team looking to change their fortunes and make a more threatening run to secure their playoff slot. It's Echo versus Omega, who are going to be fielding their new jungler from the MDL, Matt, in the match later on. How are we feeling about this?
I mean, I've watched MDL, and I feel like there's promise with a new jungler of Omega, but I'm more excited of what is going to come out from the barangay, because we are at week 5, gentlemen.
I fell
We're
in
at
love
week 5.
with Omega last weekend when they swept Blacks International. But now with the switch up with Matt, I might have to go back square one. I'm optimistic, but it's going to be very different.
It's week 5 though.
Yeah,
Omega week 5.
We are in the Omega Last on Timers portion of the season, but can they actually push through and start off the final 2 weeks of MPL Philippines with a victory, snapping the streak of Echo, or will the Orcas continue their run to ensure they go for game number 12 in that streak this weekend? They have 3 matches, but we have to see this one first. Echo versus Omega, Orcas for against the barangay for our last match of the day in MPL.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Good evening, MLBB fans all around the world. I'm Mara Aquino, and this is MPL Philippines Season 12. The lucky number 9 we put to the test this evening as the Guardians of Barangay Omega looks to snap the streak of the unstoppable Orcas. Dala ang bago nilang kabarangay, ito na kaya ang tamang formula para magtuloy-tuloy ang kanilang pag-abante this season. Sabay-sabay natin tuklasin ang kasagutan sa tanong yan. Mga barangay, Orcas, handa na ba kayo? This is Echo versus Smart Omega. Here we go. Casters, pasok!
Ang mga Orca ay ligtas na at makikita natin sa playoffs. Ano nga ba ang kanilang susunod na hakbang?
Who will have the last hurrah? Ladies and gentlemen, what's up? It's us, the We Bear Pros. It's me, Naisu, Leo, Rockhart. How you doing?
I'm here for it. This is the We Bear Bros desk I've never had all season. This is the first.
Oh
This is the
yeah! Oh my gosh, this is it. Actually, amazing. I could. What's that?
You could bear hug.
Oh, the bear hug.
That's
right,
the bear
right.
hug.
Thank
right?
you so much for being part of it.
We'd love to have you, but before we talk about this match, of course, we want to go ahead and give a thank you to our official teleco partner, Smart. Smart Giga Arena is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where they can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments like MLBB and many more.
To get started, all you have to do is create an account on gigaarena.smart using your Smart or TNT mobile number.
So, again, don't forget to go ahead and check those out, but there's more. Pay like a legend with Maya and MPL-PH. Score your own limited edition MLBB card exclusively available on Maya. Now, to the matchup at hand here, Echo and Smart Omega. Rockhart, I know you missed some of the action last week, right? But I know you were paying attention. Isn't it crazy that Echo is on this win streak? They're getting close to a record here.
Yeah, and again, the record that they're looking at, or they're eyeing, personally, from what I can tell, is the lucky number 10 right now. And again, going to number 11, which is the blacklist. The one that they have to hit.
Yeah. The blacklist one was established in season
8.
Season 8.
I was going to say, that was my first season in, and I remember seeing that and how big of an impact that was.
Yeah.
And now we're getting to a point. Echoes, who knows? Who knows exactly what can happen? But I will say this, there are some changes, too, that we'll talk about later on.
Yep. We have a player coming up from the MDL that replaced Andorio. It was in the sheets. It was in the headlines all throughout. But, gentlemen, I don't know if you agree with me, but walking into the stadium, into the arena tonight, looking at both of them and just looking at the matchup, is it just me or does this feel like a fight to you?
It feels different.
Does it not feel like they're just about to scramble? It doesn't matter. Like, yeah, you can talk about the metagame, you talk about the different standings from both Echo and Omega on the leaderboards, but I just feel like we're going to see a fight.
I saw Omega walk right behind us, and they were like, whoa, these guys mean business.
They were not playing around. They were not. They were in a good mood, but you know what I mean? Like, when a dude's about to get into something, you know,
Yeah. They need to be because, it's funny because me and Mangine were talking about this earlier in the week. He asked me to do some of, the predictions, out there for exactly this week 5. And if I remember right, I think he's the one that said that there's a chance, too, that Omega's the one to break the streak. Right? That might happen.
Okay. Mangine said there was a chance. But did he put a nail in it?
He didn't put a nail in it.
All right.
No 10%? No 10% here?
No. He's like, because I gave my vote that could break the streak this week, and I said RSG Philippines, right? They might be the one to do it. But I will say, now that they've added the player named Matt.
Just Matt. Straight up. Could have been someone you went to high school with.
It's scary. Yeah, it's like basically like could be
I'm sure all of us know a Matt.
I know a couple.
I know a few.
Here's the third one. And that's just in my immediate circle. So you were saying?
No, I was saying literally that's the thing. Now that they've added Matt, I'm just wondering how that changes the dynamic, right, of exactly for Smart Omega, because there's a couple things. We have basically the headline for this matchup is the Matt and Renzio buff. Will it work against Echo? What do you think, Leo?
I think Matt is the shot in the arm that they need. And just the same, Andorio wasn't bad. I can't put a finger and say Andorio deserved the swap, but I think Omega, Coach Stronger, everyone in management, they just said, you know what, let's just do it. Prevention before cure, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Renzio is a known factor. We all know how Renzio plays. We know how well Renzio plays. Matt here, from his MDL performances, there's interviews where he says, everyone here in MDL, they deserve to be here. I don't. I deserve to be MPL. That's more of the Omega I know. So if you're thinking about me, if talking about attitude, I think Matt knows it. He's got that tempo right there. And let's see the stats.
Look at this, Omega Matt. Right, career stats. This is from MDL Philippines, of course, season 1. His, across the board, right? Statistically, it looks really great, and I think that's probably why they just decided, you know what? Let's give the guy a shot. And Doru, like you mentioned, wasn't bad. He wasn't a huge proponent to why they were struggling. He might have been a part of it, but he wasn't the entire piece. So now they're going to make a change here.
I've been harder on other junglers that are new to the MPL. Like, you know how much I was skeptical about King Kong's performance initially in Season 11, but Andoryu, almost in the same day, I was like, yeah, no, he's not bad at all. So with that said, this bring up for Matt, this come up for Matt, it has to mean something. And the stats are one thing, but just the same, what they talked about when they said the Renzio buff, I think it's because in addition to Renzio's history with Omega, he had a little message.
Yeah, he had a message. He had a message to go ahead and give. Again, he's playing in Team Cambodia, so I think we have a video for his message to Omega, I believe. Right there. It's right, okay, so we don't... There it is.
Oh, there you go.
He's got a mullet.
He's got a mullet. Okay. So... I don't think I don't have the audio on this, but I'm assuming he's just got a very supportive message out there.
He's sending his love from all the way in Phnom Penh to Omega tonight, just saying, you know what, give your best against Echo.
That's probably why Omega looked a little different when we saw that, right? I'm pretty sure they heard that before. And I have to say that it's, what do you call that? It might ignite a fire.
I think so.
That's what I can think about it.
Well, if the showstopper says so,
it's a buff.
If the showstopper says so. In recent history, Season 9, if I'm not mistaken, it was Omega who dropped Echo from the play-ins.
From the play-ins?
Wow!
Yeah. Right? Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a good
so
catch.
Almost sent them home crying, literally. Almost literally.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
okay, I remember the moment.
It was very real. But here in Season 12, we're far detached from that moment.
Oh, yeah.
It's all about Echo tonight.
It's also a different meta, right? So
yeah, it is. It's changed, right? So, Rockhard, take us through what happened in their first matchup back in Week 2.
Again, it looked like a smart Omega that looked like it just needed to pick up steam. That's what I've been talking about them for about 3 weeks in. Every time I'd see them in the hall, I was like, yeah, you got the right mix of heroes. You got the right mix of how they move around the map. But, it's Echo. Obviously, Echo they're on fire right now. It's very few teams can actually put that fire out, if you're thinking about it. And for Smart Omega, this has been their, what do you call that? It's been their identity for a few seasons now. Always a funky start. And when they do get going, they can actually pretty much be on par with the choo-choo of the Orcas,
The expressway,
The express.
right? It's right on the expressway to that win streak goal is what they're after right now, and they're well on their way.
Yeah. So tonight, it could be Echo Express taking a legit stop within the barangay, or they can just run right through. It's one or the other.
And at the helm in the front of that track is Matt. So
he's just, what's up, yo? Yeah, no, he's in the barangay, so he's there. He's
just there, right? He's part of it.
Ultimate Tanod, man.
That's what I'm saying. When we took a look at those stats too of his performance in the MDL, of course, it makes me really interested to see how this changes the dynamic of Omega, because that's something that has been happening over the course of seasons, where you kind of have these different iterations of Smart Omega's lineup, and it changes, it changes things, but ultimately that personality, that barunga, that one shot is still there. But before the matchup, we are going to hear some more about this matchup from our insider. Let's throw it over and hear about that.
Ating kasama dito sa player booth ng Omega, ang kanilang pinakabagong poging-pogi, hindi nagugutom na jungler na si Matt. Hello, Matt. Hello.
Hello.
Matt, kumusta ba ang pag-transfer mo? Nakitaan ka ng lahat ng potensyal sa MDL. Paano ka ba napunta sa kupunan ng Omega?
Nag-tryout ako. pag inaya ako nung kakampi ko, si Riley.
Okay.
Kinuha niya ako, sabay nagpalakas sa akin si Kuya Saire.
Si Saire pala. Alright. Matt, eto na. Nung pumasok yung news na sinabi ng coach mo na, Matt, it's time for you to go to MPL. Ano ang unang pumasok sa isipan mo?
Masaya ako kasi ito yung pinangarap ko eh. Ito talaga yung pinunta ko sa Omega eh.
Yun talaga, mag-MPL. May nabalitaan ako, may sinabi ka daw sa MDL about sa pagiging jungler mo na sinabi mo, pang MPL na kasing galawan ko. Totoo ba yan?
Oo, kasi tingin ko, mukha namang pasok ako dun eh, sa classification ng MPL eh.
Okay, so confident si Matt. Matt, halika dito. Yan. Alright. Saglit lang. Tabi kayo, Matt, ng kuya mo. Yan. Okay, Jom, ano ang masasabi mo kay Matt?
Galingan niya lang. Binigyan na siya ng opportunity ni Coach Ron.
Matt, ano masasabi mo kay Jom?
Thank you, Kuya Jom.
Thank you, Kuya Jom. Okay. Thank you, Kuya Jom. Alright, tanongin natin ang kanilang coach about kay Matt. Coach Stronger, halika dito. Coach Stronger. Okay. Coach Stronger, nakikita mo ngayon si Matt. Ano ba ang meron sa kanya at nag-decide kayo na, Matt, dito ka muna sa MPL?
Manjin, kitang-kita namin kay Matt nung nag-start siya sa MDL, yung gutom eh.
Yung gutom. Okay. Ba't natatawa ka pag sinasabing gutom?
Gutom ako eh.
Okay, gutom ha, guys. Gutom. Okay. Ano yung meron sa gutom na yon?
Saka kumbaga nakita namin dun sa kahit sa bootcamp, sa training, kumbaga pagka nag-in-house kami, talagang desidido siya na matuto talaga. So, para sa amin sa MPL, kung deserve mo, bakit hindi natin bigyan ng chance?
Alright. So, eto na ang decision ni Stronger. Malakas ang tiwala mo kay Matt. Alam ko, matagal nyo nang pinoproblema yung jungle role na yan. Matagal nyo nang pinoproblema yan. Ang makakatapat ni Matt ay si Carl TZ. Papalag ba?
Papalag.
Alright. Abangan natin ang galawan ni Matt. Ibato na natin sa ating mga casters para sa Omega versus Echo.
Thank you so much, Manjin. And again, great to hear, from Matt. Obviously, he's looking like he should be confident. He should be confident here. There, of course, I'm sure he's prepped a lot. Like we said, he's had a pretty great time in the MDL. Well, now it's time for Matt to step up with the rest of the team and see if they can give it to Echo in this rematch.
What a way to prove that you belong in the MPL by stepping up to the jungler, Carl TZ.
It's like, all right, first time in the MPL. Hi, guys. I'm facing Carl TZ, world champion. Oh, okay. All right.
He's basically stepping up to the bench and putting hundreds on each. Like, let's go. This is it.
It's like your first time NBA player, and then you're facing off against MJ. I don't know what to say, man. That's
Literally.
just the way it is.
It's
Hey,
literally.
If you want a trial by fire, this is it, right? Matt, a lot of people are going to have their eyes on you. Wish you the best of luck because of who you're going against, of course. But again, I'm sure that they have really prepared for this. They've pretty much strategized this entire week coming into this as we got that information, throughout the week. So as we see Echo and Smart Omega both kind of get prepped up and ready.
All right.
Look at that. They're ready to go, right?
Where'd they get that? I want some of that.
Oh, it's just Keller who has the heart on his forehead. What's that?
It's a sign for heart guard.
Oh.
It's what am I gonna say? A symbol.
Use the ult on me.
Use the ult on me.
I see.
And I was gonna say, when we talked, because last week we were all talking about Kara in the jungle, right? But obviously now he's not going there. So, and we saw the matchup that they had too when we were talking about that gold lane matchup. This time, I think a lot of focus is going to be on the jungle because it's kind of either that, like, if let's say, right, because Matt comes into the jungle for Smart Omega. Let's say he doesn't get to go specifically and dominate Carl TZ in the jungle. I think that's okay, right? As long as the team is able to play around Matt's strengths, if you will, and if he kind of gets out jungled a little bit, which I think people are expecting against Carl TZ, let's be honest. But given that, I think the team can still really help Matt secure what he needs to for the objectives and then just come down to where we want to see them improve the most, which is the execution around these neutral objectives.
On a personal note, I think Matt's to-do list has just but one big item on it.
What is it?
Not to mess it up.
Oh, yeah.
So again, that's
true.
trying to lift that bench off
Yeah.
and just get that one rep.
Power rep, bro.
Power rep.
To failure.
And there's also like a wise man once said, you don't need to always get kills, right? There are other ways to be useful.
And not only that, but I mean, what we're seeing a lot here with a lot of the teams going on, especially against a team like Echo, is the fact that you just need to prioritize these neutral objectives, right? The Turtles, the Lords later on, work around the map as well. Try to get the advantage you need, right? But both teams are ready to walk out on stage. Let's go ahead and welcome them out for this matchup.
Wala yung 5. Hirap na napatsahan. Diba? Players. 10, 9, 8, 7.
Who can end the streak? How long will the Orcas keep going? Are you ready to make some noise for the reigning champions of the Philippines and the world? It's Echo! There's a new face in the barangay. Debuting via trial by fire, tonight they have one shot to defy the odds. Making their way on stage, this is Smart Omega! And their coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Stronger. Orcas laban sa barangay! Let's get it!
Great to see both teams walk out there. Let's go ahead and take a look at Echo, a lineup we're used to seeing here, Rockhart.
Definitely the World Championship lineup. And then again, this is exactly the lineup that you want to face off if you are Omega, who are out to prove that we are back on form, that the Comeback Kings have come back into the Land of Dawn.
This lineup is just as clean as it gets. Just perfectly optimized and just hits on all cylinders every single time.
Again, there's a reason why they are on the win streak they're on. Now taking a look here at Smart Omega. Leo, take us through it.
I think if you say that Matt is the X factor, you are completely wrong. You're underestimating the situation. You saw it in the eyes of Coach Stronger.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what, we want to give you an opportunity, and I think it's more than opportunity. You have to read between the lines. Smart Omega needs you, Matt. You have to make a difference.
He might just be it. He might just be the guy that you call on in the last minute when you really, really need those points.
That's why I can't wait to see him perform here in this matchup, because it's going to be one hell of a test. Now, looking at the team head-to-head, of course, we know what happened the last time they met. We know the kind of just dominance that Echo has had here. Now, Smart Omega, on the other hand, we got to pay attention to a couple things, right? Specifically, their play style obviously relies a lot on Chaknu even, right? We haven't talked much about any of the other roles here, but for Chaknu, someone that a lot of people had expectations on throughout the season, he's had some amazing games, he's had some underwhelming games, right? And then on top of that, we know what people expect from Kelra and even just the rest of the squad in general. How does that change? I mean, looking at this chart right here, it's quite a difference here, Rockhart.
I think the turtle control ratio and the lack of their Lord control as well boils down to just exactly what you mentioned, Naisu. I think Chaknu's consistency, being able to control these fights before they happen, being able to, make that huge play it doesn't always happen. When it happens, it's amazing, it's brilliant. But again, that's something that Omega has to work on, getting from that 50-50 range. And right there, you can see 30%. You gotta pump up those numbers.
I'd hate to put more pressure on Matt, but all of those things just boil down to the follow-through. It all boils down to after Chakno initiates, what's the jungler to do? What's the next big step for that big rotation and conversion?
And we know that, seeing what he likes to play, it's going to match up well against Carl Tizzy and Echo here. But first, let's go ahead and take a look at the keys to victory for this matchup.
These are the keys to victory between Echo and Smart Omega, brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series, ultra-fast gameplay. Now, here coming into this one, I firmly believe that if there was ever any game to go for it, it is still going to be up to Echo to keep the dream alive. That streak-breaking performance that we're expecting from the world champions right now. Just keep winning. Just keep winning. I mean, that's all there is to it. I feel like the Echo lineups have been rehearsed so much already that everyone already kind of knows that they're going to pick in the first place. It all boils down to being able to outplay them. And speaking of that, I wonder if that's going to be something that we're going to be seeing from Omega with Matt. Ilabas ang lakas. Bring out your A game. Bring out the power in you. Because I feel like there's so much that we can that he learned probably from MDL that he can probably apply here. Definitely coming up against a world champion on your first MPL game might be distressing for others, but who knows? Maybe that's one of the reasons why Matt is here in the first place. And as for both teams to force him out of their comfort picks, I wonder if that's going to be the case here for Echo today. Will they pick on the possible weakness of Matt, or will they maybe respect that too much, and that might be their downfall? That has been the keys to victory here. Again, brought to you by Infinix.
Great insights there, right? Because again, a lot of this is really up to that. Like we need to know. A lot of the viewers, a lot of the Brunga out there really want to know, of course, how Matt's impact will be the case for this team and, of course, for this matchup. And Echo, really, they just got to keep doing what they've been doing, right? Keep winning, keep going for it. They haven't changed anything, honestly. Like, even when the new patch came out, the meta, barely anything changed. Maybe some picks here and there, but that's about it.
Forget about it. Echo's got this down on lock. But, Joseph, Carl mentioned something very important. What if Echo decides to bear down on that possible Achilles heel, that new addition to Omega's lineup, that possible weak point? You know what this allows? I'm looking at this from an optimistic side, right?
Yeah.
What if this opens up Omega's Kelra? What if this allows for them to just say, you know what? Okay, you beat up Matt if you need to. Kelra's going to shine.
Oh, there it goes.
Could be the case. But also, taking a look at the player head-to-head here, Rockhart, between Sanji and Etu and Max. How's it looking?
It's surprising that we are seeing higher average assists here from Etomax. Is it maybe because of more games played? No, they played the same amount of games. So far, the captain has been actually improving, even in the KDA, because there are games that he actually didn't die. I remember that like a few weeks back where
right.
Untouched.
As a Novaria.
Yeah. They remember. And that's impressive, right? I guess Etomax is one of the constants here for Omega, so that's why it's a really good way to compare it against Sanji. Again, World Championship. Maybe speaks to the skills as well of Etomax, possibly World Caliber as well.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of people wouldn't doubt that. He clearly has a ton of experience. It's just when you're matching them up, again, you can really look at the individual level and lanes. But we all know it's a team game. It's a team effort, right? And for some reason, Echo has just figured that out faster than a lot of teams. And it took them some time as well to get to the point where they are today, of course, world champions. But the synergy factor is really what sticks out for a lot of people that just watch Echo. From around the world, they watch them and they see just how well things are choreographed. When it comes down to those team fights, the Lord takes and everything else, it's just played out so well.
Yep, I think it's come down to the fact as well that Echo always has a one-track mind. All of them are thinking of the same game plan, and all of them are working towards the same goal. And it all starts here in the draft. Hell, even Tick and Treb are onto it.
Well, we'll find out here. First game in this series. We'll see if Smart Omega, everything we've talked about from, Etu Max performing very well individually to Chaknu to Matt's introduction to the team. We'll see if that changes anything. We've got Echo on the blue side. We've got Smart Omega on the red. First ban's already coming through. Nothing too crazy for that fact. One thing, though, is because the Angela was taken out, we know, Smart Omega likes to even play with that route. If they don't ban out any more supports, for example, the Matilda, the Rafaela, then do we see them go that route here? What do you think for Echo for priority?
Yeah, I think the healers are still going to be the highest priority here for both teams. And judging from the bans of Echo, they don't really mind Matt right now. That's not part of their game plan. Because if you saw from the most used heroes that were displayed earlier for Matt, he doesn't really play anything different from the normal opponents that Echo faces off against. So they said, why do we need to make any special exceptions today? We can just do what we do, and then let's see if they can catch up with our gameplay.
I'm really wondering what that priority is going to be for Echo. Not just that, but even on the flip side, right? As soon as Smart Omega gets those 2 picks, I mean, they're the ones that even banned out the Akai, and we know that Matt likes to play the Akai. So there's the answer, right? She's open. Might as well pick up the Matilda. We know how strong she is, and some people say she's a little too strong.
Oh, yeah.
And we saw actually quite a bit of performances just in this past week with Matilda across the world. But she's strong for a reason, right? Teams will pick her up if she's not banned out in that first phase. So what is the response here from Smart Omega, knowing that, hey, we've got to deal with some of this mobility. We've got to deal with this, just the utility that Matilda brings alone, and the response is a Yuzhong and a Baksha.
Man, they got all the tanks right off the bat here. And that's something that I know a certain caster will be very proud of. Finally, their Yuzhong came out. I gotta say, this is something that I was actually itching to see in the previous series for specific slots here. Now, I know that the response here will be to just not overreact to this one. Fredrin right there on the jungle, securing it out for Echo. And maybe their gold laner, but maybe not. I guess Benicuti becoming one of the most flexible gold laners right now just earns him that spot on the last parts of the pick here. Novaria is going to be it. And again, with Valentina being banned out, the mid lane options here for Smart Omega looking a bit more slim.
Yeah, not only that, but now that you have to deal with a Matilda and a Novaria, that's already something to be concerned about if you're Smart Omega. Not only are you trying to deal with the vision that you're going to be spotted out with, of course, with the Astral Echoes and dealing with the recalls and everything else, you also have to deal with Matilda. So, interesting though, an answer from them happens to be Grok here, locked in for that, rounding out that first phase.
Yeah, Grok Rome right now being locked in for Chaknu. So that's one of the beefiest comps and beefiest front lines we've ever seen today, I gotta say. And here on the draft index, their burst, I like that they added the Grok there for the added burst. But yeah, their sustained damage right now, damage to turrets are going to be very limited. Their burst damage on taking down individuals after the wall charge is going to be very limited. So that's something that maybe Echo can attack here.
But despite Echo actually getting, a dream come true. This is what you call Christmas land for Echo. Getting these 3 heroes in the first phase. I think Omega are onto something. Just last week when Chaknu picked up the Grok as well, we were also wondering, why are you allowing these things? Why are you letting these things happen? And why are you giving opponents so much leeway? And we were answered almost immediately. So maybe this time, maybe with these heroes left out for Omega and what they've allowed Echo so far, it might be a master plan. This might be a master stroke from the barangay. I'm not calling it out yet. I'm not saying this is conclusive, but there must be a plan.
Yeah, lineups like that actually will telegraph an Irithel. A huge lineup that can keep running and keep shooting. That's exactly what you want to see in an Irithel lineup. And there it is.
There it is.
So they didn't risk Benicuti getting it.
See?
Uh-oh. Right away, though. Tariz are going to come through. We know how much this hero is contended, as you saw, the contention for it, how much of an impact Tariz has alone throughout the majority of the game, especially when you get that level 40, you have that penalty zone. And it's something to deal with, but still, Smart Omega, the fact that they drafted these first 3 picks already sets them up for a lot of CC. There it is, Iksha coming in to play for Echo here.
Okay, I have a theory. The only reason why the Iksha is okay and Echo is safe and confident, drafting the Ixia into the Yuzhong or the Baksha even, it's because they have a Matilda.
Matilda.
And this rarely happens.
That's true.
You can rarely protect the Ixia this way. So, okay. How does Omega close up, though? They gotta close up strong.
Yeah, they need range. Absolutely need range. Novaria is out, so they're gonna need someone that can kind of work with this triple tank lineup in front of your screens. Maybe a Lilia, but again, it's banned out, so it's really slim pickings. Might force Kagura.
Do they need burst or
Farsa?
DOT?
Eve. These things are really, really useful, but then again, these are picks that are very much useful. Oh, Kadita! I forgot about the Kadita.
Okay, so they want to go fast, too.
Oh, I like it.
Okay, Kadita. So that's burst.
Yeah, that's burst. They didn't go for range. They went for pure burst. Wow.
Look at this. From the index mid-draft, suddenly look at how much Omega Balloon. Look how much they made for it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Like, there must have been a plan.
I think
100%.
Arifel adds like 3 points to late game.
I was going to say, and then, the Kadita as well, just burst potential is going to be huge. So even with the hero DPS, right, that's why you have so much potential, I feel like, really in Smart Omega's lineup. It's, again, where, everybody kind of contemplates drafts, but obviously we always have to consider the execution factor. And one thing that you can say based on the history of the season is so far Smart Omega, they either have these games where they start off super strong, they get the momentum going, or they literally take the whole early to mid game to build up to where they need to be. You saw the audience prediction there as well, highly in favor of Echo. So we'll see once again as we get a last look here of the lineups for both teams. Can Smart Omega, the Barangay, with their new recruit from the MDL, Matt, contest this win streak? Possibly stop the win streak of the Echo Express here, loading into the land of Dawn. We'll see if they can pull it off as we jump into game number 1.
I have to really highlight this game is a battle of close range burst knockups that destroy versus long-range pokes coming in from Echo. They're going to have to really, really work their way into the Echo lineup. But when Omega does it, it's going to be very difficult for Echo to actually deal with it.
Gentlemen, you see that? You see what JP did in the first rotation? He just looped around the orange. And now, Little Wanderer scored over by, look at that, Omega.
There it is. So far, so good. They're really leveraging their tankiness, and they're able to really control every part of the map they can, especially right now that the Ixia isn't in anywhere form to be able to contest. Same with the Novaria, right? They're going to need some time, they're going to need some items before they can actually become a threat. And the builds also speak very much into fighting into this kiting lineup that Echo has.
Yeah, nothing, in terms of what we're used to seeing in emblems. Echo is going for literally pure mobility for the most part. They want to be working around that, putting pressure on Kaura, right? Because Leo even mentioned this. This might be the time, really, for Kaura to shine in this matchup if he can get to that point. And I think Echo knows that, right? That's why they want to put pressure in that gold lane if they can. Real quick, too, we've got some MPL Philippine trivia. 2 words, Quantum Charge. Most used Tier 3 talent, even in patch 1.6.20 with a use rate of 39.45%. It's usually used by gold laners and jugglers. If you don't get the joke, you missed out.
Sanford from penalty zone, serving up first blood, taking down Ryota, and that's a man down. Omega staring down the barrel of 4v5 as the first turtle is pulled over by Carl Teasy.
Oh my
goodness me!
Could have sworn it was a simple snatch and grab, but no, Sanji said, you know what, I see something, I'm gonna take it. Down goes Etomax, and Echo scores a turtle. 2 minutes, 30 seconds in.
Do you see what I mean? Like, the synergy, for some reason, from Echo literally follows the drums here, right? It's on point. It's tough to deal with because, yes, it's still early in the game, but, with the turtle, with those kills, they're now finding themselves a little momentum here. Rockhart, take us through some of these early builds going through.
Yeah, penetration right now obviously is going to be the key here. Flat out stats. I gotta say, I gotta follow up on that one. It was so smooth. It looked like Carl Teasy was flying halfway across the map there. getting into these kills, and again, JP just becoming a huge expressway.
Gentlemen, look at this. Look at how fast JP's walking through the jungle. You see this? This is the full effect of agility plus wilderness blessing.
It's
He's just zooming. Look at that. Look at the mini-map.
Literally mobility.
It's comedic.
Yeah, and there's very little, again, they need items before they can actually fight, right, Omega? But no, JP and Sanji, they can do this all day.
Wow, I didn't even realize, because we don't see Matilda too often, but she is just literally moving through the map at this point, right? With that, just the way her kit works as well. No wonder so many teams decide to just ban out Matilda. They don't have to deal with it. But for Smart Omega, right, as they look at this. I mean, this is Etumax versus JP here. Now, that's what I want to see, though, is if Etumax can find some of this pick-off potential. You clearly draft a Kadita for a reason, right? Your sole purpose is to burst a enemy opponent down, get that advantage if you can. So if Etumax continues to get zoned out by JP alone, you're going to have some trouble, right? Especially as the game goes on here.
I think that's the biggest challenge right here because, again, if you want to get these kills, you got to get near the opponent. And Echo, they can smell you from a mile away. That's a problem here.
They can smell it. They can see you all flicker in. Wild charge. Benny Cutie could not stand a chance. The Mamba is in the building. And now it's Echo's turn to go ahead and see a 4v5. This 50-50 Turtle looking like it's blue and green. Now Matt collapses in. Ryota comes through as well. Popping the Appraiser's Rat, Carl Easy and JP circling around. Turtle at a tenth of its health. Sanji still takes it.
How?
And they take one down. Chaklu's fallen. Carl Easy traded out though. Kelra falls as well. There's buddies everywhere. Wow! As JP gets on out of here. Matt, can he live? Oh, he's not going to survive. Double kill for the Apex Predator. 40!
That was a disaster. And they're not even done yet. Sanji!
What? The San duo don't stop.
His recall button was stuck for a second.
It's better now. He's okay.
He's all right. Okay. He's fine. He's fine. He looks good.
All right,
Man,
Sanji's on fire.
Whew. Well, there you go. That we just see it right there. I mean, Omega can get in front of Echo, but what do you do after that? Like, the damage is just more.
They can get in front of him, on top of them, around them, but yeah, no. What are you going to do when you get there?
That's the problem, right? Now, we saw a little bit of hope, of course, when they made that play in the bottom lane against Benny Cutie, but, Smart Omega going to have to keep doing something, right? They have to find a way. They can't just continue to lose these resources to get further behind, and it looks like they might go for something.
Oh, here we go. Sanford to the penalty zone, trying to take out Etomax, but that's the rough waves. The captain still survives. Razor's Wrath coming in from Carl Teasy. 2v1, pushing away Chaklu and Ryota. That's a no-go.
Yeah, we're seeing the strength of this line. Oh!
Benny Cutie gets jumped onto by Matt, popping the Poissons. Benny Cutie flickers out. Kelra gets a kill.
Good pickup. They found something. That's what they had to do. I mean, they're making it hard for Benny Cutie. And Rockart, you talked about this specifically, even with the Ixcho, right? Oh, Etumax.
Oh,
look at JP. He's not done.
Coming in with a circling eagle to finish the job.
Woo! As I was saying, you talked about this. The fact that Ixcho. Oh no, Chaknu. He should be fine. He should be fine.
Mamba with the power of wilderness. He's okay.
Okay. Ixcha struggling right now, but the rest of the team doing great. Kelra just trying to farm up, right? Has some of the rest of the team here. They might be able to contest this turtle and actually secure it for themselves. But Carl Teasy, JP, and also Benny Cutie in the area. Sanji as well.
Astral echoes more than enough as Carl Teasy threads the needle, goes in and steals.
You know what? This lineup of Omega, they suffer around early to mid. It's fine because they don't have the power, the damage just coming from the Irithel. But when Kelra joined them, you can see it's night and day.
It's night and day, and the main thing that I'm worried about, obviously, aside from this damage dealt chart that you're seeing here, is, a typical scenario that we see from Smart Omega. Like, how much time do you guys need, right? With this lineup especially, and the way that things are going. Yes, it's not too bad. It's 3K gold ahead. You're almost at the 8-minute mark. Your next big objective is the Lord, which I'm kind of worried that unless they get an amazing set-off, they might not be able to even contest that first Lord yet, just in how things are looking. Even in terms of, the gold earned, Kelra's doing a pretty good job. But, who do you even focus on when a lot of this poke potential from Sanji alone is tough to deal with?
I guess the big question here is whether or not Chaknu can find these targets that we're talking about. I guess they have enough firepower for maybe a few people at a time, but they can't really fight straight on 5v5. We're trying to do right now.
They ended up looking for a fight and catching it too. Rough Waves to save himself from the circling eagle. And the Black Dragon form ends its run. And now Matt gets caught out. Matt caught between a rock and a hard place. And 4 members of Echo as Sanford takes him down.
That looked a little off, right? I mean, in terms of the thought process there, the follow through, what Smart Omega wanted to do, it didn't work out. Chaknu should once again be fine. He's on this Grok here, but Smart Omega's going to lose some stuff, especially this Tier 1 turret right before that first Lord comes up, unless they somehow hold on to it, but most likely Echo will look to get that if they can.
Yeah, look at JP. He's just going ham right now.
There it is.
With anyone who is going to basically go up front is against this Bathilda.
Dude, JP's been playing since minute -2. He's been game before the game even started, and that's showing right now.
I mean, look at like his build-wise even, right? It's nothing crazy, but the amount of poke he can do is crazy as well. Oh, look at this. Chaknu.
Coming in. Here's the answer from Sanji. Astral Echoes. Spots a few. Circling Eagle from JP. Catches Kelra from the back. And Lord still standing. Penalty zone from Sanford. And the Guiding Winds. Tries to get a beat on the Kelra. Still up. Sanford very low. Poisson's popped in. Down goes Etomas. Caldizi gets a kill. Sanford shutting down. Got him by Matt. And they're all dropping. Chaknu and Kelra are the only ones left. It's just the Filipino Savage. And Benny Cutie's not done with him. Oh, they let him go. As Carl Tizzi goes ahead, finishes the Lord, starts it up one more time.
Now, it looked good for a moment there, but like we mentioned, all the damage of this Omega lineup right now basically resides with Kelra. And Kelra was being ganged up by 2 Echo members there, so it was actually very difficult for him to participate in the other parts of the fight, where the tanks were getting beaten down. And there was very little they could do after that initial burst of damage.
Yeah, you kind of saw that whole fight unfold, and it just basically speaks. It paints the picture on how far behind Smart Omega is right now. And, you know, I think a lot of people are just waiting for them to find some form of hope within this match because, you know, we've seen this before, and it could happen, right? If they're able to defend Kelra, if he continues to build up what he can, they might just have to rely on a great setup once again from either Chaknu or Etumax finds a pickoff potential. But at this point, you know, some of that, even that combination when you have a Kadita with the Rough Waves, it might not even be enough, you know, but it could be followed up, especially from Kelra now that he's got this Malefic Roar in his hands. This is where they have to be able to defend, find some form of hope, turn the tide if they will. Well, we'll see if they can handle it because right now Echo will be marching down Etumax. Really low.
And he gets on out of there. OMG working on this Lord. Successful defense. No inhibitors fallen just yet.
They got good damage, but right now, what else can they do outside of their base? Again, if you're under these turrets, it's very easy right now. They got walls from Chaknu.
And JB with the Circling Eagle canceling it. Scrambling Omega just a little bit more. Chaknu using that Guardian's Barrier to maximum efficiency. Oh, but they need to manage these waves. They're crashing in constantly.
And they're getting poked out so much. Benecutie's not even joining these fights yet. So there's that range damage that we're expecting from this Ixia from downtown that's going to be very difficult for Omega to answer.
I'm wondering if they actually want to press this situation. You can see this is the power of a Novaria as well in the hands of Sanji.
Man.
They're going to go.
One more time, a canceled Circling Eagle as Echo makes quick work of that wave, but just the same, Omega holding on. They're holding on to these inhibitors.
Yeah, it just feels like a bit of a temp check here for Echo, you know, just measuring up their opponent right now. Are they going to overreact here with a Circling Eagle? Will they try to go for something nuts? But I guess Omega still has a lot of that trigger discipline that we expect from these players.
I feel like it's going to be, you know, next time we see them do that, obviously Echo, despite the lead that they have, they want to be careful, they want to be disciplined, but Omega might have an answer here.
Tit for tat. Sanji saw that coming from a mile away. Flicker Wild Charge answered by an Astral Recall. And Omega once more caught scrambling around. At least they're outside their base.
Yeah, those times where you expect Omega to get scrappy, no, that's not happening here right now because, again, the range advantage is huge between these two compositions. Where the damage is coming from is actually something that's very different. Because, again, it's always up close and personal here for Omega. Meanwhile, Echo, they have so much room to work with. Not to mention they also have a Mafilda that adds so much to their mobility.
Yeah, this is hard too because as you saw there, right, there's quite a bit of gap even between the junglers, right, 2,000 gold or so. It doesn't really allow Matt to even contest this. If he gets into this fight and gets taken for surprise, knowing that even Kelra's not there, they could be in a bad position, bad situation here.
JP here, going in with the circling eagle. Matt rolls out. Black Dragon formed by Ryota. They're trying to crash down on Carlteasy, but there's way too much defense, way too much HP on the side of Echo. As Matt scores a Lord, and Kelra pushes down bottom with no casualties. What? So Omega pulled a fast one over the Orcas, but Ryota, can he survive? Comes in, Benny Cutie wins the 1v1.
I did not expect Matt to somehow get that.
He was alone, surrounded by Echo players. I don't know what happened there. I would love to see a replay. I don't know why Echo didn't react to that. Quite questionable, but I don't know. I don't know what they were gunning for.
Yeah, I'm not sure because I'm pretty sure Carlteasy had his retribution as well. Like, was not expecting Matt to get that, but great that he did. Now, my question is, you know, you were down nearly 9,000, almost 10,000 gold. Yes, you've got the Lord here, but can you do anything with it, right? Can you use that as an advantage? Right now, it's going to be dealt with here. The bottom side, you can see everybody cornering up. Chaknu going to go with the conceal.
Goes into the Y bush, ain't no one home. What's he thinking? He does have his flicker. Down goes the Lord. And Echo just finding the angle. Carlteasy here finds a taunt. 1v1.
Oh, they got Kelra!
Dear Lord, off camera, just slightly to the left. That's a man down. The Omega Barangay holding on. 4v5 as Echo goes ahead, plans their siege here in mid.
Oh, I don't think they're... I mean, they might possibly try to end it here. They have some clear they can use. Obviously, they have the Guardian barriers as well. But usually, if Kelra is going to be down in this lineup, you lose so much firepower, right? We already talked about this earlier as soon as the game started up, and you're seeing it. But Echo, happy with the middle inhibitor turret. They get it down. They might just go ahead and wait another minute and a half or so before the next Lord. Now, if Omega wants to find something out of this, can they actually do it with their lineup? That's the big question. Here's the replay. So, Matt, okay, Carlteasy was just CC'd, basically.
They were busy with Chaknu, basically.
Yeah. So
there it is. He's far away.
Wow.
Okay. And then he was waiting for the guiding winds, and he thought that that was the perfect window, but when it happened, Matt already hit the retribution on the Lord. So that's what happened. It was a call between the turn and the Lord take.
Yeah.
And Echo tried to do both.
I think they were expecting Matt to slow it down and dance. Matt was like, nah, I'm going to keep going.
Hey, good on Matt, though. You know, like, it keeps them in the game. Let's be honest, right? At least at this point, we were thinking it was looking dire about 4 minutes ago.
Yep.
They're nearly bought 5 minutes so far. Kelra, you can even see, itemization-wise, he's where he needs to be.
Yep.
Just picking up, you know, the next item here, the DHS. He's got that. So
full items.
Really, they should be able to go toe-to-toe in some of these skirmishes and fights. It would be great if they can get the advantage by surprising Echo somehow.
Man, Sanji's 80k. Almost triple of what Kelra's damage is. All because of these Astral Recall.
Oh! JP catches a wild charge right in the face with a few hits from Ryota like it was nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, healed back up. That's exactly what you get.
Still there with Sanford as well. The guiding win out. Now again, Lord is up here. Matt wants to pretty much go for another shot. See if he can make it happen once again. But Echo probably going to be a little more careful with this one. Chaknu doesn't have the wild charge just yet. They got to watch this angle, see where they go through. Kelra also waiting on the outskirts here.
A little bit of a scrum up top, and now in mid, they're crossing the river, playing with the bushes. Juking is what you call it in the business. Lord here now, a fifth of its health. Echo have a dominant position. Etomas is caught one more time with a circling eagle. Knocked him into the air. Rough Waves healing him up. Ryota with a Black Dragon form, and now this little tiny alley one more time. Full barrage from Benny Cutie, taking down the Capitan. Now Carlteasy drawing a line. Sanford pushing them away. Penalty
Matt!
Matt steals the Lord one more time. And now they're going to punish Ryota. Circling eagle. Cancelled out. Sanji gets the kill. And now they crash onto Matt. There seems to be another quarry up top. And now Matt gets bonked down onto. And Matt's going to fall here. And that's 3 down from Omega. Chaknu and Kelra left to defend.
Oh, that's tough. That's dicey. Kelra.
Oh, bam! And down goes the Savage. And just Chaknu here left. 5v1. The Mamba falls. And that's a pop, the immortality. And ladies and gentlemen, Lord spawns. Chan who's buying time here. It's a wipeout. And Echo are just going to take their time. Etomas, can he defend?
Tumac still up here. Echo.
Time here.
Full barrage!
Full barrage!
Boom! Ladies and gentlemen, Echo takes game 1.
All right.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. What a strong game there from Echo. Some promising things from Matt and from Smart Omega there, but unfortunate they couldn't keep up with that pace.
That was a tough one. But then again, add that to your resume. 2 retributions against the world champion jungler. I guess anyone would be happy with that. But again, it is a good start. Just not quite enough to get that point.
Yeah, it's again, I was kind of surprised with the first one, and then the second one is like, wow, they were there, right? And Matt came out on top of that one, but still, you know, as things kind of unfolded, it just got way out of hand. And like we said, it takes a little bit too long for an Irithyll to have the damage that she needs, you know, and if you draft something like the Kadita and you're not able to get the kills early on, you're not really able to scale up, it's unfortunate because you're not able to utilize that pick for the way you want to, right? But before we talk more about it, of course, we want to go ahead and mention it is now the October Starlight. It's now available with only 300 diamonds. That's all it costs. You can get Layla's exclusive Twilight Waltz skin, and that'll be yours. Check out the dazzling debut of Layla's anniversary exclusive painted skin. Midnight Waltz, the Starlight Lucky Chest, will also be available for a limited time, so get it now. Speaking of chest, did you guys see the chest out there in the, I think it's the Pasig River for the anniversary?
That was huge.
That's huge.
They've yet to open it, so I'm
waiting.
I'm holding out. I am dying of anticipation.
Yeah, Layla players are actually rejoicing because the skin's actually pretty good. I love it.
No, Layla as a hero now, I think conceptually is good.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just she hasn't found her moment yet.
Hey, speaking from my heart here, now that Gord has found his way in the meta, I'm sure one day all the Layla mains, just like I have, they will be able to rejoice.
Hey,
You'll get there.
we see plenty Layla in the main menu.
In the main menu.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
never mind. It's her dad there now, but
I was gonna say, isn't
Eventually.
Layla the
No,
one
let-
also with the most skins, or is it Mia? It's one of them.
Yeah, it
or
is.
Lancelot.
Or Lancelot. I don't know. Well, they have
Or
a ton.
Joe, I don't know, right?
Or that.
Either way,
and
it's
of
an
course,
addition.
there's still heroes out there too that have 2 skins. By the way, they're default in like 1 skin. So, but again, it's 7 years of MLBB action, and for this one, you know, being 12 seasons in for the MPL Philippines, of course, too, is quite the astonishing fact, you know, if you will, to think about it. Now, for Echo, the fact that they're nearing their 10th win streak mark as well is quite a crazy fact to think about.
1 game away.
One game.
1 game away. Sato game away. Isang laro. It's amazing.
Isang Laro away.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. We'll see. But Rockhart, why don't you go ahead and take us through game 1, how Echo won this one.
Yeah, the Echo Express went full steam in that previous game right there. And I have to say that, you know what, it's a very classic game. Carl TZ on a very signature hero, Frederick, I would say is something that you can already expect to work well. I don't know if Matt fought Red Vat at all, but the big bully of the Land of Dawn right there in that game, it was JP. I mean, from minute 0, minute -1, I think, Leo mentioned, just going non-stop, going full ham onto anyone that's going to go up in front of this Matilda. And it's getting picked up by every team here in the MPL for a good reason as well. There's just so much that you can offer, aside from obviously good damage coming in from your Wisps. You also have just so much mobility with your Guiding Wind. It's so easy for you to get into the back line, and that allows heroes like obviously the Ixia to be picked up. Although again, I like seeing the effort of Omega here with that burst. That's exactly what happens, right, on your screens when it works out. But that's one of the very rare moments of this game that did pan out the way that they expected. I think Sanji was huge here, but also again, all of this revolves around Echo maximizing and utilizing the mechanics of the Matilda right now, again, the added shielding and healing, as well as the movement. I mean, Leia mentioned it was like vroom vroom goes the train there in this previous game. And Echo, with JP being one of the most veteran players as well in this lineup, I was actually not super surprised he would go full ham. He has so much knowledge, so much experience with these heroes. It's so easy for him to find these small moments of weakness from Omega's lineup and then capitalize on it. Although, I would say that Benecutie was also very much a very hidden hero, an unsung hero here in this game, where he would actually snipe out individual members, not go for that fancy, flashy full barrage on 5 people, but he got the job done. He got the targets that needed barraging. I don't know if that's a term, but that's exactly what he did there. And overall, it was just a huge rage discrepancy, I would say, that caused Echo to just get ahead here. It was very difficult for Omega to get a fight where everyone was healthy and then we could go, wail on each other. No, it did not happen that way. Every time one of these fights would happen, it's either they're getting wisped out by the Matilda, they're getting hit by Sanji with these astral recalls over and over again, so that even mages like the Kadita, which has basically full regeneration capabilities, are basically getting whittled down to half HP. Imagine that. And imagine in the draft we were highlighting that Omega had a very tanky, free tank front line. That's the Yuzhong, the Grok, as well as the Baksha. And if Echo can do this against a lineup like that, imagine what they can do against a lineup that can be a bit more squishier. But then again, I digress, because maybe that lineup that we're talking about might have more range to fight against, might have more abilities to throw against the Echo lineup, so maybe it might have been a better fight. But this one, there was no fight that Echo was facing that, we're full 5 members, we're all healthy, let's make it a 50-50 match. No, it was almost at most 60-40 in favor of Echo every time an engage would happen. And again, all of that actually boiled down to a very good early game that was shown by Echo here. And then again, all of that was because of JP. Look at that, 100% team fight participation. Each and every turn, JP was there. He was able to get the game or get the ball rolling. And once Echo gets rolling, they're not really going to stop anytime soon. And overall, I would say if Echo keeps doing this, they have knowing just where and when the limits of their heroes are. I feel like this is going to be a very quick game 2 here. But then again, I have high hopes here for the Omega lineup with what we saw from Matt here. Seems a very, very good, at least, it wasn't a win, but it's still a very good debut game, I would say.
Yeah, I would also kind of agree with that. Matt, I'm sure he had some nerves. Let's be honest. You're going against someone like Carl TZ. You step up from the MDL. You're going to have a little nerves. But relatively, if you look at him individually, he did all right. And he got a couple of those retributions against Carl TZ. We'll see if he's able to kind of find the nerves and really settle in for Game 2. But before we get to Game 2, we also want to mention you have to watch out for the weekly giveaway that will be posted on MPL Philippines' Facebook page for a chance to win your own Smart Bro devices. The mechanics to join the giveaway will be posted after this weekend's tournament, so make sure you watch out for that. We have tons of things in store for you guys, especially if you come out and watch here at the Shooting Gallery Studios. So again, we are going to be in a second, we're going to go ahead and head over to Game 2, but I think there's more, especially for our crowd out here. Once again, Shooting Gallery Studios is where Season 12 has happened this entire time. It's been amazing. It's pretty much been packed throughout the regular season, and we always love interacting with you guys. So if you don't get a chance during the regular season, because there's only these 2 weeks left, we hope to see you guys in the playoffs, right? So when more information comes out, keep an eye out for that, because there's a ton going on. And of course, right now we are going to be looking for our Smart Game Face of the Day in the MPL Arena. Be the next Smart Game Face of the Day winner. Just flash the hashtag #PowerOfSmart on your devices in a green background. Familiar face right there. Put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code. Is this it?
Is that him?
Is that him? Well, he's got a prop.
He has a little. Is that a little Aeromax sticker? Oh wait.
Oh,
it's a
one v
face-off.
one.
It's a game day face-off.
Wow. It is a face-off.
What's it gonna be?
Is this young
What's it gonna
man?
be?
Is this young man or a
Come
hip hop
on,
artist?
man.
Is
Am I
he?
right?
Is he?
Oh, this guy wins.
He wins.
The little Etomax.
Little Etomax right
They even got the camera effect going on, man.
All right, so what's the face? Like, you know the tradition, right? We don't make the rules here at the desk.
What is what?
Is that?
I think he's just biting his bottom
Just a
lip, man.
little sheesh.
Yeah.
Just a little sheesh, my guy.
Is it? Is it the sheesh bite the bottom lip?
It's the most low key ever.
There you go.
My guy.
Yeah.
Mobile phone over here.
Yeah. So he won it, right? Again, congratulations to him. We always love seeing your guys' smart game faces here in the MPL arena for us. So come watch, right? If not here for the regular season, the playoffs. We hope to see you guys there. Can't wait for more details to go out about that. But now, the matchup at hand. Once again, Echo is at match point. Very strong, dominant game number one. I think a lot of people expect this. The key to victory, just keep winning. That's what Echo's going for. And it was on the, as you saw from the MVP, this was on the wings, not the shoulders, the wings literally of JP, the way he played that Matilda. I wouldn't be surprised if that even slipped through the draft for game 2.
Again, the first phase of Echo was a pipe dream. Like, nobody gets that draft. Nobody gets those 3 heroes in that combination.
Yeah.
But again, now in hindsight, it was way too expensive. It was too big of an opportunity cost for Smart Omega to actually open up. And now, looking back again, hindsight's 2020. It's not fair to judge them in that sense, but they went too deep, man. They went full dive, and you know what they say, you never go full dive.
You never go full dive,
So
bro.
there was very little range. The re-engage was off the back of almost single-handedly both Matt and Ryota on the Baksha and the Yujong. But that aside, maybe now, going into game 2, they take note of that, and Coach Stronger and the rest of the gang, they're like, okay, we can do better. Let's cover our bases. We can't go full dive.
And just like previous drafts, actually, that's right. I mean, this is very similar to what we've seen in earlier today, where it was obviously an Irifel lineup. Like,
Yeah.
it's easy to read that, right? So maybe don't do that.
Don't build up around the
Don't
Irithel.
build up too much around the Irifel, you know?
And it exacerbates the whole situation on Kelra is the carry for Smart Omega. You double the weight on the young man.
Yeah, it's literally putting a sign. Again, when they came out, before they came out, he had a sign on his forehead, right? So we'll have to see. The other thing, too, is, again, I think you just take out the Matilda. Unless you try to lock it in yourselves, I'm wondering, too, if we see a switch of sides here. See if they want to go for the priority, right? The Smart Omega on that play, if they can. But, yeah, I think even if you look at the initial draft in the first phase,
man,
they were going to a route that we've seen teams have success with before, right? These are like the tanky boy priority picks you go for. The setup potential could have been there. We even saw the Mamba try to do that. It got to a point where it almost seems a little desperate, right? They're trying to find these setups to turn the tides of things. The downside is, once again, like Leo said, you put all your eggs in the Calro basket at one point, right? It just does not work like that, especially against a team like Echo. So
Holding way too many eggs, my guy.
too many eggs.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, the way that they won that obviously was, aside from that very beautiful first free draft, right? They also stole away Etomax's comfort heroes. The heroes that were Etomax actually, shown. So normally, Etomax would shine, then Keller had some leeway. But no, this game was all Keller, like you guys mentioned.
Yeah. Again, there's only... I feel like Kadita is literally built that way as a hero. Like, high risk, high reward. You can't have all that firepower packed into your kit, and at the same time not have a glaring weakness of you could just get shut down completely, right? And that's kind of what happened there, especially with the Kadita pick. We'll see if even Antumax can get a more, I guess, signature pick of his that's not all banned down. Again, we'll jump into the draft for game 2 here. We'll see exactly where they line up on the sides and what kind of bans go out for the first phase. It is going to be Smart Omega on the blue side. We've got Echo on the red here, and you can see it, right? The Matilda right now is going to be open. If Smart Omega decides not to ban it out, we might even see them take it for the priority here. But Echo, I don't even know if Echo would actually let that slip through, Rockhart.
Man, that's true. And Chaknu, Matilda, and no, feels different, right? Doesn't it? Although they're willing to pick up heroes like the Rafaela still, so maybe they can consider opening that up. And obviously not a priority pick here for Omega. But there it goes. Mafilda's out, so probably going to see more of the Rafaela still.
Yep.
Hopefully not Pryo. Maybe second or third pick here. But Valentina still pretty much, I don't know, still is open right now. So maybe that's something they can do. Kelra and Etmax definitely more comfortable with that, if not the Novaria.
Or the Baksha.
Or the Baksha.
So you see how dangerous these trades are for Omega?
Yeah.
They get the Valentina,
There's
right?
the Val,
I can get with this. So for Echo, you're left with all of those so far still.
So much. They're actually so much open right now. It's a sea of heroes. They can still pick up the Novaria if they wish. They can also have some of those healing.
Yep. It's like a kid in a candy shop.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot on the table here. I think this was safe, take that Valentina first. Okay, on the flip side, Echo is going to be like, you know what, we'll take the Kadita this time around, and the Lancelot locked in here. Signature pick.
I guess this is a welcome. Welcome to the MPL.
Yeah, let me sign that for you, kid. Autograph.
Oh, man. What's going to be the answer, though? You can still go Baksha here. You can still pretty much go Frederick. I know Frederick's banned out.
Martis, if it comes down to it.
I would love to see a Martis here.
I don't know. The Martis seems dangerous, though, since there's very little interaction between what heroes Echo has so far.
And I've also seen Martis's fall to the Kadita traps as well.
Yeah.
This is comfort for man at least.
Yes.
Right?
Play a lot of Akai.
Yeah, a lot of Akai. We saw it banned out in the previous game, so he's getting his hands on it. They also have an Edith this time around, so, still, like, your bases in terms of a front line, someone appealed, back line, initiator, it's there right now.
That was interesting because Omega didn't even risk getting it banned out because it was banned out in the previous game. So they're making sure that Matt is still in a headspace that they need him to be right now. Not to get overwhelmed by a Lancelot.
Yeah, something to note, as Echo here picks up the Kaja, which plays so well into what Omega's doing right now. I gotta say, first three picks for Omega. Dudes, they're doing the dive again. These are 3 dive heroes.
Oh, yeah.
They're going for it. Little trivia right there, too. You see it. JP, he's got 100% Kaja win rate since MDL Season 1.
Man.
That's scary.
That's absolutely scary here. So if you see the draft index here, burst is going to be through the roof. I was going to bring that up. Their team fighting going to be very limited, obviously, because it's mostly single target. Even the rough waves, technically AoE, is still primarily used to take down individual members, most likely the ones being affected by the Divine Judgment. For Omega, though, it will be more... We're still waiting for their damage output, right? Because obviously they have the zone that they need for the Akai, something that can also control the Lancelot, but they still need that firepower.
Yep, they can play with the battlefield, they can play with positioning, and again, they're very dive-centric, so they need to give something to Kelra that's reliable. They need I don't know, they don't need burst. Maybe DPS. What else is out there?
Beatrix, maybe.
Beatrix, yeah. They go the Bea. You still have, obviously, the Iksha available, which we saw, Benny QD play pretty well. Previous game.
The Brody.
The Brody.
The Brody's still out there.
The Irithil.
Irithil is super duper vulnerable here.
It's the same situation as game 1, man.
So
again, going against, especially with the Kaja on the plate, right? You, I don't know. It might even be better if Kelra's just like, I don't know, how do you avoid this kind of dive composition? That's one of the challenges here. Beatrix is also just kind of swooped up, taken for Echo for the hands of Benny Cutie.
Oh, they take the Beatrix over there. All right. All the more the Brody looks great.
What a classic Echo lineup so far. I love what they're doing here. At the same time, you're also going to have to think about survivability, but you are also going to be the core damager here. So Kero's pick has to be really sustained DPS and something's very reliable.
Oh, man. Is something going over my head here? Are we looking at a Brody or maybe even a Harith? Dare I say?
Harith is actually pretty good.
A Harith? Oh, yeah.
We're just changing all the enunciations, are we?
All right, I'm gonna die on the hill of Martise. All right, don't fight me on that.
I was gonna actually ask you for a second. Like, I've only heard Martise a couple times.
Here's the Brody.
All right,
But
this makes sense.
Here's Glue. I don't know how you're gonna change that one, Leo. So,
no, Glue's great. Glue's great. Glue's good. Glue's good.
There's Glue. So the answer to, the Brody came out plus that Grok. Very similarly, though, Smart Omega is going to have still somewhat of a tanky boy lineup right now. Yeah, you got Edith there, so tanky girl.
Now looking at Omega, they learned from game 1. It's mid-range now,
Yeah.
and there's some dispersion.
There's
some ways for them to get in and get out if they need to.
Not only that, but because you have the Akai and comfort for a mat, what we've seen teams do before, obviously, is really push away. Go to try to push away, right? Carl Teasy, for the most part, you not only have to rely on Matt for that, but also the rest of your kit that you have here. Draft index-wise, we can see things falling into place. There's a lot of favor here for Echo.
Yeah, mostly definitely late game is the one that you're going to look at. The burst, obviously, still... Well, they have the lineup that can blow up almost anyone who goes in their front.
Single target, boom, boom.
I was going to say, ISO is off the chart here.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it's not touching the point there.
It's about to break out. That's how bad it is.
Talking about a Kaja and a Kadita, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty deadly in terms of isolation.
You don't get more ISO than that.
Yeah, I really don't know how more isolated you can get. But we'll take a last look here at the lineups for both teams. We'll see if Smart Omega, like we were talking about, can deal with counterplaying around this isolation play that Echo has drafted here. Not to mention, we've got Carl Teasy on that Lancelot, a favorite, obviously, of his, and it changed the world in that hero alone. So we'll see how this all plays out. If Smart Omega can take us to a game number 3, or Echo continues their streak in a sweep.
You know the biggest exclamation point for me here for that Lancelot pick is how early it was picked up.
Yeah.
It's like, it doesn't care.
So I think it's like a test.
All right. To be fair, most Lancelots these days get banned in the first phase.
That's true.
Right?
Though.
In between the Fred and the Baksha, you kind of like the Lancelot. So I understand where Echo's coming from.
So there it is. Ban out will be, of course, a Beatrix. It got counterpicked against Kelra. Again, Claude doesn't really make sense here. We were expecting the Harif maybe.
Yeah.
But then again, it's all up to Kelra. Wants to survive more with the Brody pick.
Definitely looks like your Kelra starter pack.
The Kelra starter pack.
Those 3 heroes.
Yeah, the booster pack, that would be it.
Yeah, exactly, right? Anything out of the emblems that stick out here, Rockhart?
The biggest one is obviously the Assassin emblem pickup here, coming in from the Echo lineup, which means they want to go fast. Even their roams want to go fast in movement. Everyone else, they just want to go fight. And I wonder if you're going to be obliging them if you're Omega. Is it wise to oblige Echo in a lineup that obviously wants to fight?
Yeah, I think not only that, whether you're obliging them or not, is also just, once again, somehow figuring out how to counterplay around JP and Sanji, right? Again, those 2 heroes alone are going to be the first stepping stones that Smart Omega has to get around, especially as the level 4s come into play, into that first turtle even, as we see them rotate up there for now. And this is where it really is going to matter. We'll see how this plays out. If it's the first turtle going to the hands.
Whoa, Matty boy.
Definitely sure that wasn't on purpose. And it doesn't help the situation that Etomas actually stole away the rough waves. Here we go, breaking out. There's your shatter. JP very low. JP barely gets away. Sanji does first blood on the Ryota. Sanji gets 2K. Down goes Matt, and Carl Teasy takes the turtle as well. The Mamba has fallen. Thank you very much. Echo walks away with everything.
That was a disaster for Smart Omega right there, right? Kelra flickering as well to stay alive, but wow, 4 deaths plus that turtle. Just all going in the hands of Echo here. That is a strong start this early on, and it could be a preview of what to happen.
Joseph, that's an understatement. A strong start? 4-0 turtle? Dude,
that's a massive start.
Right? It's big day. damn!
It's big damn, I gotta say. It's funny, it wasn't even a combo, a Breath of the Ocean, Rough Waves combo. It was the other way around. It was Rough Waves into the Breath of the Ocean.
Here we go, wild charge coming in. And the pull, Benny Cutie gets hit with a heavy spin from the back. And Matt finds sweet vengeance.
Oh,
Yeah,
good play. But
he
Matt,
might get traded.
Oh, that's it. He's down. JP gets him.
okay.
That felt weird. That was an overplay.
It was like throwing a lot at the wall, you know?
Maybe too much, because I feel like that would have been a kill already if Matt hadn't jumped in. Sorry, against the wall. It feels weird.
I guess, in addition, one more adjective, it felt unnecessary.
Unnecessary.
Like, you didn't have to do that right then and there, but now Sanford forced to use a split as Ryota pops the Primal Wrath. Ain't no one home. It's a dead lane, and still Carl TZ coming in. Phantom Execution steals away the golden buff.
Yeah, again, you know, Smart Omega, like I said, I think at some point they're just trying to get what they can, especially with that big damn start or deficit that they had to deal with that first turtle. That's tough to deal with, right? And this also gives it confidence. Look at Carl TZ, he's 2 levels ahead of Matt. Gonna force him to fight for this buff.
Here we go, heavy spin on the Carl TZ. Down goes Cam. Wild charge on the Carl TZ. Everything but the kitchen sink. Chaknu scores a kill.
Hey, that was great, though, for Matt, right? He's like, all right, I see you. I see you, Carl TZ.
That was an overplay. That was actually very bad as well for Echo since it's already turtle time. So obviously the timers are very short, but somehow they're still holding on to it.
Yep, Ryota here forced to use a flicker on ward.
Whoa.
Couldn't find Sanji, and they're just scrumming around. Benny Cutie armed with the Renner. Goes for the flank. Looking at this now. Here we go. Throwing out a bullet. Ryota gets caught into the grab. Sanford walks away so casually as Echo gain control of the turtle pit.
Okay, now they're going to go ahead and start that up. Kelro working on the top side there. See how they find it out. Both junglers getting prepped and ready.
Turtle less than half health here. Going in for the combo. Benny Cutie pops Chaknu. And there's the retribution. Matt scores a big one. Second turtle of the game going over to the barangay.
All right, so a lot of question marks being thrown up here. You know, exclamation points, what's happening? A lot of skills missing. But so far, it is going to be for Omega. They're slowly catching up, at least.
Yeah, again, a little scrappy, right? But Smart Omega doing what they have to do. At 2 Max also holding on to the Divine Judgment here. See if they can play around it. But that's the one thing is Matt's finding these retributions. If he can continue to do that, punish Carl TZ, maybe make Carl TZ think now twice before doing what he did earlier, right? Getting locked down. That might be what it takes for Smart Omega too. You know, throw everything but the kitchen sink at Echo for now.
Yeah.
And kind of work around that.
Every small thing counts. You'll notice Heptacy's already built up for Kelra, so he's actually pretty strong right now.
Conceal coming in. JP goes for the pull. Divine Judgment on Ryota. He pops the Primal Wrath. And from the flank, Sanji finds him. There's a pickoff. Huge for Echo.
Echo definitely not overthinking anything right now. They're just playing it nice and simple. If there's an enemy in front of us, let's throw out our skills and see what Omega does.
Here we go. One more time to engage. Etomax used the flicker, getting out of there. Kelra still alive. Torn up by memory, but Carl TZ makes a beeline for him. Phantom Execution underneath tier 1. Etomax goes down. Sanji drowns him. And now Chakno gets a grab on him by Sanford. Where's he going? Sanford with a dismount. In comes Matt with a headbutt. Looking for an isolation play here. Echo deep behind enemy territory inside Omega's jungle.
I don't think they're done yet. Matt's in trouble.
Matt's in trouble here. We'll be able to dash on out there. But that does leave Echo with a 4.2k gold lead at 7 minutes. That's massive.
Yeah, that's dire right now for Smart Omega. Next turtle's going to be up here. It's a 1-for-1 in terms of the turtles. We'll see if Matt can actually finesse his way for this one as well. He's going to go ahead and work on that orange buff. Turtle waiting patiently there, but look at the rest of the team where they're setting up Echo as well on the upper side of the map. They might just give this one up. They might not even contest it. We'll see if they do. Carl TZ has the information that he needs. Turtle going to be pulled down here.
This might be two turrets on top side if they go for it, but no. Echo decides to respond.
Coming in, Sanford gets hit with a wild charge and a few beads from Kelra. Split, keeping him alive. And look at this, inside the turtle pit, Carl TZ. Side through, long range Divine Judgment, y'all saw that as Kelra falls. Big pickoff, big objective take for Omega. Rather, Echo here sitting at 6K ahead.
In the end, Echo, they find the target they're looking for, the turtle and Killera.
Again, that purple going to be taken as well from Matt. They hold on to the tier 1 turret, though. That's at least something for Smart Omega to celebrate for now. You know, it's tough because when you're really dealing with this, and like we were saying in the previous game, you're almost at a 7,000 gold deficit 9 minutes in. You know, this doesn't really allow you to do what you want to do against these objective takes like the Lord. And I'm going to go ahead and reference that chart we saw before this whole thing started up. You saw how low it was in terms of objectives for Smart Omega. And you're seeing why. We'll see if they can do something.
Killera here, got hit with a Petrify, and that's all she wrote. Hits a big torn apart memory, but not enough stacks. No one home underneath tier 2 down bottom.
Oh!
Chaknu looking low, but they pop Sanji in response. 1-for-1 so far. JP gets his immortality pop. Sanford still alive. Split, gets the mount. Grab. Displacing him. Heavy spin on Matt. Oh, but how much longer? Carl Teasy growing in. Gets 2 down. Chaknu and Matt. Now it's just Ryota and Etumax. Omega holding on to this tier 2 down bottom. Sanford gets another split. Earth Shatter up. And Carl Teasy just plays the Demolition Man. Taking down that tier 2 turret.
Sanford.
Please, the Sandu is a little feisty today, boys.
Oh, they are.
What is up with these kiddos?
They're on point. That's what's happening here. You know, it was a great wall. It was a great Guardian's Barrier from Chaknu earlier. But again, it's kind of just showing how far ahead Echo is. Obviously, with that 8K gold lead, they're able to kind of pull off some of these more risky plays and a little aggressive plays, and that's what they really want to do. Now that this Lord is up here, though, Smart Omega, you know, with this lineup, Rockhart, are they better? Are they going to contest? Is this something they want to do?
Well,
or should they be a little more defensive with this one?
At the very least, they're staying together. So the ISO that we're talking about here, the single target pickoff that Echo's so capable of will not be as pronounced, but now they're getting split up for some reason. Slowly but surely.
JP gets a Divine Judgment, and Carl Teasy cleans up on the back. Etumax falls alongside Chak. It's 3 members of Omega left, Ryota, Killera, and Matt. There's not much they can do. Echo can actually do everything that they want. The grab the mount, and the Primal Wrath, not enough. Benny Cutie pops a cap in Ryota. And with that said, it's just Killera and Matt. Echo pulling doubles, a push in mid, and Carl Teasy 1v1 with the Lord.
That was a beautiful alley-oop right there. And then again, we're seeing Echo not really afraid to fight under these turrets. That is how ahead they are. 10K, almost 11K right now. 60% itemization. I feel like everything is just going in favor of Echo here. You'll see the gold is just almost double here for the gold laners as well. That's already a sign that, you know what, things are going downhill really quickly. But if you're Omega, you're still looking for that. You're still looking for that you know, that money heavy spin that we've been waiting for since earlier.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried though, because even if you get that money heavy spin, man, the deficit is very, very bleak, right? I mean,
it's astronomical, man. 12K, come on.
It's tough.
Whoa!
And they're going for it.
That's a deep dive by Echo. Gets punished by Killera. And that's one way to start.
That's one way to start, yeah.
Oh, wait! Echo claps back. Down goes Killera. Sanji pops him. Now Ryota holding on for dear life. The snipe misses. Who gets in the way? Benny Cutie forward. Flicker in. Inside their base. Hits a shotgun right into the turret's face. And now they're inside. The wave from down bottom clearing that turret. Echo slowly but surely circling its prey.
Okay, we got to take a breather here. Right now, man, Smart Omega holding on to one base turret. Echo probably won't be able to end it here. You know, I don't think they will be able to just yet. Smart Omega should be able to clear things out. They've lost those 2 turrets, unless, again, Echo just decides, you know what, let's just cap it in. We're going to go for it. They could, because you even saw Benny Cutie like flickering in, trying to get that immortality out, the rest of the kills if he could. They're playing aggressively because of that 12K gold lead that they have. You know, this allows them to do that. Now that's why I'm wondering, you know, Rockhart, is there some way, somehow, Smart Omega stays in the game, and drags this out. I honestly think they need another 8 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? It's a while.
I love the look on your faces, but no, yeah, there's not really a single play that's going to get them back here. I think it's going to be a chain of very unfortunate events here for Echo.
A very specific
A very
set of events.
specific chain of events.
That's right.
And the odds of that happening are, like you guys mentioned, astronomical.
Yeah.
If you think about it. But there's always that possibility that, you know what, Echo overplays their hands. We've seen a few moments here in this game where, you know what, Carl TC's somewhere he's not supposed to be.
Yeah, they get a little too playful.
Yeah. San Duo just basically, you know, TPing in the wrong spot. We've seen teams fall to that as well. But like you mentioned, Leo, very, very specific scenarios.
Yeah, I'd like to be on the record as a witness to what people call Omega timers, year in, year out, right? Season after season. But for those to happen, it's more than just a stroke of genius, right? It has to be, all right, what's going on?
Is this right behind us?
Yes,
It is.
literally right behind us. Hello.
Oh,
See, I wave my hand.
all right.
All right,
Hello.
great.
There. So,
All right, that totally derailed my train of thought. Anyways.
I was going to say, you were talking about the Omega timers.
Yes. A lot of people, I've spent some time in the off during the weekdays studying our VODs, and I looked at the comment section. People are like, why do they keep saying Omega timers? Why do they keep saying Omega timers? Well, it's because, folks, Omega has this uncanny ability to, in the late game, make decisions that no other teams would.
It's like a passive.
That's right. So for them to get there, they need to get past the 18-minute mark. But the way they're playing now, I don't think we're going to get there.
yeah.
The way Echo is playing also specifically.
I mean, Echo's already playing it, like, I would say, not really super to the maximum right now.
They're not min-maxing.
They're not min-maxing at all. So, to get to that point, we've seen Echo do it. We've seen Echo really get to a point where, what the heck just happened, right? Every season. But now, they're facing off a team that's super duper consistent.
Well,
The way that they've been able to do those things are for teams that are normally consistent to suddenly just make huge mistakes.
I do want to set the kind of the, I guess, environment here for Barangay fans, because you got to remember, they're at, like, I think it's 6th place right now in the standings.
Yeah, barely 6th.
Barely 6th.
Yeah.
So if they get swept here by Echo, this is yet another, I guess, chance that they get out of that 6th place and they get bumped down to 7. It is a very real possibility with the way things are falling into place here, right? So given that whole situation, it would be of best regard for Smart Omega to actually get a series, like not even a series, a point at this point, right?
Yep.
Because it's so close, especially there in the lower standings. And for Echo, again, they're already secured to the playoffs, as we heard earlier today, you know, but they're just showing that no matter what, no matter that situation as well, being in the playoffs, they are still going to give their best every single game here, opportunity that they have. And that's exactly what we've seen so far. Some of the best alley-oops and kind of synergy of abilities and even ultimates available for this lineup has been showcased from Echo here with this lineup they have. Now this Lord is up. Most likely Smart Omega wants to go for something, but you can see even JP, the rest of the crew getting in position here.
Right, so getting into position is so crucial here for Matt. He has full vision, but I think they might be a little bit too late. I don't know how confident Echo are.
Walks right into that bush via the Cyclone Eye and gets hit with a Divine Judgment. Ryota popped like that. And now Etama steals away the Divine Judgment. I don't think Omega was waiting. I don't think they were expecting that. And they find Carl TC with the heavy spin. Down goes the young goat. Check your base.
Check your base.
Fury. Oh, the storm. Wait a minute. Flicker out underneath, ladies and gentlemen. Echo gets away with it. Damn you, Benny! Damn you!
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Benny Cutie does it again. Wow.
Just leave it to Echo to end the game with a flourish.
This young man has done it. This Grand Finals MVP has done it all across Manila, Cambodia, Jakarta. Nowhere is safe. Benny's gonna find your base.
Benny needs like that on his jacket. or something. Just damn you, Benny. I don't know how many times this man has done it.
Stolen games away. Those moments, man. Could have sworn when Call Easy died. Come on.
Yeah.
Don't tell me your hard disk skip a beat.
This is, I mean, you just gotta keep your eyes on this guy. He's Benny of House Cutie. He is the breaker of bases.
That's right.
He is the rider of storms. He is the conductor of expresses. I don't know, man. Keep your eyes on the prize, and he just fell to Echo.
You can never go wrong.
Never
Can't
go
go
wrong.
Again, Smart Omega, they tried something new here today. Matt, it looks like there's some promise there. I will say that. There looks like there's some promise with Matt specifically. They might need some more time, but as we always say, they're running out of time, right? Time is of the essence. They don't get any points here. We know that there's multiple games still, obviously, for the weekend. And those opportunities, when you don't get even a single point and where they are in the current standings, it's very tough. It's tough to be in for them. And I would also say that despite it being tough, this is very, familiar territory for the Smart Omega and the Brung guy, right? This is very relevant to what Leo mentioned even with the Omega timers. I don't know what it is. It's just it's this team. It's the personality of the team, the Smart Omega timers, plus the fact that they're always leaving their fans, the Barangay, on the edge of their seats for the season to see if their team can make it to the playoffs here.
But on the other end of the spectrum, we got to celebrate Echo's win here. This is, fellas, number 10.
Number 10.
Number 10.
The big 1-0. Double digits.
Double digits. That's
Win
insane.
streak.
All right, I'm scared, y'all. I'm scared. I don't know how to feel.
How many games do they have this weekend? Do they have 2 more?
Yeah. So tomorrow and then Sunday.
TNC and RSG, right?
Oh yes, they have TNC and RSG. So if they win tomorrow, then they're at that coveted 11.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then they have to beat RSG to get the new record.
Yep. And here's what's scary, fellas. Never count on TNC. They are notorious for ending streaks. They did it once to then Bren Esports, now AP Bren. And on Sunday, I'd say that's the final boss. You know what I mean? Echo, RSG, Echo, they're known for putting on shows. I wish that Sunday's match, I wish that was a best of 5. Hell, best of 7.
Wow. Just best of 7. Just put it out there.
Why not? You know, let's pull a Women's Star League. Why not? Pull a best of 9.
Oh, man.
Oh, there it is.
Again, congrats to Echo there. That, once again, does solidify their slot for the playoffs for Season 12 here in the MPL Philippines. Congratulations to them because it's just every single series they played, every single matchup they played, it's been a showcase of exactly why they are where they are, why they're the defending world champions. And obviously, M5's not too far away, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we still have, of course, the wild card ahead of us, but we know that Echo wants to defend that title, and they're looking ready. This whole season, if anyone has questioned exactly what to expect from Echo, this is it. They're now 10-0 in the best region in the world. That speaks volumes.
Are my numbers right?
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
There you go.
I never get the
You
mirror
never know, right?
Yeah,
Throws me off.
So, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting to a point where their target is actually, if you guys don't know, it's Blacklist.
Yep.
Who has had this win streak in Season 8.
Yeah.
So, if they can do it, you know what? They're just on another stepping stone to proving they're the best team in the world.
We'll see exactly what they have to say on stage now that they're with Mara for their winning interview. Can't wait to see what they have to say.
Thank you, casters. All right, let me hear it from you, Orcas. Echo loud. And they are so proud dahil ang Echo now playoff secured. Congratulations. 10 straight wins. Benny, Cutie, how does it feel? Tsaka, by the way, ang ganda ng play mo nung last. Very impressive. So now you guys are playoff secured.
Masaya and thankful po kami sa fans. Tsaka di pa po kami tapos na i-secure naman namin yung upper bracket.
10 straight wins. Confident ba kayo pagpasok sa larong ito na talagang masisweep nyo yung kalaban at makukuha nyo ang series number 10?
Opo, kasi si Carl po gigil siya.
Ay, okay! Sige, Carl! Oo daw. Alam daw niya 10 straight wins kasi gigil ka. Alam mo na pa, it's so noticeable ha. Alam ko na yung Lancelot mo, best hero, we know how good you are with Lance, pero hindi siya pasok sa meta ngayon eh. Tapos, number 1 pick niyo pa siya, hindi mo man lang tinago sa last pick. Yung tuloy may akay yung kalaban. Parang, ano ba yung gusto mong sabihin sa Omega? May gusto ka mang patunayan? Galit ka ata sa kanila.
Hindi po, wala po. Si Benny po yun, gigil kay Kelra eh.
Oh, okay. Wait. Benny! Okay, ano tong giggle kay Kelra? Ano to?
Siya daw po yung gold standard.
Totoo ba?
Hindi po, gigil naman po talaga ako sa lahat eh. Yun po yung motivation ko para talunin sila.
Okay, gigil sa lahat. Pero I can tell itong si Carl TZ gustong i-steer away yung tanong. Bakit ka kaagad nag-Lancelot? Usually, kasi hindi pasok sa meta eh. Tapos finurse mo pa.
Ano po kasi, parang yung drafting pattern na po lahat na nakakalaban namin, pinupuruan si Sanford eh. So baka nakakalimutan nila yung Lance, baka maban ulit nila.
Okay! Statement game. Ano ang statement game talaga yon? Is it because you knew right away na kahit anong gawin ng kalaban ng Omega, hindi talaga sila mananalo sa'yo? Is that why?
Hindi po. Malakas naman po sila.
Okay, alright. Just wondering. But ito speaking of malakas, as far as I know, since MDL Season 1, 100% win rate ang Kaja ni JP. And nung game number 1 mo, you had 100% kill participation. With 20 kills, 100% yung kill participation mo doon. JP, ano pa ba yung makikita namin kay JP? Because talagang palakas yung Echo to the point na Echo number 1, everyone else, maglaban kayo sa bottom. Maglaban kayo sa number 2. What else ba ang kailangan namin i-expect sa Echo?
Hindi ko po sure, parang siguro po maganda lang po yung laro namin, saka nagsisync po kami sa team play po namin, saka yun po.
Saan mo kini-credit yung pag-sync nyo? Kasi compared to everyone else, kitang-kita na you guys have great communication and you guys parang may one brain kayo, nagkakaintindihan kayo, you guys are one. Saan nyo i-credit yun?
Siguro po sa akin din pong lahat kasi lahat naman po kami nag-a-adjust para sa isa't isa sa amin. So madali po may pag-comms and may pag-team play po sa kanila lalo.
So this is like the bond between Echo inside and outside the game. Give them a round of applause. Lalo na si JP. Grabe. Hindi pa natatalo ang Kaja niya. And now it's time to announce the match MVP. Let me hear some names. Alam mo, pati yung kalaban, pati yung audience sa kalaban, sumisigaw na din eh. Alright, let's see if you guys are right. Let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. JP! O, di ba? O, post ka daw, post. Pati ito yung mukha kayo. JP, what do you have to say to all the fans? Ngayon, you guys are playoff secured, 10 straight wins. What is your message to everybody?
And thank you po sa kanila kasi so grabe po yung support nila sa amin, saka sana hanggang playoffs po supportahan nyo kami.
Now, all the teams, it's just the start of the second round. All the teams have their eyes on you. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa mga makakalaban nyo pa?
Siguro po, good luck na lang sa atin lahat. Yun lang pa.
Ever so humble. Once again, everybody give it up for Echo. You may now take your bow and take your walk. A victory! Congratulations to Echo at kitang-kita naman ang kanilang kumpiyansa, ang kanilang confidence with Carl picking that Lancelot first pick. They are now secured of the playoff spot. Himayin natin ang ating laban. Balikan na natin ang ating casters.
Thank you so much, Mara. And again, great to hear from Echo there. You can see, right, how confident they are, of course, but also humble at the same time. And I also like the fact that we saw Carl Teasy bring out that Lancelot. Yeah, signing it.
It's a good night to be a Carl Teasy fan. I hold on to every word Carl Teasy says. And tonight he said, yo, Benny Cutie wants to say something. He says he's the gold standard and people might forget my Lancelot. That's it. My night's good, thank you.
Well, Rockhart, take us through how they solidified this streak for them in Game 2.
Well, can't get any clearer than that. Straight from the goat's mouth. that is basically a reminder to everyone that, you know what, my Lancelot is still a thing, and it still exists for a good reason. But MVP definitely worthy for Mr. JP right there. Humble as usual. Sanji is going to be the one for that match with a 5-1-9 KDA. And it was very... Sanji's role in this was actually very straightforward, right? It was just very clean cut. No matter what happens, I'm going to get to my targets. And for the most part, I would say Omega was walking straight into Sanji's traps. Most of it was happening in the early game where he didn't really exert too much effort to get them compressed. You can see they're getting compressed by their own. And then there you go. That follow of Breath of the Ocean makes it so easy for everyone else from Echo to actually land their skills onto the right targets. And most of the time, it was being served to them on the silver platter, especially with the assist from the Divine Judgment of JP. Now, still a good effort, I would say, from Matt with the Akai. He was actually getting some of the heavy spins straight into the GOAT. And sometimes he would actually, in the last clip, he actually got the turtle. So it was actually good. But the problem is, again, the sustained damage coming in from Omega was very singular to Kelra, where if you get caught by Divine Judgment, like you see right there on your screens, it's actually very difficult for Omega to actually recover after the fact. And with Sanford just wreaking havoc on that back line, it was actually very difficult for Omega to get into the targets that they need so that they can overwhelm or overcome what Echo was serving up to them. Even in this one under the turret, if you notice, Echo has been fighting under the turret for a solid 30 seconds to a minute. And they still came out on top. And Carl TZ, I don't know, at this point he was just flexing here. Most of this was just mostly flex straight into the capabilities of what a Lancelot is still capable of, since again, it is one of the picks that are not really getting picked up against this hero, against this team rather. It's just a small reminder that, you know what, this exists. And you know what's also a reminder here for Echo? Guard your bases, guys. Anyone who faces against Echo will always need to keep one of their eyes on the Storm, Benny Cutie himself. Just walking casually with these minions. Don't mind me. I'm just a minion here. But no, just kidding. I'm here to wreck your base. Once more, that is Benny of House Cutie. And he is the breaker of bases. He is not going to take no for an answer. And if you blink, you will miss him. Coming this one, I think that we saw the best of what Carl TZ had to offer in this Lancelot. He wasn't min-maxing like we normally see him. He wasn't like super hardcore, maximizing everything that the Lancelot can output in terms of damaging, in terms of the ganks, in terms of getting into the points where you're super ahead. He didn't need to be so ahead in terms of the resources because the fights were just going straight to him. That's why his path was very aggressive as well in that last one, in the heat map that you saw. Now in the overall towers taken, obviously Omega didn't really take any big towers, just one. I think that was in the side lane. The objectives, I think Matt got one. Yeah, there you go. Matt got one turtle, and that was it. And Carl TZ surprisingly did not really invade as much as I thought he would in this one. Items-wise, it's still basically a tank Lancelot build, but he swapped it out midway with a War Axe and straight into the Endless Battle, making one of the a very scary, still semi-tank Lancelot that is very reliable and almost impossible to actually take down, unless it was a full 4-man effort, like we saw at a certain point there for Omega, where they, like Leo put it, they threw everything but the kitchen sink. Everything was stolen by Carl TZ. He didn't need to min-max his own jungle because he was doing that on the opposite side. Matt still, for Omega, was still able to get some of his buffs to his name, which is more than I can say for other junglers in other teams, where it was basically impossible for them to get the jungle. He still did a pretty good job. I would say still a good debut game here for Mr. Matt, the young Matt right there. Now, And the keys to victory, Echo, that's... how'd you do that, Leo? There you go.
There it is.
There you go. They just kept winning, and that's probably what they're going to keep doing here. And Matt, he was able to output some, not all of them, you know, but he definitely put out something, not nothing. And that's been the keys to victory. The checklist was actually pretty much exactly what we expected it to be. There it is. This is the right way to do it.
I've overthought it enough to actually do it right the first time.
Just mirroring, man.
Okay, yeah.
We got it down.
You got it. You got it down. So number 11 is the
Tomorrow.
next magic number that Echo's going to go for. Wonder what's going to happen for that one.
Can't wait to see it, right? I think a lot of people are paying attention to this streak from Echo, and again, it was a great performance from them. Smart and Mega, on the other hand, they still have time. They still have time to secure the playoffs, but they got to get it together. Again, I'm Naisu. This is Leo Rockhart on behalf of us. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you back here tomorrow, but first, we'll throw it over also to Mara to close out today.
Unang araw pa lang ng ating Week 5 pero dama mo na ang gigil ng mga koponan para ibandera ang ating bansa sa M5 World Championship. In the first series, the Hive marched their way to the second seed as the birthday buff of Super Marco proved to be too much for the Sonics. After that, the agents managed to derail the rise of the White Tigers as Blacklist International showed who is the real master of the healing galing meta. And for the last series, the streak is still alive as JP led the surging Orcas by sweeping the New Look Barangay. Saan mang dako ng mundo, dama mo ang lakas at gilas ng ating manlalaro. Bukas, magkita-kita ulit tayo para sa kapanapanabik na bakbakan. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino na nagpapaalalang ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB player sa buong mundo ay mas Pinas Lakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.